Morning, everyone. Kindly have a seat. Okay, so members and technocrats, we have a little delay. We're just awaiting the minister. My information is he should be here shortly. Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, $2,493,816,632. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you. Tobago House of Assembly constitutes the institutional framework of the island government of Tobago in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Through its legislative authority, the THA is mandated to deliver public goods and services to approximately 66,000 resident nationals of Trinidad and Tobago. The core areas of the THA's public sector functions are laid out in the 5th schedule of the THA Act No. 40 of 1996. The current administration of the THA has configured the implementation architecture of the THA into 10 divisions, as presented in its internal budget statement. Each division is headed by an administrator as accounting officer, as we have accounting officers in Trinidad, to provide oversight, policy alignment, and adherence to the principles of transparency, accountability, and good governance. The THA is entitled to reallocate funds that are released quarterly in a block allocation in accordance with its own priorities. However, in so doing, it must comply with the Audit and Exchequer Act and all other applicable laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $2,493,816,632 for Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $2,493,816,632 for Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies, Division 01, Assembly Legislature, Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Member Fukuva South? Yes.
Very much. With respect to the 01 salaries and cost of living allowance allocation of $3.5 million for 2023, which is also in 2022 revised, how many persons are paid with this set allocation?
All right, would you just be clear which line item you're talking about?
01 salaries and cost.
Just the first one,
Yeah.
total, the grand total.
Well, if you...
No, I'm asking.
Yeah, you could, to avoid the issue of repetition.
That's fine. I just want to clear it up. Okay. I think he's talking about the whole thing. Clarity here because they have so many different items.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand.
So, Madam Speaker, could we just clear up what page are we on?
23.
23.
And that page 23 is Parliament.
No.
You're on the
Statutory.
wrong book.
Wrong book.
Statutory authorities.
Yes.
Starting on the wrong footing this morning.
It looks so. All right, so
Okay. So let's start on the right foot. Let's all be tolerant, empathetic, sympathetic, whatever word. Let's start on the right foot.
52 positions that have been filled and 37 positions are vacant.
You're still on the wrong foot. You have to get your right guard this morning.
I don't follow. You asked me about
I
01.
ask you in terms of salaries and cost of living. How many
3.5
persons
million.
are employed with that allocation of 3.5 million?
I just told you.
Apparently you are...
There are 52 positions filled and there are 37 vacant positions. I was very clear in what I said. There's no problem over on this side.
All right. So you see why I've asked for empathy this morning. Okay? So let's all be attentive. It's the third day we are at this. Let's be attentive and let's be productive. Yes, Member Fukuva South.
And Minister, given the fact the number of vacant positions you indicated, under 08, that $100,000 will be adequate to fill these vacant positions?
Half of the staff missing. How they function with so many positions?
What I'm being told is that the statement with respect to vacant positions refers to positions that have not been permanently filled. Within that 37 vacant positions, I'm told there are approximately 20 people who are acting in these vacant positions, but they have not been permanently appointed to them.
Okay.
All right? So it would be 52 and 20, 72.
72.
Out of the 89.
Because, I mean, under the different heads, whether it's public administration, and as you go on, you would see that common thread of a new sub-item and vacant posts and salaries and so on. Do you have, in totality, how many vacant positions are there? In total?
No. But that sort of omnibus question, member, will not be allowed. You can ask it as repetitive as it may be under each of the divisions,
well,
and I guess that may reveal the answer. But that sort of, we don't deal with that sort of omnibus.
I asked the question in the context of the minister may at some point in time seek to point out that it is a repetitive question.
It is all up, eh?
Yes.
Dealing with the specific question you are asking with respect to this particular item and sub-item, let me repeat. There are 52 positions that have been filled permanently with permanent appointments, and there are 37 vacant positions where there are no permanent appointments, but within those 37 vacant positions, approximately 20, the officer doesn't have the exact number, but has told me approximately 20 of the 37 have people acting in those positions. So that leaves just 17 of the vacant where there's nobody in it. Okay? Does that answer all your questions?
I'm comfortable at the moment.
Okay.
Subhead, oh, sorry, member for Tabakit? Yes? You still have questions, member for Kuvaso? Yes?
02 goods and services.
We haven't reached yours yet.
Okay.
Okay? So subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration, member for Kuvaso.
Madam Chair, Minister, with respect to line item 16, contract employment, how many persons will be under this vote in terms of employed under contract employment for 2023?
18 contract positions, 11 of them have been filled, 7 are vacant.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Tabakit?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item 22, short-term employment. I'm seeing an increase of 150,000. Could you let us know how many persons are employed under short-term contract?
There are 7 short-term employees engaged, that were engaged in fiscal 22, and 6 short-term employees are anticipated for fiscal 2023.
Member for Kuvaso?
On page 24, because we are going over, Madam Chair, under line item 64, Minister, operations of constituency offices. Just for clarification, the word constituency offices sends a signal that this is either for Tobago, East or West. Could you just clarify that? Okay.
And I suspect it's just the budget division using traditional nomenclature.
Okay.
Because they are not constituencies per se in Tobago, they are 15 districts.
Districts, right.
Okay.
And in fiscal 2022, $4,845,000 was allocated for the said line item. There's an increase of $1,655,000. Could we?
That is commensurate with the increase in the number of districts from 12 to 15.
15.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Division 02, Office of the Chief Secretary. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item 14, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. We have an increased allocation to 600,000 for this fiscal year. Which cabinet-appointed committees and what's accounting for the increase?
That is 14. Right. Finance Committee.
And that accounts for the increase.
Why is it? Because it's a new administration, they may add some more committees in fiscal 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Kuvaso.
Minister, with respect to line item 01, salaries and cost of living, how many persons would be employed with this allocation of $4.5 million?
You're talking about the first line item, right? 4.5 million?
Yes.
There are 34 permanent positions filled, 114 vacant. Let me just find out how many bodies are in the vacant positions.
About
100 of the 114 vacant positions are filled with persons acting in those positions, and there are 34 positions permanently filled. So you're looking at 134 more or less. Okay? Persons.
And that tells me that with respect to line item 08, vacant position, salaries and COLA, without an incumbent, certainly this new sub-item and the allocation of $300,000 will not be enough to fill the vacant position.
Right. You have to understand the THA isn't filling those positions, you know. This is just like the central government.
I know.
This is service commission.
Mission.
And so therefore it's just an estimate based on historical trends. You know, that it takes a long time because, for example, of the 114 vacant positions, there are 100 bodies acting in it. So that's 100 posts that have to be permanently filled. So one does not really know how many of these posts will be filled in 2023. So it's simply an estimate.
And just from just for the record, I don't know if the officer may have the information to guide us how long, on the average, persons have been acting in these positions.
I will have to get that information for you. I suspect it's quite a while. If it's anything like what happens in the central government, I suspect it's a long time. Yes, I feel so, but I'm just speculating.
Well, just for the records, if the information could be submitted with the passage of time.
We'll try our best.
Thank you.
Item 007, Public Administration. Member for Cubasau.
And again, Minister, with respect, I will just keep asking this question and just getting the information. With respect to line item 01, salaries and cost of living, how many persons will be paid with this allocation of $5,850,000?
I'm being told is that they didn't separate the figures. So the numbers I gave you just now, 34 permanent positions, 114 vacant positions, of which approximately 100 have people acting in them, is for the entire office of the Chief Secretary.
Chief Secretary.
So it's not a individual totals or anything, it's a total of all.
Okay. All right, so it will that will incorporate
all of these,
public administration, planning,
correct,
and so on.
That amount of those number of persons is for all of these items, sub items.
Item 011, planning. Item 013, labor. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Member for Point Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and morning to all.
Morning.
Line item 05, Minister, telephones. 2022, we had a revised estimate of $4 million, which is very hefty for telephones, and again, budgeted for another $4 million this year. Could the Minister just inquire what was the reason for this hefty?
So let me see what. Second, please.
Page
Yes,
26.
page 26.
On which
Line item 505.
So 0205.
The allocation for 2023 is the same as 2022. I'm being told there are significant arrears that they have to deal with. That's why the figure is so high. That's what I'm being told. But I don't have those details. I'll have to get them for you. So if you could be specific with the question so that the officers could get the specific information.
Well, the specific question would be that well, if it's a raise for 2022 and you paid $4 million, 2023 again, the budget for another $4 million.
I'm seeing that on myself.
Yeah.
So that I'll get an explanation from them.
Thank you.
Remember, the THA has the ability to move funds around there. So they may ask for this item to be put in this place, but later on they may discover they don't need the whole $4 million and they may redistribute it elsewhere. But I'll get the answer.
Thank you. Just another question.
Yes, I have a printed
Minister, line item 34, page 27, University Graduate Recruitment Program. Under the central government, we have never used that line item even in the last few years. There's $300,000 budgeted for that figure for 2023. It's considered a new sub-item. Could the Minister...
The first step is to determine the percentage of the national budget. Okay, so there's a range. We had been giving 4.3% in the past, so we gave the new administration the same amount, 4.3%. So that when we in the Ministry of Finance work out our total, what we believe our total expenditure will be for fiscal 2023, you then have to calculate what is 4.3% of that. The THA will have submitted a draft proposal along all these items, but then that has to fit within the 4.3% of the total. That's how they get the $2,521,000. So that they have the privilege, I would say, to put funding into various items within that envelope of $2.5 billion. So that I'll get clarification for you, but I suspect they had requested in their submission that they be given an allocation of $300,000 for this item. Okay,
so I just
want
want
to find out.
Sure. I just want to inquire how many graduates that you propose for this $300,000 for this year.
It's not what I propose.
No, I know, not
I'll
you.
find out what.
Not you, Minister. I know. I'm not. I just.
Good friends propose.
They're looking at 20 students, well, graduates, sorry, and they're calling them interns, 20.
Thank you.
Pardon?
I said that is a very good use of $300,000 to employ university graduates.
Okay. Well, they're telling me 20 interns for 2 months at a monthly remuneration of $7,000. That's what they have in mind.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too want to endorse that recruitment of university graduates. With respect to contract employment, 16, there's an allocation of $14,300,000. How many contract officers will continue to be employed? And as I said, there's an additional 300,000. $49 with 14,300,000.
That's the information I got. Let me just double check that. So, that is what they're telling me. We'll have to get clarification.
Well, I saw that that was spent in a similar trajectory in 2021, 2022, and the allocation is increased by 300 for 2023. With the passage of time, I'm sure if the meeting could be furnished with a breakdown of the 49 job classification in terms of the titles to these positions and the monetary sum, which is...
Just hold on.
Yes.
So they're making some adjustments.
Yes, yes, I'm sure, and I'm sure that you are keeping a close eye on everything that is happening. You don't live there.
I don't live there, but I don't interfere. Okay? So. That's the information they've given me, so I'll try and get some better information. They say there are quite a few vacant positions, so I've asked them to identify how many.
Yeah.
And when we get it, we'll provide the information.
Thank you very much. And if, besides the numbers, could we get the titles to these contract positions and the compensation package for each?
Sure.
Thank you.
Information,
Yes.
item 002.
Yes, Madam Chair. With respect to, again, there are 16 contract employment, an allocation of $4 million for 2023, with an increase of 500,000. If I could request the said information under this particular line item. Yes, 16 contract employment.
Because I am seeing information systems and information department, 46 employees, but there are a number of vacant positions, so I'll have to get it for you. Yeah, but you see, when you look in the...
No.
They are hearing your questions and they will get the detailed answers for you.
Thank you. Thank you, and I'm sure as a good finance minister, you would not interfere too much, but you will get the information for for this meeting.
When I said I don't interfere, what I mean is I don't determine the priorities, but in terms of how these numbers have been derived by the THA, because remember, we accommodate their requests, I will ask them to provide the information.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay?
Item 007, Public Administration. Item 008, Tobago Emergency Management Agency. Item 010, Information Systems Department. Item 011, Planning. Item 012, Land Management. Member for Couva South.
Under 16, Madam Chair, contract employment, an allocation of $3 million. Again, I make the request of the number of positions and the relevant compensation packages and so on.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to give you details yet until they gather the information along the lines that you are requesting.
Okay. And there's, as I said, a common thread. Labor will
So
have...
would you like, therefore,
Yes.
to just have a catch-all question?
Question, yes.
For all the employment positions inside FA, you want to know how many permanent posts, how many vacant. In the case of contract, you know, how many vacant, how many filled.
Certainly.
What is the title? What is the compensation package? I got it. I got it right for all, right?
So it will save the...
So you could just say ditto or something like that when we come to that. All right?
Okay. Item 013, Labor.
Line item 16, Madam Chair, as requested.
Okay. Anything else under this subhead? Item 014, Occupational Safety and Health.
16, contract employment, further to my request, previous request.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva South.
And again, Madam Chair, there seems to be a recurring trend under the different heads with vehicles and so on. In this particular 01 vehicles, a new sub-item of $500,000. Is there a rationale and so on? Yes.
They intend to improve their fleet of vehicles in 2023. They have some unserviceable vehicles which need to be replaced.
That will probably be the rationale under the different heads.
Which one?
Okay.
There were some of them I noticed in the notes they gave me, they didn't plan to acquire any new vehicles, but some they do. So it's different for each, division and so on. Some of them they say they have enough, some of them they say they don't. It's quite different.
Item 002, Information. Item 007, Public Administration. Item 008, Tobago Emergency Management Agency. Member for Kamuta Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, I would have been prudent on line item 01, $1 million allocated for emergency vehicles. With all the disaster taking place, I thought they would have allocated more for emergency vehicles. Maybe they have in another headed.
They have vehicles, This will be additional.
Okay.
And they're planning to buy 3 additional vehicles for that particular area.
Thank you.
Okay? So this is not the total for all they have existing. So this is for new.
Item 010, Information Systems Department. Item 011, Planning. Item 012, Land Management. Item 013, Land Management. Item 014, Occupational Safety and Health. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions, Member for Tobago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm at line item 05, Shore Park Cultural Complex. Just looking at the actual spend in 2021 being about 4 million, and the 2022 estimates being 1.5, and the revised estimate being 1.5. I see we're going back up to 3 million. So could we just account for why we would have dropped and now we're going back up? What was happening in fiscal 22?
So this is not accurate. What they're telling me is that when the budget documents were prepared, which would have been sometime before the close of the fiscal, the information the budget division had at the time was that the expenditure under that item for 2022 was in the vicinity of 1.5 million. It is in fact quite a little bit more, which will be reflected in next year's books.
Okay.
3.9 million is what they're showing me.
Okay.
So that
So
the
it's
3 million
consistent.
makes sense.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will wait on when you reach other transfers.
Okay. Member for Kumucha Manzanella, we under 005, non-profit institutions. That's where you are?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, line item 01. I see a 550,000 decrease to non-profit organization. Can it be clarified? Why the drastic drop?
It's similar to the situation we had in the central government in a question on another matter. There would have been a significant amount of grants during the COVID period. But coming out of COVID now, the requirement for COVID expenditure is not as much as it used to be before. So that's why you would see a difference.
Thank you.
Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Member for Couva South.
Sure. Minister, 04 Farmland Development, there was a spend of $28 million in 2022, and we are spending or projected to spend $30 million in 2023. Could you indicate how many farmers benefited from this $28 million in 2022?
In previous years, we had allocated, on the request of the THA, some funding for a program called Farmland Development, which is the development of agricultural estates in Tobago. So it's not for farmers, it's for development of the estates, which will be infrastructure and so on.
And based on your response, how many estates were developed?
7.
7, and these 7 estates were involved in what specific agricultural production?
I can't tell you exactly what, but it was a range of
Well, if we could get that information, and also how much
for me.
how much monies was spent on each estate?
You mean you want the breakdown?
Yes, in terms of
Okay.
the land development and so on, who were given contracts to develop the lands for, in terms of preparation for the estates and so on, and the value of these contracts, and also what were, having been engaged in agricultural production, what were the returns from these estates also from a financial point of view, whether there was a profit and loss?
Well, I don't know, but I mean, remember, I am simply the spokesman. But what I know is that the money was allocated for the rehabilitation of estates. I'm not sure if they're into production yet, but I'll get that information for you.
Well, thank you very much as a spokesman, and I know that you are very efficient
Yes, I am.
Minister of Finance,
Very much.
so you will get the appropriate
Extremely.
information.
Yes, ma'am,
Madam,
first interest.
Madam Chair, if you would allow me, when this spending to refurbish these estates was first publicized, there was a bit of a shock in the public domain. Can the minister indicate how this will tie in, what the government's intention in terms of re-spending of this money, and how it will tie into your national objectives? We don't want you to be accused of giving state money to refurbish estates for, we don't know if it's friends and family, we don't know if it ties into the national objective and food production.
Madam
and things.
Speaker,
So if you could just give us
if
a
the
little
member is
breakdown.
asking a question, I don't think she needs to impute improper motives.
Of course.
Why?
Of course not. I'm saying to protect the government from being accused, because it has
Since
happened
when
in the
you want to
past,
protect the government?
for the
Yes. Okay, let one at a time speak.
Guide you properly.
All right, with respect to this. So, member, if you can
Yes.
ask your question.
So
Yeah.
as I was asking, what is the intention of the refurbishment of these estates, and how does it tie into the national objectives where agriculture and so on is concerned?
Minister.
Certainly, you will realize I'm making my best effort to be very peaceful today. Thank you. I beg your pardon? Okay. And therefore, just let me correct the record. You spoke about you and the government, and we have to check and see what the government is doing. Let me just make this clear. This is the Tobago House of Assembly. So it is not the government. The government is us. That is the island administration in Tobago. What I'm told is that the allocation, and it is not on the directions of the government either. As I said, they have their programs, they have their priorities, and they manage their own affairs. Hold on, I just wanted to make that clear. So this is not me or the government doing anything. What I will get is the information. And this is what I'm told, that the funding is for the rehabilitation of abandoned or underutilized estates, and also to assist Tobago farmers in the upgrade of existing farmland infrastructure, equipment, technology, and the implementation of innovative agricultural plans. The farmlands to be upgraded include Lamy Road, Goldsboro, Belmont Road farms. Expenditure was incurred for perimeter and subdivision surveys, purchase of surveying equipment, electrification works, water installation works. Could you be more specific about any other information that you want?
Thank you. That will be sufficient, Minister, because I know this program started under the previous THA, which was led by the PNM. So I thought you, as the chairman, might have and might have had an influence. Thank you.
This is a government matter. It's not a party matter.
Division 03, Finance, Trade and the Economy. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General...
009 other transfers.
Okay, so just remember that we are not going back. And maybe we could influence each other in using our time efficiently. Okay. Okay?
Was
Member,
responding.
Member, are you going to give the
Yes,
question, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
06, Buko Integrated Facility, new sub-item of $5.5 million will be spent. Minister, could you inform this meeting how this money will be spent? And what this project really entails?
And which limit, right? The 5.5 million, what will be spent on and what is the plan?
Yeah, we see it as a new sub-item, a Buko Integrated Facility.
It's for recurrent expenditure and operationalization of the Baku Integrated Facility. It was previously under general administration, so it's now being broken out as a separate item. The services include landscaping, janitorial, security, rental of equipment, purchase of minor equipment, contracted services, electricity, telephone, other utilities, repairs and maintenance. Okay?
Thank you.
Member for Curaçao? Yes, okay. Division 03, Finance, Trade and the Economy. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Member for Curaçao.
Again, Madam Chair, I will ask a catch-all question under the different heads, or subheads, I should say. With respect to 01, salaries and cost of living, how many persons will be employed or are employed with this $1 million allocation? And also under 08, vacant posts and salaries and COLA without incumbents. This we are seeing from the explanation point of view, this is a new sub-item, and will this allocation be sufficient based on the number of vacant posts and so on?
Sure.
In this entire division, because it's not separated, there are 169 positions, and it is anticipated that in 2023 there'll be 174. Also 10 daily rated workers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item 002, Finance and Accounting.
And
Member for Curaçao.
yeah, under 01, salaries and cost of living as requested previously.
Okay. Item 003, Customs.
01, salaries and cost of living. Madam Chair, as previously requested.
Okay. Item 004, Inland Revenue.
As again, 01, as requested, Madam Chair.
Item 013, Cooperatives.
01, salaries and cost of living as requested.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Hoover South.
Yes, ma'am. Chair, Minister, under line item 08, rent lease, office accommodation and storage. In fiscal 2022, there was an allocation of $15 million, and the revised estimates reveal that this moved from $15 million to $19,210,120. Could we get an explanation what were the reason or reasons that was responsible for this increased expenditure of $4,210,120?
When you look at the document, what you will see is that the actual expenditure in 2021 was $19,210,112. So that will give you some idea of what the actual figure is. So that the original estimate for 2022 was 15, but if you look carefully at the revised estimate, you see it's 19,210,120. So it's not a $4 million increase over the 2022 expenditure. It's actually just $189,880. And I'm told that the figure is in the vicinity of 19,400,000. That's what it is.
Okay, could we then get a breakdown of the specific in terms of the offices and how much was allocated to each office in terms of the said sum for each office that was rented? Huh? Okay, I'm finished.
A series of buildings, it's just one.
It's one.
This is the Milshove Administrative Complex, which currently houses the Licensing Department and the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, Environment and Sustainable Development, located on the corner, I think it's the corner, of Chauvin Road and Milford Road. The main road as you come out from the airport.
19 million for that 1 million?
Yes, it's an annual lease payment. You will recall, perhaps, those of us who have been around long enough, that this is the build, own, lease, transfer arrangement that has been the subject of some litigation. This is the annual lease payment. It was a design build finance, so that the developer financed it, designed it, constructed it, and there are lease payments. The THA then repays that over a period of time, and at the end of the period, whatever it is, 15 years, 20 years, I don't have all the details, the property would then be transferred to the THA for a nominal sum, usually $1. So this 19 million is the annual lease payment for the period.
Oh.
Okay.
Minister, would you be able to provide us with how long, how many years the THA
Sure.
will have to pay this 19 million
Sure.
per year for? Thanks.
Yes, but when did it begin? They're saying the period is 20 years, but the start there is what we have to get. I honestly can't remember, but it would be at least 10 years ago. Yeah, more than 10 years ago. Because I remember the court matter over this, maybe around 2011 or something like that. So it's a 20-year lease, I'm told. That's what they tell me. When it started, I don't know. But I would think maybe they have another 8 years to run.
Yeah, well, for the record...
But they will get the
Parliament,
information. You'll get the information, yeah.
For the record, the Parliament would want it correct, because 19 million per year is...
No, they are giving me the undertaking that they will obtain the information and it will be provided to you. Okay?
Member for Cooper.
Yes, Madam Chair. Under other contracted services, we are projected to spend $5.1 million in 2023. Could we get a breakdown of the other contracted services?
This is for facilities management, forensic audit services, operation and management fees for a gym, legal fees, technical consultancy, software maintenance fees, waste disposal services, at the Victor E. Bruce Financial Complex premises.
And could we be so privileged to get the contractor and the allocation for each sum?
I'll try my best.
We'll try our best.
Well, I have to ask them for it, and I assume they will provide it. I see no reason why they would not provide it.
Finish? Item 002, Finance and Accounting, member for Couva South.
With respect to contract employment, Madam Chair, this allocation of $2.5 million, which will be spent in fiscal 2023, is for how many contract positions?
Again, they didn't give a breakdown, so they will have to break it out and provide that information.
Yes.
For you. I just have a total.
The title to each contract position and the compensation package.
So you want to know the salary, allowances, etc., the title, the position, and the numbers.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. And under 28 other contracted services, could we get a breakdown of how this sum will be expended?
It's for software maintenance licenses. IFMIS training, well, IFMIS is across the 2 islands. That's a financial system that the Ministry of Finance is putting in to give real-time financial information with respect to expenditure, etc. So there's a lot of training going on. So this is for IFMIS training, THA budget report, design, and software maintenance licenses.
And this training will benefit how many persons?
Well, I don't know how many are being trained. Yeah, I don't know. All right, they're saying everybody in the everybody in all their accounting units throughout.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to 37 janitorial services, this sum of $2.1 million is for one particular service provider?
6.
6 service providers?
Yes.
Okay.
6.
Could we get the names of the service providers and the size of each contract in terms of the monetary sum?
Yeah, sure. That they have information for the last fiscal, but in the new year there may be changes. So that in the new fiscal there may be changes in the providers.
Okay.
So that they can't tell you exactly who will be given this responsibility in 23. They could tell you who got the contracts in 22, and some of the people who got it in 22 may be changed in 23.
Could we get the information for 22 then?
Sure.
Item 003, Customs. Item 004, Inland Revenue.
Just a general question in the context of the head 01, traveling and subsistence minister, and probably I should have also raised it under Customs 201. This traveling and subsistence is of $450,000 under this particular line item. Will it be adequate to satisfy all the claims under this line item of traveling and subsistence?
They suspect they may have to do some transfers and environments.
Okay. But as it stands, is there any outstanding sum for traveling and subsistence in the context of fiscal 2022?
They're telling me no.
No.
That's
So all
what
have been.
that is what I am being told.
And
They're current.
this will apply to customs and excise and inland revenue and consumer affairs and cooperatives and so on?
They're telling me it is difficult to give a precise answer to that question, that it applies across the board everywhere.
No, I'm asking in the context of fiscal 2022, if it all have been fully disposed of. I know 2023
The answer
projected.
applies to 22. It's difficult for them. They don't have that information with them to say whether there are any outstanding allowances and so on for 22. It's difficult for them to say.
Well,
Across the board, in all the, you're asking in all.
Yeah.
They were telling me about one of them. I think it was inland revenue. But they can't talk for all. They don't want to put their head on a block and say no allowances outstanding for 22 in all the sections.
okay. Through you, Madam Chair, and through the Minister, could we get a commitment for the appropriate research to be done? And if indeed the outstanding sums, to furnish the meeting with such records?
It's a process. So for these kind of things, you have to make an application, you have to make a submission, so that there might be some sums outstanding for September, which would not yet have been paid, would not have been paid in fiscal 22, will roll over into fiscal 23. I'm not sure you can get the level of detail that you want, but I will try my best to get as much accurate information for you. It's a kind of moving thing. Eh? You must know about this, that these things you have to submit your claims, especially if you're getting mileage and so on. You know, so much per mile, per kilometer, whatever it is. You have to make a claim, then it has to be audited and all that sort of thing. So it's a kind of fuzzy area, but I will endeavor to get as accurate information as is possible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Item 008, Budget Division. Item 012, Consumer Affairs. Item 013, Cooperatives. Item 015, Financial Literacy Secretariat. Item 016, Youth Energized for Success. Item 017, Emergency Social and Medical Assistance Unit. Item 018, Communication Unit. Item 019, Economic Management and Research Unit. Item 020, Investment and Public-Private Partnership Unit. Items, Member for Couva South.
Yeah, under 28, Madam Chair, other contracted services, this expenditure of $2 million, could we get some kind of details as it relates to how this $2 million is projected to be spent in 2023?
And what item? 28. Yeah, I'm on it. Disinvestment, public-private partnership. So that. So this is inaccurate. 2 million. What I'm being told is that this has to be corrected because they didn't spend this money in 2022. Okay? They're restructuring the unit.
Okay,
They're
but
making changes. I told you it's a new administration, so they're restructuring the unit so that this will have to be corrected when the You know, we only have blue books. We have yellow books at this time. And then several months from now, we have blue books, which is when they do the detailed checks, the budget division. And I'm told there was no expenditure in this item for the period.
Item 021, Strategic Sector Support Unit. Member for Couva South.
Yes, Madam Chair. 16 contract employment in 2022. $1 million was spent. 2023 projected. Could we get how many bodies or persons benefited from this contract employment, and what were the job titles and the compensation package?
For you, but they're telling me 2 filled, 2 vacant.
2
filled, 2 vacant.
2 filled, 2 vacant.
Yeah.
Okay. And the vacant positions to the compensation package.
They'll get the information.
Yeah.
Item 022, Business Development Unit. Member for Couva South.
Same here, Madam Chair, in terms of contract employment, the expenditure of $1.9 million.
They'll have to provide it in writing. There's some transitional changes taking place. This was transferred from another division.
Yeah,
so they'll have to get it for you in writing.
I see it was transferred from the community development, youth development, and sport. But there would have been expenditure along this line item in 2022 also.
It would have been in the Division of Community Development.
Yes, okay. And if we could get a similar information with respect to security services, how many service providers, the name of the contractors, and the value of each contract.
They will provide the information. You don't have it right now.
Thank you, Chair.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Finance and Accounting. Item 003, Customs. Item 004, Inland Revenue. Item 008, Budget Division. Item 012, Consumer Affairs. Item 013, Cooperatives. Item 015, Financial Literacy Secretariat. Item 016, Youth Energized for Success. Item 017, Emergency Medical and Social Assistance Unit. Item 018, Communication Unit. Item 019, Economic Management and Research Unit. Item 020, Investment and Public-Private Partnership Unit. Item 021, Strategic Sector Support Unit. Item 022, Business Development Unit. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Emergency 04, Emergency Medical and the Social Assistance Card. I see okay, this was transferred to Division 10. Yeah, so I will hold on that then.
Other transfers. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at line item 26, project financing repayments. We had an estimate of 5 million, but then only 273,000 thereabouts was expended. But now we're estimating another 3 million for fiscal 23.
They are creating a sinking fund for repayment of the $300 million loan arrangement. Okay. So they're going to be depositing money into a sinking fund because the arrangements for that financing are payment of interest over a period and then a bullet payment at the end. Okay. So they're creating a sinking fund to have sufficient money for the bullet payment.
Okay. Yes, thank you. And a similar question for line item 28, establishment of an intelligent island. Again, you saw an estimate of 1.5 million, but 196,000. That's what you said.
The question of an establishment of an intelligent island has been on the cards for years. It's an initiative of the previous administration now being continued by this administration. The THA has held discussions with Huawei and is committed to supporting human capital development relevant to the Intelligent Island project. They intend to develop and utilize various e-services to facilitate greater data-driven decision-making, more effective planning, improvement in the ease of doing business, particularly in tourism, agriculture, education, and so on. This particular allocation is for a gap analysis and transition requirements for Tobago as an intelligent island, for a consultant to do this work. Right.
Member for Cuba South.
Madam Chair, my colleague Tabakit posed the question along similar lines.
Okay. Division 04, Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development. Head 01, Personal Expenditure Item 001, General Administration. Member for Cuba South.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I will ask a more or less common thread question along the different sub-item description and so on. In relation to 01 salaries and cost of living, how many persons will be employed with this allocation of $7,770,200 in fiscal 2023? And where there is the new sub-item, for example, under this subhead, 08 vacant position, salaries and COLA without incumbents, will this be adequate? How many vacant posts and so on?
The information I have, again, they've done it as an aggregate, a total. 179 positions filled on the permanent establishment. They're hopeful that another 9 will come in 23 to make it 188. They have currently 751 daily rated workers. They're hoping that could be increased to 779 in 2023. Total number of vacant posts, 219. Total vacant posts with people in them, 96. Total vacant posts without bodies, 123. And I'm sure they can respond to your generic question, the specific details that you asked for.
Thank you, Chair.
Item 002 Agriculture, member for Vancouver South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Under 01 salaries and cost of living, in 2022, $6.3 million was spent. Could we get how many persons were employed with this $6.3 million? And then there's a projected increase expenditure of $1 million in 2023. How much persons maybe or are projected to be employed with this additional $1 million?
They would have to provide this kind of information for you in writing, because what they told me is that the human resource division or unit in the THA provides block numbers. They simply would have all of the people employed in this particular division in total. The accounts department would have to separate out and see which of them are allocated to agriculture, marketing, etc. So it'll take a little time, so they're going to provide it for you in writing. They don't have it with them.
Okay. Because I asked that, I will ask under 02, Madam Chair, with your permission. You have wages and salaries of, and COLA, wages and COLA, sorry. 28 million was spent in 2022, and there's a projected expenditure of 32 million in 2023. I will ask the question along the similar line.
$1,962,037.41 was spent in 2022. In 22.
Yeah, I'm asking in the context of how many persons, and
again, they will have to provide it. As I told you, what they are telling me is that the information here is from the human resource division or unit, who does things in block. The accounts department will separate out the allocation of the various employees to the various units. So they will have to get that information for you. They can't give it to you now.
Thank you very much.
Block figures I can give you, but the detailed breakdown they can't. They don't.
Thank you very much, Minister. Through you, Chair. Under the different subhead and items, as we move along, I will just indicate further to my request.
Okay. Item 003, marketing.
As requested, Madam.
Yes. Item 004, natural resources and forestry.
01 and 02 as requested.
Item 005, marine resources and fisheries.
01 and 02 as requested, Madam Chair.
Item 006, the environment. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm at line item 43, security services. Looking at the spend, the revised estimates of 2.4 million thereabouts, I think requires some explanation.
What is saying they may have to transfer some funds into this area.
Item 002, agriculture. Item 003, marketing. Item 004, natural resources and forestry. Item 005, marine resources and fisheries. Member for Vancouver South.
Chair, under 43, security services, there was an estimate of 1.6 million in 2022, and this increased to $4,609,747. Could we get some explanation what was responsible for this increase?
This was for the fishing facilities, and they had to beef up security for many reasons during the COVID period.
Okay. And how many such contracts were awarded, and what were the value of these
You'll have
contracts
to get that information.
and the service providers?
The names of the providers and the value, yeah.
Thank you.
Item 006, the environment. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, agriculture. Item 003, marketing. Item 004, natural resources and forestry. Item 005, marine resources and fisheries. Item 006, the environment. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Item 007, households. Item 008, subsidies. Item 009, other transfers. Member for Couva South.
Yes, on the line item 04, Tobago reforestation and watershed rehabilitation program. Through you, Madam Chair. Minister, how many contractors are engaged with this 6 million allocation?
It's a company that is given a subvention.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right? Okay. So it's not people employed.
Division 05, tourism, culture, antiquities, and transportation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure item 001, general administration. Member for Couva South.
And of course, further, as I've been asking in relation to different divisions, Madam Chair, just for saving time again, under the broader item description of salaries and cost of living, how many persons will be employed in relation to 08 vacant positions? How many, and will the new sub-item allocation of $500,000, will that be adequate, and so on? So wherever it rears its head, questioning along that line, and information requests.
Again, I have block figures: 121 positions, 62 positions filled, 59 vacant. How many bodies? Only 59. We don't have precise particulars on the number of bodies acting in vacant positions. And they also have 221 daily rated workers, but these are block figures. And as I said, they don't have the breakdowns. You'll have to get them for you.
And I know you analyze data a lot.
Yes, I do.
So I'm sure that when it comes your way, it will assist you also.
I will scrutinize it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Item 002, tourism.
As I said, Madam Chair, further to my request under 01 and 02 and the others.
And 08, yes. Item 007, culture.
Similar request, Madam Chair.
Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Member for Vancouver South.
Yes, Madam Chair. 16 contract employments, $7 million will be spent. How many contract positions, the titles, and the compensation packages?
$126 positions, 95 filled, and they're looking to increase contract employment in 2023. They'll have to give you the details.
Yeah, I've asked for the.
I know, I'm just giving you some
Yeah.
global figures, and you'll
problem.
get the details.
No
Okay?
problem in it.
Right.
Item 002, tourism.
Again, Madam Chair, under line item 16, contract employment, a similar request.
Item 006, transport.
Again, under 16, a similar request.
Item 007, culture.
Again, under 16, contract employment with allocation of $4 million, a similar request.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, tourism. Item 006, transport. Item 007, culture. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Members for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am at line item 22, Tobago Performing Arts Company. I see it as a new sub-item. So if we can get some information on this $5 million expenditure, please.
It's a company, and that's a subvention for the company. So it's not direct employees. It's a company.
Yes. Is it a
They
new?
get a subvention.
Yeah, so it's new because there was no allocation.
It was established in the last fiscal year.
Thank you.
Division 06, education, research, and technology. Sub-item 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Member for Vancouver South.
Madam Chair, and again, for the purposes of time, 01, salaries and cost of living, the $7.6 million, how much or how many teachers in this instance, vacant positions under 08 and so on, and whether this $2 million increase in allocation, or not increase, but a new sub-item will assist in the recruitment of how many and so on.
Figures again, 214 positions filled, 88 vacancies. That is with respect to civil servants. With respect to teachers, 754 positions filled. Total number of contract officers, 451. Number of daily rated workers, 185. And the breakdowns will have to be provided.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Item 002, primary, secondary, and vocational education.
Again, Madam Chair, based on my line of requests, 01 and 04 and so on.
Item 003, library services.
Similar under 01 and so on.
Item 004, school feeding program. Item 007, Happy Haven School, Tobago Council for Haven School.
Similar request, Madam Chair.
Item 008, Tobago School for the Deaf, Speech, and Language Impaired.
Under 01 and 08, similar requests.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva South.
16, Madam Chair, this allocation of $10,220,000 in relation to numbers, job title, compensation packages, and so on.
Item 002, Primary, Secondary, and Vocational Education. Item 003, Library Services. Item 007, Tobago Council for Handicapped Children, Happy Haven School. Item 008, Tobago School for the Deaf, Speech, and Language Impaired. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Primary, Secondary, and Vocational Education. Item 003, Library Services. Item 007, Tobago Council for Handicapped Children, Happy Haven School. Item 008, Tobago School for the Deaf, Speech, and Language Impaired. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 006, Educational Institutions. Item 007, Households. Member for Tobago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at line item 101, School Feeding Program. I'm seeing an actual spend of $16 million in 2021. I'm seeing an allocation for 2022 of $17 million and a revised estimate of 14.5. Just given that this is in the time of school closures, the school feeding program.
What they are telling me, they were feeding children during the COVID period through the community centers.
Okay, thank you. I would also like to look at line item 15, Student Support Services Unit. 2021, well, we saw only $288 expended, but revised for 2022 as well, just 50,000. Is it that because of COVID, it was not operational, the student support service?
Online. They were online.
They were online. Okay, thank you. Oh.
Item 009, Other Transfers. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at line item 6, the grants to students in need attending public schools. Does this line item include the uniform grants that would have been given out for students coming back out to physical school and who would have been in need?
You're referring to 06?
Yes.
Right. 819 students were assessed and benefited from these grants in fiscal 22.
respect to Tobago Hospitality and Tourism Institute, could the minister inform this meeting how many members of staff currently exist at this institute?
They don't have that information on hand. They will have to provide it for you.
And how many students are enrolled?
Also provide that information.
Thank you.
Division 07, Community Development, Youth Development and Sport. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Vancouver South.
Again, Madam Chair, under the respective line items 1, salaries and cost of living in relation to how many persons are employed and so on, with respect to the allowances, if there are any outstanding sums, that is under 04, and under 08 vacant positions, how many and whether the allocation will be adequate. And as I said, as we go along under the different subheads, the same line of questioning.
Item 002, Community Development.
Further to my request.
Item 004, Labor.
Further to my request, Madam Chair.
Item 008, Sports.
Further to my request.
Item 009, Youth Affairs.
Further to my request also, Madam Chair.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Vancouver South.
Yeah, 16 contract employment. Further to my line of questioning in terms of how many contract positions, compensation packages, and the titles to the respective contract position.
Again, I have a global figure, 280 contract positions, 245 filled, 35 vacant.
Thank you.
Item 002, Community Development. Member for Vancouver South.
Under 16, Madam Chair, a similar request in terms of 2022 and what will happen in 2023.
As I just indicated, the figures I gave is a global figure. So there's no breakdown. They have to provide that figure.
Yeah. Okay.
Item 004, Labor.
And 16, based on what the Minister stated, I will defer to the provision of information.
Item 005, Occupational Safety and Health.
Similar with request to line 16, contract employment.
Item 006, Business Development Unit.
Similar requests in relation to line 16, contract.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Item 007, Youth Energized for Success.
And of course, well, that has been transferred.
Item 008, Sports. Item 009, Youth Affairs. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Community Development. Item 004, Labor. Item 005, Occupational Safety and Health. Item 006, Business Development Unit. Item 007, Youth Energized for Success. Item 008, Sports. Item 009, Youth Affairs. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Subhead Sorry, Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm at line item 09, National Service. There would have been an estimate in 2022, nothing revised, and then we have the same 100,000 being allocated in for fiscal 2023.
There wasn't any ceremony in 22.
Okay. So there's an anticipation that there will be one.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
There's another residual effect of COVID.
Division 08, Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration.
Thank you, Chair. Sir, in relation to similar requests I've made here this morning with respect to 01, salaries and cost of living, also in respect of 04, allowances, whether there's any outstanding sum under this head, and with request to 08, vacant positions, how many vacant positions, whether the 2 million allocation will be sufficient, and so on, as we move ahead.
I am advised. The response is the same. They will provide the information for you. The same issue would arise with respect to allowances because, it's not an exact thing. People have to apply for them, they have to be audited and so on. Okay? But whatever information is available will be provided.
Thank you.
To maintenance of roads.
Further to my request.
Item 003, maintenance of buildings.
Further to my request in relation to the line items.
Item 004, transport.
Similar, Chair.
Item 007, mechanical workshop.
Similar.
Item 009, the environment. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, maintenance of roads. Item 003, maintenance of buildings. Item 004, transport division. Item 007, mechanical workshop. Item 009, the environment. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, maintenance of roads. Item 003, maintenance of buildings. Item 004, transport. Item 007, mechanical workshop. Item 009, the environment. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm at line item 02, development of green space. In the 2022 estimate was 20 million, of which 500,000 was expended or revised to be. And now we have an estimate of $8 million. Can we just account for how we went from needing 20 to now requiring 8?
The projects under consideration in fiscal 23 include upgrading of coastal areas to enhance the tourism-based offerings at Black Rock, Turtle Beach, King Peter's Bay, Charlottesville Beach, Petitrew, which is in Lambeau, and Bucko Beach upgrade. The new administration has restructured the program, so the expenditure on this particular item is a little less than what was there before. Okay, a lot less. I wouldn't argue with you. I said I wouldn't argue with you.
Division 10, Health, Wellness, and Social Protection. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration.
Again, Madam Chair, with respect to the relevant line item on the salaries and cost of living overtime allowances, the respective request of
I can make a general statement, though.
Yes.
219 permanent positions, 141 filled, 78 vacant. Again, number of bodies within vacant positions, we'll have to get that for you. 750 daily rated workers, and those are global figures.
Item 002, Hospitals. Item 003, Health Centers. Item 004, Public Health and the Environment. Item 005, sorry, Member for Couva South.
Contract employment, similar request, and 36, well, I'll hold on it. Can move on. Sure.
Item 005, Social Services. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Hospitals. Item 003, Health Centers. Item 004, Public Health and the Environment. Item 005, Social Services. Item 007, Probation Services. Item 008, Litter Eradication Program. Member for Couva South.
Under 16, Madam Chair, how many persons were employed with this allocation of $3,841,000 and $3,841,400 in fiscal 2022, and how many will be in the projected expenditure of $4 million in 2023?
They will have to provide that information for you by way of a breakdown.
Thank you.
Item 009, Gender Affairs. Item 010, Emergency Social and Medical Assistance Unit. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 003, Health Centers. Item 004, Public Health and the Environment. Item 005, Social Services. Item 008, Litter Eradication Program. Item 009, Gender Affairs. Item 010, Emergency Social and Medical Assistance Unit. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Division 11, Settlements, Public Utilities, and Rural Development. Subhead 01, Public Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, a similar line of questioning based on what I've put to the minister under the previous division.
Figures: 25 permanent positions, 20 filled, 5 positions vacant. If there are bodies in vacant positions, that information will have to be provided. 23 daily rated workers.
Thank you very much.
You know how cooperative I am.
Item 002, settlements. Item 004, electrical inspectorate. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, settlements. Item 004, electrical inspectorate. Member for Cooper South?
No.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, settlements. Item 004, electrical inspectorate. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Division 13, sports and youth affairs. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Member
Thank you,
for Cooper
Madam Chair.
South.
To the minister again, based on my previous line of questioning under the previous division with respect to salaries and cost of living, allowances, vacant positions, and so on.
It's moved to community development. So they'll provide it there.
Okay.
Item 002, sport. Item 003, youth. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, sport. Item 003, youth. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, sport. Item 003, youth. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Item 007, households. Division 14, Office of the Deputy Chief Secretary. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Cooper South.
Thank you very much, Chair. With respect to a similar line of questioning that I've put to the Minister this morning on the 01 and 04 and so on.
I can only assume, having read the newspapers and looked at one or two Facebook videos and some TikToks and other communication in various forums and media, that this is the originally planned situation. May change. So the number of positions filled, 1. Number of vacant positions, 27. I cannot say what I would be able to report at the end of 2023. It may be a little different.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see a sense of glee on the face of the minister in his response.
No.
But I know that there
just
is
a light moment. There's no glee here.
But I know that there's a substantive person who has been elected to that position, so I will. And you must continue to have faith in that person.
That is not the point I was trying to make. What I was saying is that there is one permanent position and 27 vacancies. I was speaking about the vacancies, not the one permanent position. You got it?
I guess you're commenting in your position as chairman of the PNM.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Diaspora Relations. Member for Point of Appeal.
Yes, Madam Chair, under 00 Diaspora Relations, I see contract employment for $5 million under diaspora. Could the Minister get some information?
Because this is brand new, the current situation is that there are 135 contract positions, none of them filled. So you have 135 contract positions, 135 vacant.
That heading diaspora relations.
I am being told that because there are no permanent positions at this time, no permanent establishment positions for that area, the positions would have to be filled on contract. It's new, so they haven't got around to dealing with the Public Service Commission and working out an establishment and that sort of thing. So the plan is to fill these positions by contract while those details are being sorted out.
Thank you.
Item 003, Energy Bureau. Item 004, Foreign Direct Investment. Item 005, Intergovernmental Relations. Item 006, Policy Monitoring and Evaluation Secretariat. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Diaspora Relations. Item 003, Energy Bureau. Item 004, Foreign Direct Investment. Item 005, Intergovernmental Relations. Item 006, Policy Monitoring and Evaluation Secretariat. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Current Subsidies and Transfers. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the Development Program Consolidated Fund. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure, spans 6 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. B, Extension Services. D, Fishing. E, Forestry. Member for Vancouver South.
Grove, Forestry, and Upper Watershed Management. This is a reactivated project. Is there any indication how this allocation will be spent, Minister?
They will provide those details to you in writing.
Okay, thank you.
F,
Land Management Services, Member for Vancouver South.
With respect to line item 463, agriculture access roads, Tobago, there was an estimate of $8 million to be spent in fiscal 2022. That ballooned to $17 million Minister, could we get a breakdown of how this was spent and where?
They will have to provide the information for you. They don't have the list here.
H, you're on the H? Member Fukuva North, sorry. This is land management services, correct? Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I'd like to refer to the same line item. The actual spend for 2021 was $10 million for project 463, Agricultural Access Road, Tobago. If the Honourable Minister would be kind enough to provide us with a breakdown of the actual, what was spent for these and the projects.
Yes, the officers have told me they will provide that information.
H, research and development. A, electricity. D, drainage and irrigation. D, tourism. G, business services. D, roads and bridges. H, C, transport. Item 004, social infrastructure. Honorable members, item 004, social infrastructure, spans 14 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. B, primary. C, secondary. E, special education. G, educational services. A, hospitals. B, medical and dental centers. C, public health services. B, land development. A, culture. C, sports. A, community development. C, welfare services. D, youth development. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, spans 4 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. We are now at page 42. A, administrative services. F, public buildings. G, equipment and vehicles. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,493,816,632 for head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,493,816,632 for head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the Chief Administrator. Thank you very much. Thank you to the rest of the members of the Tobago House of Assembly.
Thank you.
Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago. Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, $33,342,000. I will now invite the Minister of State in the Office of the Prime Minister to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Office of the Prime Minister's Central Administrative Services, Tobago OPM CAST, is a forward-thinking, technologically driven service organization with a highly skilled workforce that facilitates Tobago's long-term development. OPM CAST aims to provide timely, professional, and effective administrative, legal, and meteorological services to the people of Tobago. I wish to thank the team at CAST for their dedication. Despite the setbacks of the pandemic, we were able to advance a number of our projects and programs in the last fiscal year. Our Met Services was able to acquire much-needed software upgrade as well as equipment, which has enabled us to provide the people of Tobago with reliable, real-time information. This year, we were able to facilitate high school and university students once more in our school vocational employment program. A total of 15 interns participated. We were able to assist 6 nonprofit organizations on the island as they work to impact the lives of people. We once again hosted the Republic Day Route March, and I wish to thank all who participated. CAST will continue to utilize the resources in a responsible manner and ensure that all we do redound to the benefit of the people of Tobago and the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago by extension. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $33,342,000 for Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $33,342,000 for Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 71. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, trade and industry. Item 005, meteorological services. Item 007, Registrar General. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, trade and industry. Item 005, meteorological services. Item 007, Registrar General. Subhead 03, minor equipment services. Sorry, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 005, meteorological services. Item 007, registrar general. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Item 007, households. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the Development Program Consolidated Fund. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 47. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. A, administrative services. Member for Tabakit.
Sit down. It's G. Aman. When we get.
B, F, public buildings. G, member for Point of Pierre, we under public buildings.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, public buildings, rehabilitation of the Central Administrative Services, Tobago. I presume that's the offices in Tobago. It's a refurbishment project, or what is the plans for that building?
Okay, thank you for your question. This would entail work at the Met office, where we will be refurbishing the AC unit as well as the fresh air system, and also work at our main office, which would entail the after-school center and the gym. We had some issues there, so we're going to be refurbishing those.
G, equipment and vehicles. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this line item, Minister, we would have seen $7 million being spent in 21, and then another $2.8 million in fiscal 2022. We're allocating $4 million. Again, what equipment, I guess, have we been purchasing, and are we continuing to purchase for this?
As I would have mentioned in my opening, we were able to acquire equipment for Met services. In terms of going forward, $1.8 million of that would go towards the acquisition of a voltage regulator for the same Met services. That will be done through the Central Tenders Board. $200,000 approximately for the upgrade of the MEP mobile app, and also the purchase of additional automatic weather stations for placement throughout the island.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $33,342,000 for Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $33,342,000 for Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, officers. Thank you, other representatives. Ministry of Public Utilities. Ministry of Public Utilities, $2,572,761,000. I will now invite the Minister of Public Utilities to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I welcome the opportunity to participate in the deliberation of the Standing Finance Committee for fiscal 2023. The Ministry of Public Utilities received an allocation of $2.8 billion. This would be used to underpin our development thrust in the utility sector, which continue to place emphasis on the transformation and the modernization of the sector to allow for a more agile delivery models using smart networks and increase adoption of digital services to improve the quality of life and the reliability of the services to our population, in particular to unserved and underserved communities. In this regard, Madam Chair, the following is noteworthy. The transformation plan for WASA is underway. With respect to climate change, special emphasis is being placed on enhancing disaster preparedness and building resilience for utilities to mitigate the effects of climate change with its extreme weather events such as flooding, as we have been experiencing over the last few days. In this regard, the following is not noteworthy. The procurement of a GO-16 satellite receiving system by the Meteorological Services Division to enhance its capability to monitor and analyze evolving weather conditions. The commencement of the construction of a modern fit-for-purpose building to house the head office of the Meteorological Services Division, and the acquisition of an amphibious vehicle for TNTech to aid in its response time in extreme weather conditions. In fiscal 2023, we will conclude the waste characterization study for Swimcall to commence the construction of an engineered landfill at the Forest Park landfill. We will continue to aid the less vulnerable people in our society, the vulnerable groups and poor groups, to provide and to have access to utility services like REAP, that is the Residential Assistance Electrification Program, the Water Tank Assistance Program, the Utilities Assistance Program. And in conclusion, Madam Chair, I wish to thank the Permanent Secretary and all the staff of the Ministry of Public Utilities for the work that they continue to do in order to provide enhanced services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $2,572,761,000 for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $2,572,761,000 for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead, Item 002, Meteorological Services. Member for Princess Town?
Sorry, ma'am, no,
okay.
Wrong line.
Which West?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at subhead 08, vacant post salaries and COLA without incumbents. I note that there was an allocation in 2022 of $321,600, none of which was spent, but there's now an $800,000 allocation. Is it then that there are now more vacant posts? Yes.
What number are you looking at?
08, vacant posts, salaries and COLA without incumbents.
Yes.
My question, Minister, is I note none was utilized in 2022, and now we have more than a doubling in 2023. So my question is whether there are now more vacant positions, which means that people would have left, etc.
No, we're actually looking to fill 13 vacancies in the 2023 fiscal. So
Minister,
that
then-
allocation is to ensure that those persons, once they occupy the vacant positions, that their salaries are paid.
Minister, would that level of vacancies, given the size of the spend for wages and COLA and salaries, that's a substantial number. How many people are in the establishment that would have, well, how many people are in the establishment then?
I don't have the amount of persons that are on the establishment for the Met Office,
Yeah.
but at this particular sub-item is to fill 13 vacant positions.
All right. Well, the point I wanted to clarify is whether this being a substantial number of vacancies would have adversely affected the ability of the organization to effectively function. It's a very important organization, especially given the kind of weather we've been having now, and an increased reliance on by the national community on the information provided by the Met Office.
What's the question?
Whether it has
No, it has
adversely
not.
affected.
It has not, but I can tell you that the team of officers that are currently employed there, they're doing human service, and I have no evidence that the vacant positions, the 13 vacant positions that I've referred to, would have impacted the work of the division. As a matter of fact, they continue to do great work in light of the little challenges that they have.
That being said, Minister, I want to take you back to 03, overtime for monthly paid officers. I note that you had an indication initially of spending $288,000 in 2022. That's for overtime. You've actually spent, well, proposed to expend in the revised estimate $588,000, which is more than, well, almost twice the initial allocation. Is it because of the fact that we have these vacancies that have now existed that we are now
Perhaps.
asking the others to increase their...
That might be the case.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 005, Electoral Inspectorate. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, line item 16, contract employment. I listened to the answer that you provided to the member for Urpooch West, and my question under line item 16 of contract employment is that there's an increase of $6,194,000. Is there a challenge with respect to manpower, the Ministry of Public Utilities, in terms of we continue to see an increase in the area of contract employment? And if you can give us an idea of the number of persons employed on contract at the Ministry as at September 30th?
No, so there isn't a challenge. What happened is that over the last year or 2 years, a number of contract positions came to an end. And recently, the Cabinet took a decision to have those contracts renewed. So what you're actually seeing here is an estimate to pay for those persons who would have been on short-term contract to now transition back into the positions, the contract positions that would have been established and approved by Cabinet. So once those contract positions come to an end, they will now be deemed or take up the position of short-term employment until such time the approval would have been granted by the Ministry of Public Admin as well as the Cabinet to confirm and or extend the contractual position so that those persons can resume their contractual engagements. What position? Where is it? We have it here. Which one?
Short term, long term, short term.
Okay.
This is as a purpose.
So currently we have 109. Okay, down here. So it's 100. Okay, so we have 114 contractual positions, and 33 are filled. We have 81 vacant positions, and we are looking to have 75 of these positions filled over the next couple of months.
Minister, in light of that answer, can you indicate whether or not additional positions will be created to facilitate this increase, or whether or not you are sticking with that 114 positions?
We are sticking to that.
Okay.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, may I draw your attention to line item 66, hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions. Minister, I noticed there's a steep jump from $10,000 to $970,000 for this next fiscal year. Can you offer an explanation as to what likely will be those new seminars, conferences that you plan to initiate during this fiscal year?
With lockdown, what we started doing in the Ministry of Public Utilities is engaging a number of communities across Trinidad and Tobago. As you would have heard me said on a number of occasions in the past, we have established regional water improvement plans. We've completed Northwest, Northeast, Central, Southwest, Southeast, and Tobago. And what we plan to do is engage the members of parliament, councillors, etc., going into the various communities so that they can understand the plans that we have to improve water supply, access to utility services, the grants, etc. So we intend to ramp up that in the next fiscal year, and this increase is to allow the ministry to have those public engagements.
Chagonas West.
Minister, in terms of line item 22, I'm just following on my colleagues who preceded me. I see an increase here of just over $500,000. This is page 229, line item 22, short-term employment. What I wanted to find out, Minister, is likewise as my colleagues before, do you have a number of how many short-term employees as at the end of September 2022?
About 75.
About 75. Now, this fiscal coming year, do you expect to increase this number?
No, I expect the numbers to reduce because, as I've indicated a short while ago, we are approaching Cabinet to have some of these contractual positions renewed. And once they're renewed, we get the necessary approval, some of these short-term officers will transition back into their contractual positions.
Are you able to say whether any percentage of these short terms will be put into stable positions? In other words, is it that there's a move to move them from short term to more stable positions?
All right, so remember this is a projection. So you look at how many contractual positions will come to an end in the 2023 fiscal, because once those contract positions come to an end, you don't have to deem those contractual positions, those contract officers, put them on short term. So this projection, or this budget, is to cater for those persons whose contract will come to an end, and they will have to be compensated based on the provision that you would have made for short-term employment.
Member for Kamucha Mansinala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, line item 17, training. I noticed there was nothing for 2022 estimates nor in the revised estimates, but we have $250,000 for training. So my question is very simple: what does this training entail? Who is it for?
We are preparing officers for seminars, training for the new procurement legislation and what have you. What happened last year, you would be quite aware that because of the lockdown over the last 2 years, a number of these trainings, certainly was not happening. But now that we are out of lockdown and public officers are now back at the job, we are now making a provision so that some of these normal training that would normally happen in the public service, that we can recommence training. And this particular item, we're hoping that we can undertake a number of training in the area of the new procurement legislation.
Member for Oropuch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to draw the Minister's reference to line item 42, street lighting. I note that you had a 2022 estimate of 40 million, but you went up to 108 million. You are now asking for 103. My query is with regards to the increase in 2022. Can you advise what accounted for that increase?
let me explain. This item allows the ministry to pay TNTEC for the lighting of all our parks, street lights around the country. The monthly amount is about $9.2 million. With $9.2 million, the $123 million that is being provided for here will allow the Ministry of Public Utilities to settle the entire amount for 2023. And I think that there is about 2 or 3 months owing arrears from last year's allocation. So that increase will be to allow the ministry to settle the outstanding arrears and to pay up to the end of this new fiscal year.
Vancouver North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 42, street lighting. Minister, does this line item deal also with the repair and installation of... Okay.
The Ministry of Public Utility will have to pay TNTEC on an annual basis to light our roads, highways, secondary roads, parks, open spaces.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam. Honourable Minister, line item 21, repairs and maintenance buildings.
21?
Yes, 21. I noticed under general administration, and out of curiosity, is this the core ministry in terms of the building at Tragorate Road? Can this building, the property, is it a rental or is it
rental
owned by the ministry?
Rental.
Can you indicate who are the proprietors?
I don't have that information.
Would you be able to provide us with that?
Of course.
And Madam, if you would allow me, with respect to line item 42, I know my colleagues raised the issue of street lighting, and the minister indicated that this really is a transfer to TNTEC. Minister, does TNTEC provide a work program to the Ministry of Public Utilities in terms?
No, I didn't see the transfer.
It was a payment.
A payment.
It's a payment.
Yes.
My apologies.
Yes.
It's a payment, essentially.
Delay.
Well, essentially a transfer. Line item 42, street lighting. Does the ministry, the public TNTEC, do they provide a work program to the ministry, or is it vice versa in terms of the actual infrastructure that this is used?
For new lighting. This is existing. That is a bill that is incurred by the Ministry of Public Utilities. It's a bill to pay TNTEC to have our streets lit, our grounds, open spaces. That is what it's costing the Ministry of Public Utilities to have our street lights come on a nightly basis.
Sure. And the increase here really is reflective of paying off arrears and for the next coming year,
yes,
that
so,
you anticipate?
In the last fiscal, the 2022 fiscal, the amount that we would have received, it took us up to, I think, July. So this increased allocation will be to allow the Ministry of Public Utilities to settle the outstanding arrears from 2022 and to pay all outstanding bills coming for the new fiscal year.
Okay. Member for Point of Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 53. This 2023 estimate is $250 million. Refund to WASA, line item 53.
To WASA, 53,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yes.
53. Refunds to WASA, water improvement rate. For my own appreciation, could you just explain what that line item is about?
Under the Water Works and Water Conservation Act, WASA receives a payment for its water improvement rates for the supply of water to its industrial customers at Point Lisas. All right? But according to the Act, once that money is received by WASA, it has to be deposited into the consolidated fund. It doesn't go straight into WASA's coffers. And the Ministry of Public Utilities, via allocations under this particular head, the Ministry of Finance, will refund WASA that amount based on the collections it would have received from its industrial and commercial customers on the estate. So that is what this is all about. So WASA receives the money from its industrial customers, commercial customers. It is deposited in the consolidated fund, and then the Ministry of Finance will allocate the amount to WASA under this particular head.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. West.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister, I'm looking at line item 28 on page 230, and what I observe is that there is a marked increase. The actual amount for other contracted services 2021 was 93,000, 2022 195, but I see a slight increase there now for this estimate. What services are you contracting under this line item?
The list of these services, but I can provide that in writing.
Appreciated, Minister.
Sure.
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleague from Chaguanas West just asked the question. Minister provided an answer.
So item 002, Meteorological Services. Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam, I'm looking at page 231 under line item 21, repairs and maintenance of buildings, and there's an increase of 4.7 million under Met Services. And Minister, when I look at and I know we are not there as yet, the development program, there's a 5 million allocation for a new building. So I'm trying to, 10. I'm looking for an explanation with respect to why we're spending 4.7 on maintenance of the existing buildings when the new buildings is costing us, well, you said 10, I saw 5. If you can provide an answer for that.
The current building, there are some occupational health and safety issues that the Ministry of Public Utilities would have to deal with at this particular point in time. Of course, a new building will take maybe 24 months or less to be constructed. We can't wait for 24 months, to construct a new building for the Met Office and not deal with existing issues. So this particular item will allow Ministry of Public Utilities to deal with some of the urgent safety issues to provide a safe working environment to the staff.
So it becomes OSHA compliant. That's what you're saying? So that your existing building becomes OSHA compliant?
No, so that they will not be in breach of the OSHA laws.
I'm very happy for you because in Princestown at the PTRC, we have been begging for the past 4 years for that building to become OSHA compliant. We have not been receiving the funding from central government.
That building doesn't fall under Ministry of Public Utilities.
Okay. Madam, if you'd allow me to go on to the area of telephones under line item 05 on page 230, I just wanted to find out from the Minister whether this is a reflection of outstanding arrears, because there's a jump to $667,780 additional from what was last year's allocation.
No, I don't have the information that we have some arrears under that item, but based on our estimates, we believe that this amount will be enough to allow the Ministry of Public Utilities to settle outstanding bills to Flow, TSTT, and some of the other service providers.
Okay.
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to go back to line item 21, where we have this $4.7 million increase in the allocation. I'm very concerned because I'm also seeing a similar increase on the repairs and maintenance for equipment. Because for the last 2 years at least, from 2021, based on the 2021 figures and the 2022 revised, it appears that very little spend was placed on the maintenance and repairs to buildings and equipment, so that we got to a situation now where, as the Minister just described, the conditions of these buildings and likely the equipment as well is in such a state that it requires substantial investment now. Can the Minister indicate why it was allowed, why the Ministry allowed these buildings and equipment to run down to the point now where we have to inject a substantial amount of money on the repairs and maintenance?
I agree that the Ministry stood and allowed the buildings and the equipment to go into disrepair. We get an allocation from the Ministry of Public Utility, from the Ministry of Finance, and based on the allocations received, we will undertake some of the most critical work to preserve the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and that is exactly what we are trying to do here.
Minister, can you indicate what equipment is, I'm looking at line item 15, what equipment is proposed to be 15? It's on page 231, repairs and maintenance equipment. What equipment are we referring to that will require the expenditure of $4.729 million?
I don't have a list, but they're all part of the meteorological services arsenal of equipment that they required in order to do its work.
With regards to line item 17, is the increase in training that has been projected for $2.3 million, is this increase in training related to the repairs and maintenance of equipment, or is this something
what number? What number?
Line item 17, training, you've moved from $60,000 to $2.3 million.
What's the question?
My question is whether this increase relates to the repairs and equipment, the repairs and maintenance of equipment, or is this separate training that relates specifically to the Met Office provision of their services?
Well, I'm seeing here that it is to cover the payments for various fees and licenses, like cost of customs brokerages, the annual fee to Massey Technology for support to their computer equipment.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Princess now.
Minister, line item 12 on page 230, material and supplies. There seems to be a doubling, and if not a tripling, in terms of what was allocated over the past couple of years to 417,000 increase in this year. Can the Minister indicate to us under this heading of materials and supplies for the meteorological services, what sort of materials and supplies we are looking at in this line item?
All right, so this increase will be to purchase radiation recorder, expendables, ribbons, charts, pressure testing and filling of hydrogen cylinders, purified water for the hydrogen generator, and all these things to allow the equipment to function.
So this is pretty much like an upgrade, similar to the buildings.
It's not an upgrade. It is part of the recurrent cost to allow the Meteorological Services Division to have use of these equipment, the payment of software and all these things to allow it to function.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Minister, if we look at line item 15, this is on page 231. Repairs. Yes.
Yes.
Minister, can you tell us what additional works we expect here? What do we intend to cover with this increase?
To give us. Just undertook to give us the list.
Thank you.
Yes. Item 005, Electrical Inspectorate. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Met Services. Member for Princestown.
Honorable Minister, page 233, line item 02, Office Equipment. And here we are seeing a 900,000 increase, and I notice it's a pattern with respect to the meteorological services. We don't begrudge them, but can the Honorable Minister indicate why so much is being invested into repairs and new office equipment, etc., seeing that you're looking forward to occupying new premises, etc., with this $900,000 increase?
What number is it?
Line item 02, office equipment.
Yeah. So as I've said a short while ago, the new building will take approximately 24 months to be completed. But we have to ensure that the Meteorological Services Division continue to function, continue to work. The money here will not be wasted. Perhaps when the building is completed, you will not have to purchase desktops and tablets, etc., for the staff to function. So the increase that you would have alluded to a short while ago is to allow for the continuity of the work of the Met Services Division.
Madam, if we look at line item 04, other minor equipment, Minister, there's also an increase by 821,000 under the meteorological services. And with respect to the question that was asked by the member for Urupuchi West, the evidence seems to be very clear that the meteorological services, that entire department has been left to run down if you look at the allocations that were made in previous years, but particularly in this year, there are huge increases, which gives you the impression that the meteorological services have been left to be run down over the past few years, taking us to where we are today. And therefore, the other minor equipment, we see the increase under line item 04 of $821,000. So when I say to the Honourable Minister, it seems to be an upgrade, and the answer is being provided by the Minister as well. This is not only for today, but for future. You look at the lack of investment in these critical areas, especially in light of the rains and the weather conditions we saw over the past couple of days, that the Met services have been really left on their own in terms of lack of being properly resourced. Honourable Minister.
I totally disagree, Honourable Member, because the Met Services has been doing human service. As far as I am concerned as Minister, I'm quite happy with the work that they continue to do, the advisories, the warnings, the use of all the equipment to update and to provide the people of Trinidad and Tobago with reliable data. What we are actually doing here is to ensure, as we move towards the next 5 or 10 years, that they make use of all the necessary equipment, technologies, etc., because all of us understand that the weather patterns that we have been experiencing over the last 5 years is very troubling. And it is very, very important that the work of the Met Office is scrutinized. It is very important to ensure that they are properly resourced so that they can continue to provide the people of Trinidad and Tobago with reliable advisories, reliable information, reliable data, because that is a key function of their responsibilities. So I think we ought to be very happy that the government of Trinidad and Tobago is of the view that the Met Services Division should continue to play a critical role in our utility sector, and that the resources that we are providing to them would ensure that the division continues to do the work that we expect it to do, especially in difficult times as we have been experiencing now.
Honourable Minister, in light of the answer that you've provided a little while ago, I am in no way questioning the data or the work of the Met Office. So let's get that clear first of all. What I'm saying is that the evidence suggests, when you say that the Met Service is properly resourced, when you look at the figures over the past couple of years, that does not appear to be true. Because you're seeing huge increases in specific areas.
Another question to the Minister, because I believe you've made that submission. The Minister has responded.
I'll wait for the other subhead, Madam.
Excuse me?
I'll wait for the other head.
Yes, thank you. Item 005, Electrical Inspectorate. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. When I look at line item 04 and 05, the Caribbean Meteorological Organization and the Caribbean Meteorological Institute, there's an expenditure of combined of $5,698,000 for fiscal 2023. And Minister, we all know about the impact on prevailing weather conditions and so on on Trinidad and Tobago and the region. But how does could you elaborate on how the country will stand to benefit from this expenditure?
The Meteorological Services Division in Trinidad and Tobago is a member of the Caribbean Meteorological Organization, the Caribbean Meteorological Institute, the World Meteorological Organization. They're all part of regional and international bodies. And I can say that they collaborate on a consistent basis. They share data, they share information, training. There are a number of opportunities that are available to the staff of the local Meteorological Services Division as a result of the fact that Trinidad and Tobago is a key member of these regional and international organizations. And the allocation that you are seeing here is to allow for our continued membership of these regional and international organizations. And as long as we continue to be members of these organizations, all of the facilities and all of the resources, training, etc., that are available as a result of our membership, we will continue to have access to them. And this is to allow the Meteorological Services Division, the Ministry of Public Utilities, to pay for the membership fees for these organizations. And as a result, we get access to all of the services and the training that they offer.
Item 003, United Nations organizations. Item 007, households. Member for Princeton.
Thank you, Madam. Honorable Minister, line item 06, Utilities Assistance Program. And under this, we see an increase of just over 3.5 million. Can your Honorable Minister indicate to us, with this increase of 3.5 million, how many persons does he anticipate will, or households he anticipate will benefit from this?
So let me give you a breakdown. Under the Utility Bill Assistance Program, there's a total projected beneficiary of, for 2023, 13,250 citizens. And that will be further broken down by 1,100 beneficiaries for TNTech and 1,320 WASA, as well as, I don't have that figure, but you have persons also benefiting from our solar assistance program, our water tank assistance program, etc. So we anticipate that by this particular expenditure, there can be 15 to 20,000 citizens benefiting from these programs.
To the Honorable Minister. Minister, in light of this utilities assistance program and the figures that you provided to us, can you indicate what is the criteria that is used to disperse this assistance? Criteria, is it that people apply, or
yes.
how is it calculated?
Yeah. So people go on the ministry's website, they download the forms, they email it directly to the ministry. We also get a number of applications from councillors, members of parliament. People find all different types of ways to submit applications on behalf of vulnerable citizens, but there's a criteria. My understanding is that your income ceiling must be $7,000 and below. It goes through a process where the staff of the ministry will conduct field interviews, they will talk to the applicants, and they will make a recommendation to a committee, a utilities assistance committee at the ministry for those persons to receive their particular assistance. Of course, those are persons who cannot afford to pay for their electricity bills, they cannot afford to pay for their water, they don't have sufficient water storage on their compound. So a comprehensive assessment is made, and as I've said, we get applications online, we get applications from councillors, members of parliament, and once they meet the requisite criteria, then those persons will be recommended for assistance.
Member for Moruga Tableland.
Part was asked and answered, Madam, but Minister, if you could further supply us with regards to the $4 million that was utilized in 2022 with regards to the tank assistance program. Could the tank assistance program, I know you said this is with regards to a system with regards to the TNTech bill and also with regards to WASA bills, but you mentioned the tank assistance program?
Of the utilities assistance program.
Right, so if it's possible to get with regards to who would have benefited for the last fiscal year.
What that has to do with this allocation?
Yes.
are you asking a question under this particular
Under that
allocation?
allocation, with regards to the 4 million, what portion of that was utilized with regards to the tank assistance program? The reason for asking that, Mr. Minister, I have a vested interest because I have communities without the water tanks.
And a number of your constituents benefited under this program. A number of them get utilities assistance, electricity, water tank. I would have written to all members of parliament on both sides, indicating the number of their constituents that would have benefited from these programs.
Greatly appreciated, Minister. So then, with regards to providing the information in writing with regards to constituencies that would have benefited from the tank assistance part of that allocation.
No problem.
Thank you.
Just now, we have an order here.
Oh, yes, Madam Chair.
We have an order here.
You know, I am always an orderly gentleman.
I know that. So that's why I'm giving orders to Member for Princess Town.
Thank you.
Member for Princess Town. You change your mind? Okay, so Member for Kuvan.
Madam, I'll accept.
Oh, okay. we very...
I noticed,
Thank
Madam.
you for joining us.
Madam, back to line item 06 under the Utilities Assistance Program. Minister, again, based on the answer that you provided a little while ago, can you indicate how long persons are on this program, and is there a periodic review for being on the program?
I am not too sure whether there's a continuous assessment as to whether persons should remain on the program. Is there a review? Is there a review that is conducted? Yes. So my secretary is that the staff of the ministry, there's continuous assessment to ensure that those persons who get assistance for the payment of their utility bills, WASA, TNTEC, that process is an ongoing process to determine whether or not they should remain on the program for assistance.
Okay. Minister, I also heard you, with respect to the answer you provided to the member from Maruga Tablan, indicate that persons who have applied for the various constituencies that you furnished MPs with letters and so on. I know many of my constituents have applied, and I have not received any letters from you, so I'd be very happy if you can provide me with a copy of that letter you would have sent to me.
That they are in receipt of water tanks and...
No, you said that you have written to MPs, so I'm just asking.
Listen, in the context of efficiency, Member for Princess Town, you know, I don't think that what you're asking for here now is really a matter for this committee, you know, the provision of the letter. So I'm sure there may be another way for you to get that. Remember, we are being efficient today. Member for Kuva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to the same line item. And Minister, if you would be kind enough to provide us with a breakdown for the actual spend of 2021 and for 2022.
Okay, so I'm not going to let us go back to 2021, exactly. And I'm certain the Minister already undertook that from Maruga Table and for 2022.
Not just for the tank, but for the entire utility assistance program. Okay, all the recipients by constituency.
You're not going back to 2021, eh?
Well, we'll take it for 2022, right? A breakdown of
Member
recipients by constituency.
West, Member for Kuva South.
Madam Chair, 06 Utilities Assistance Program. I heard the answer from the Minister, and really and truly I would like, with haste, to get a copy of that correspondence you referred to that were dispatched to ministers.
Back there, what about the efficiency point?
Well, I want the minister to be efficient in terms of...
I've already said to Member for Princess Town that this is not allowed under this exercise. I am sure you can get it in another way.
Certainly,
okay?
certainly.
All right, so item 009, other transfers. Item 011, transfers to state... Member for Princess Town, the one I just finished, or this one we're going to?
New one, ma'am.
Right.
11.
011, transfers to state enterprises. Member for Princess Town.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, I'm under line item 02, Solid Waste Management Company Limited, with a decrease of 7 million. Now, Minister, I know you are the minister with responsibility for the Solid Waste Management Company Limited. Can you indicate, with respect to the decrease of the 7 million, how this will impact on the operations of SWIMCOL in light of the public challenges that they are having with respect to the capacity of landfills, etc.?
Tell you that the reason why that you're seeing a decrease is as a result of some improved management systems at the Solid Waste Management Company of Trinidad and Tobago. The company has embarked upon a number of projects and programs where the use of vehicles and the rental of vehicles, you have seen a marked reduction. They are utilizing more internal resources. They are repairing vehicles that were not being utilized for years, and as a result of that, there would have been an increase in vehicle rentals because of not repairing vehicles internally. They're also looking at the management of their security systems, the use of technology, the use of virtual guards, or what have you. And as a result of that, there's now a reduction in their operational cost, their annual operational cost. So the $7 million that you would have alluded to in terms of the reduction of their operational cost would have been as a result of improved efficiencies in the management of the utility company.
For Oropouche West.
Ask and answer, Madam Chair.
Okay. Subhead.
Through PN.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards. We are at page 235. Member for Oropouche West.
Yes, ma'am. Sub-item 51, Water and Sewage Authority. Madam Chair, I note that there's a reduction of $337 million allocated to WASA. Madam Chair, I am curious as to what would have prompted such a substantial decrease in the transfer to WASA.
Transformation plan for WASA. That has been made public. We've been speaking about that. There will be some staff rationalization at the management level, and we expect the transformation to move through different phases over the coming fiscal. So we expect that there will be a reduction in the amount of monies that are being spent in the area of personnel expenditure.
Minister, can you give us a breakdown that will identify exactly how this reduction would take place?
I don't have that information. Right now, the transformation is taking place. The transformation plan was provided to the board, and the board has been mandated to implement the transformation plan as approved by Cabinet.
I understand that, Minister, but...
1 minute, maybe if we go on to the other book, you may be able to ask the questions a little more specifically. Okay, so honorable members, we'll now go on to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. So we are at page 213. 51, Water and Sewage Authority, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Member for Princess Town.
Minister, can you indicate to us what would account for these large decreases?
So again, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, the cabinet recently approved a transformation plan, and the board has been mandated to implement the transformation plan. And we believe that at the end of as they go through the various phases of the transformation, there will be some cost savings in those areas.
Okay, Minister, can you indicate categorically whether this reflects persons who have been removed, fired, axed from the establishment?
What are you talking about? Remove, fired, axed? I don't understand that.
Under line item 0, what would account for the decreases in these areas? Are these persons who would have once received these benefits no longer on the establishment? Is that what you're saying?
Projection.
Based on your transformation plan?
Absolutely.
So,
Yes, and Madam Chair, the Minister has indicated to my colleague, the member for Princestown, these are projections in terms of the decreases. But if you, in 2022, you have been paying persons to the tune of $187,500,000, and you are projected to reduce this by $96,281,751. Could the Minister indicate to this meeting, based on the projections, how many persons will not or may not stand to benefit from this reduction in allocation?
I understand the question, Madam Chair. How many persons stand to benefit as a result of the reduction? I don't understand the question.
No, I think, Madam Chair, we have reached the stage now whether the Minister is playing smart with foolishness. And in the context of this meeting, the purpose of this meeting to get information on behalf of the opposition and by extension stakeholders of Trinidad and Tobago who may be looking on to this at this meeting, I think the Minister is just dancing the question or evading the question. Is as simple. If you are paying 10,000 people with $187.5 million and you are decreasing this expenditure by $96,281,751. Simple maths tell us whether there is a projection to reduce the manpower requirements of WASA in 2023. And by how much? To tell me here that you do not understand the question is either you are hiding the report that was referred to during this debate that has been passed on or was in draft stage, had the sight of the Board of Directors, and is probably on the way to the Regulated Industries Commission, and this is the evasive tactics that is being pursued here by the Minister today.
The first response I give stands.
Okay. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same line item. I want to use both 01 and 02. On both, under both subheads 01 and 02, that's salaries and cost of living allowance and wages and COLA. We moved in 2022 from an estimate of 150 million to 187 million under your watch, Minister. So on the one hand, we are saying that there's need to cut, but here we see that you have increased by a total of about 60 million between your estimate for 2022 and your revised estimate for 2022. Can the Minister advise what accounted for that increase?
Emergencies that would have taken place, the amount of work that would have been done to repair leaks, repair roads. So these things do happen from time to time. There are a lot of things that took place at the North Oropouche plant. There are some parts in Tobago, a number of plants that went out of operation. And given the criticality of these disruptions that would have taken place, that you will have increases based on what would have been anticipated at the start of the fiscal year.
Minister, but wouldn't that have been taken up under like short-term contract officers, etc.? This would be establishment workers.
Using establishment.
And would that not have been taken up under the overtime, the increased overtime that you are referring to below? Because during that period, you also have an increase in overtime.
Yes.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Curaçao.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With respect to 29 overtime, daily rated data item, Minister, there's a projected increase in the expenditure of $2,310,842. With respect to fiscal 2022, is there any outstanding overtime for the daily rated employees, or has this been fully disposed of. You don't have that. Could you get this information based on the fact that I've been privy to a number of demonstrations outside of the head office of the Water and Sewerage Authority where persons have been protesting for their overtime payments?
And what are you asking for?
You said you did not have the information.
Yes.
And I'm asking.
You're asking for the information?
Yes.
And I will provide it to you.
And with respect to 30 allowances, with respect to daily rated workers, also, Madam Chair, if you look at the 2022 estimates, there was an expenditure of $3,459,000. The authority is projected to expend $11,545,346 in 2023. Well, is the minister in a position to inform this meeting why there's an increase of $8,086,346 for fiscal 2023?
I don't have the data, but I suspect it may have been as a result of arrears that would have been incurred over the last year or so.
Well, of course, Minister, could you clarify that in writing for the benefit of this meeting?
Certainly.
And I'm sure that the relevant recognized majority unions may be keeping a close watch on your responses here this afternoon.
I think all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, they're keeping a very close watch on what is happening here.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration, member for Princestown.
Madam, line item 68, water trucking. The leader of the opposition in her presentation mentioned on several occasions, Madam, that this budget presentation was anti-poor and anti-middle class. And when I see a decrease of $2 million in water trucking, especially affecting constituencies like the one I represent, Moruga Table, and many of the rural constituencies, I would like an answer from the minister. Why wasn't more invested in water trucking in terms of the limited capacity of WASA to provide pipe-borne water, especially in our rural constituencies? And even in his constituency, I see they're always protesting for water. Why was there a cut by $2 million in water trucking?
With the leader of the opposition and all members of parliament on the other side, that this budget is anti-poor. As a matter of fact, this budget is a reflection of the government's commitment to protecting the people of Trinidad and Tobago, especially the vulnerable groups. And we will continue to work and we will continue to do whatever we have to do to protect the vulnerable people in Trinidad and Tobago and those who require all the protection whilst we advance the circumstances of the people of this country. Now, what would have resulted in a reduction in water trucking under this particular item? I want you to listen carefully. I want the people of Trinidad and Tobago to listen carefully. We had started a community water improvement program over the last 2 years. This program has resulted in a number of communities all over Trinidad and Tobago, including the member for Komuto Manzanilla, who would have received 2 brand new booster stations. The member for Moruga Tabland, a Laloon booster is being constructed. Who else? A number of communities, Couva North, I think, they are about to award a contract for that brick field in that brick field area. What we would have observed over the last 2 years is that because the program would have targeted communities that were basically relying on water trucking to have access to water, the program was designed to respond to water challenges. The result of that is that those areas no longer rely on water trucking to have access to water. And the data would have shown, and it continues to show, that in a number of areas that rely heavily on water trucking over the last 2 to 3 years, because of the CWIP intervention, they no longer depend on water trucking to have access to potable water. And this is a result of the decrease in allocation by $2 million for water trucking services. And we will continue to see a decreased allocation because, of course, once you improve water supplies around the country, citizens will not have to rely on water truck, save for the regular disruption that will take place from time to time on any water grid around the world.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister regarding line item 12, Minister Materials and Supplies. I know that there's a decrease of some 91,169,793 for the 2023 estimates. Minister, can you perhaps provide an explanation for this decrease?
So this particular item we would have used to, pay for the monthly desalcot bill. And as a result of some challenges we were having in meeting the monthly expenses or the expenditure on a regular basis, the Ministry of Finance would have put together a revolving loan facility. And as a result of that, this revolving loan facility with one of the banks, the local banks, we utilize that credit funding to ensure that we pay for the desalcot bill on a regular basis. So this particular item is now taken care of by that revolving loan facility, and it would have resulted in a reduction in the allocation made under materials and supplies.
Just to be clear, this item for materials and supplies is for desalcot?
Including desalcot. There are a number of other things like desal water for 7 Seas, pipeline repairs and maintenance, plant repairs and maintenance, the purchase of chemicals, alum, chlorine, polymer, activated carbon, hydrated lime, and other chemicals for the treatment of water supplies. So okay. That particular item was also being used to pay desalcot, but that is now being taken care of under a special credit arrangement.
Thank you. If I may, Madam, just to ask a question on the line item 69, road reinstatement, and I'm sure lots of my colleagues will have questions as well. But Minister, can you, by way of perhaps in writing, indicate for the road reinstatement, the sum of 19,279,443, a list of the roads within the country that are anticipated to be repaired under this program?
Yeah.
Or give us an overview.
The particular item is not really to restore or to pave roads. It's really to allow the utility company, once the road is excavated, to repair a leak. Is to ensure that that particular part of the road that was disrupted, that it is repaved within that short period of time. And over the last couple of months, we have done quite a number of work to ensure that the backlog of outstanding repairs that we completely eradicated. And we believe that with the work now being done by the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Local Government, this allocation would be quite sufficient to allow the utility company to restore roads over the coming fiscal year.
Thank you, Minister. And you use the term short, and in my own constituency of Faizabad, we have these challenges. I'm sure my colleagues do. Is there any standard within WASA in terms of the time, any standards in terms of the time when these roads should be restored after repair work?
Yeah, the RIC standard is that the roads should be repaired within, I think it's a 6 or 7 day period. The first restoration, temporary restoration, to as soon as a leak is repaired, and within a 7 day period, the road should be fully restored in accordance with RIC standards. Now, I was not satisfied that WASA was complying with those standards. In addition, I was not satisfied as Minister that the standard and the quality of the restoration was consistent on what is needed. And I've taken a decision together with the Board of Commissioners to utilize experienced road paving contractors to now come in and do the restoration. So as we repair the leaks in-house, utilizing in-house crews, as well as some external contractors, in every region you will have an experienced road paving contractor that will be responsible for doing proper and timely road restoration.
And Minister, in light of that response, can the population get the assurance then that these external contractors will be obligated by way of the contract in terms of the time for repair and the quality of the work? Is that what you're telling the population?
So and that obviously would form part of the terms of engagement. So there's now seamless collaboration taking place between the repair crews, the leak repair crews, and the road paving contractor, so that as soon as a leak is repaired, the road paving contractor will be notified so that they can restore the roads within a timely basis. And that is as a result of what would have transpired in your constituency recently, where I was told a number of roads or potholes were repaired, and that is because we would have utilized external contractors to come in and do it, and that will happen all over the country.
Thank you, Minister.
Much, Madam Chair. And I refer the Minister to line item 68, water trucking and so on. And Minister, this does not have to do with any sense of criticism, but the reality in terms of, I don't know if you are in a position to tell this meeting how WASA deals with the issue of requests for water trucking, because in recent times you would be very familiar that 1 in every 90 supply schedule was instituted unilaterally on the constituents of Couva South in areas such as Calcutta number 1, 2 and 3, Central Park, Middleton, Indian Trail, Dow Village, and so on. And the cry has been, when requests are made to WASA for a truck-borne water supply, persons get reference numbers from WASA, and they have to wait 3, 4, 5 days. Sometimes they give up even trying to stay on the phone 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 25 minutes, and so on. And they cannot get in to put in such a request. So I'm appealing to you in the context of this water trucking exercise that WASA embarks on some kind of reform of its communication system in terms of taking calls and also ensuring that the reference requests, when persons are given a reference number, that request is dealt with at least within 24 hours.
Madam Chair, I think the member would have outlined the case for the transformation of WASA, and I thank him very much for that.
North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 69, road reinstatement, WASA. Minister, under this line item, the actual spend of 2021 was $40 million. When we look at what you budgeted for in 2022, you significantly decreased the estimate for 2020. It's here, it's in the book. If you read, the first column is 2021 actual. And what this book is telling us is that $14.94 million, 40 million, was utilized under this line item in 2021. But what we see happening here is in 2022, you estimated at 18 million, and in 2023, you are coming now to estimate at 19 million. The revised estimate for 2022 was 18 million. So when we look at what was actually spent in 2021, we clearly recognize that, Minister, you have been under budgeting for this line item, and that is why our nation roads are in such a deplorable state after WASA passed through. They're not fixing the road. Can you advise us if, in your opinion, you think that this 19 million is going to be sufficient to complete the repair works after WASA conduct their repair to the lines and the leaks? They need to rehabilitate the road to its original condition. Can you advise us if, in your opinion and in your professional opinion, you think this 19 million is going to be sufficient?
Yes, it is sufficient, and I believe the $19 million allocated here, WASA will be able to conduct timely road restoration with this allocation. And if it is not enough, the necessary virement and transfers from other heads, that can happen. It is quite, I'm very satisfied.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to refer the Minister to line item 04, electricity. I saw that the actual spend in 2021 was $7.2 million. But you estimated $95 million in 2022. and you're now estimating again 95 million in 2023. Is it, Minister, the reason? Is the reason that, I mean, I'm looking at a transition from 7 million to 95 million within 2 years. Sorry? Okay, I'll take your figure. 70 million as a revised estimate. So we moved from 7 million to 70 million as a revised estimate, and you're now asking for 95 million. 2021, 7 million. 2022 revised estimate, 70 million. So that was a 1,000% increase. The question, Minister, I want to find out is whether this is because we have had a buildup of arrears under this head for electricity. And if so, for how long have these arrears been allowed to accumulate? And, sorry, go ahead, Minister, I'll follow up afterwards.
In fact, owing TNTech, and we believe that the 95 million allocation for 2023 will allow the utility company to settle all outstanding arrears to TNTech.
Thank you, Minister. I assume that this was a substantial amount of arrears. Minister, the important question, though, is with regards to this, is for what period these arrears cover?
I don't have that information.
Would you be able to provide that to me, sir, in writing?
Yes, Member for Tobago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I would just like to refer to line item 69, but based on your answer, which was that the road restoration takes place after WASA would have fixed the leak and you had to restore the road. However, I have had particular instances where a leak is left unattended. It has caused landslips and damage to property. I mean, in CARICOM, for example, families in danger of losing their home. And so where is that covered if it's not under this line item? And are we seeking the redress of where leaks are left unattended for a prolonged period of time and it causes damage to the roadway or property? That being landslips, where are we, where can citizens seek redress in that instance?
Most citizens, from time to time, if they believe that they have a legitimate claim against WASA, they will seek legal counsel and take appropriate legal action against WASA. We have a number of claims before the utility company dealing with that, right? And there is a line item that deals with the settlement of claims.
No, but where it pertains to the roadways, like where it causes a landslip, so it impacts the road.
Well, you see, if you're referring to, I think you're speaking in general terms. I just want to make it abundantly clear, member, that oftentimes people would blame the utility company for landslips because of leaking lines, etc. I think we need to understand that there are a number of areas in Trinidad and Tobago where the land shifts, and that is a regular occurrence, especially in constituencies like yours. But when you have regular land movement, the infrastructure beneath the earth surface is also impacted by shifting land. And we often have to grapple as to whether or not the leak is causing the landslip or the landslip is causing the line to break. So I don't wish to answer, because that is a very contentious issue. And if citizens believe that a leak would have contributed to landslip and it would have impacted their property, of course, they take appropriate action against the utility company. Recently, the court threw out a case where a person would have alleged that a leak would have caused damage to their property, but they could not have proven in the court that that was in fact the case, because the position of the utility company was that the line was impacted as a result of regular land movement that would have taken place in that particular area.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, back to line item 69, road reinstatement, WASA. I wanted to ask the Minister whether or not he is aware of WASA's Quality Service Standard Report dated August 2022, in which that report, and the Minister alluded earlier, where he said he was not satisfied by the performance of WASA in terms of meeting the RIC standards, so the reinstatement of these roads. But I wanted to ask the Minister whether he is aware of that Quality Service Standard Report dated August 2022 that says that on an average, only 3% of all the projects for reinstatement were attended to in that last financial year.
Strong. Why in the discussion certain other matters may arise, I will not allow the main focus of this committee to go on tangential matters. If you wish to interrogate that report, there are going to be ample opportunities and other mechanisms available to you. But right now what we're dealing with financial estimates. Okay? Yes.
In item 60, materials and supplies and contract employment. The minister earlier said that this has to do in terms of line item 12, material and supplies, with the SAL cut. But the minister, when asked by the member for Faizabad for further details, also indicated that there were other things in this. And when asked what were the other things, we found out it has to do with infrastructure, with pipelines, etc. When we look at last year's allocation, there was a cut, and this year there's another cut in the area of materials and supplies, which will impact the work of WASA. Similarly, with contract employment, when combined, last year, WASA was cut by $350 million in these two areas. This year is cut by $250 million. Again, can the minister say under these two line items how it has impacted on the service in terms of WASA's operation in the area of contract employment, having less manpower, and materials and supplies of not being able to provide the infrastructure that's needed? Or why would there have been cuts in these two areas?
People of Trinidad and Tobago. Money alone, or the allocation of money, will not guarantee the performance of service. It is good, honest, proper management.
Table on.
Asked and answered, Madam Chair.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd just like to point the Minister's attention to line item 69, road reinstatement WASA. And Minister, in this fiscal term for 2023, there is a proposed 1.2 million increase from the revised estimates of 2018. Minister, I'd just like to bring to your attention that there's some significant outstanding road repair works along the Waterloo Main Road, where WASA would have repaired the leaks, but the road reinstatement is still outstanding. And I would really like your intervention in ensuring that these works that are outstanding along the Waterloo Main Road can be conducted, possibly with the increase that has been requested in this year.
Fanaparima.
I refer to item 69 again, and perhaps the Minister, I do not know if you did it already, give us an idea of the level of consultation and collaboration between your ministry and the Ministry of Works and Transport to ensure that there is some coordination with respect to their road repairs and your need to resurface the road.
Yeah, I will not allow that under this, and I guess what happened is, Member Fanaprima, maybe you came in a little late and missed the Minister's explanation for what road reinstatement was, what that vote related to. And why I wouldn't allow it is the answer was that this is for leaks that WASA's fixes and WASA's responsibility to reinstate its own leaks. So going on to the coordination with Ministry of Works and Transport and so on, I don't think it's relevant to this particular vote. So if you have another question, no, I'll come back to you. Member for Puch West.
I refer the Minister to line item 23, fees. And I note that there's an increase in the proposed spend for 2023 from from 14.3 million to 16 million. Revised estimate to proposed 2023. Can the Minister indicate what these fees constitute? Can the minister then provide a listing of the attorneys that benefit from this proposed 16 million and for the last 2022? I know it will be difficult to project 2023, but can the minister then provide a listing of the attorneys who would have received benefit for this 14.3 million in 2022? Thank you, Minister.
Member for Coover South.
Item 16, contract employment. The revised estimates for 2022 indicated that WASA spent $274,248,000, and there's a projected decrease of $154,086,189 for 2023. Could the minister provide a breakdown as it relates to this, or how this projected decrease has been arrived at?
I'm sure I can.
Well, I'm willing to listen.
And that is as a result of the transformation plan that's supposed to be in effect. And we anticipate that as we move through the various stages of the transformation, that there will be less need for an allocation of $278 million in the areas of contract employment.
Yes, so does that mean that you have eliminated the entire managerial staff at WASA?
It simply means that after the transformation, people will now be in established or permanent positions. So there will be no need to carry a bill of $278 million for contract employment. In the new transformed WASA, we don't anticipate that you will need $278 million to carry that massive bill of $278 million for contract employment. Persons will now have permanent positions within the transformed utility company.
How many persons are paid with the, or have been paid with the 2022 revised estimates, Minister?
How many
have been paid?
I don't have the figure.
You don't have the figure. And can you give me the undertaking that that will be provided?
Of course, I can give you.
And with the projected decrease of $154,086,189, it will mean in 2023 you will pay, or you are projected to pay $124,161,811 through contract employment. How many persons will be paid with this allocation?
So as I explained,
no, I just want the numbers.
Let the minister answer.
So, Madam Chair, as I explained to the honourable member, I cannot provide the exact numbers. These are just projections. And we believe that as we go through the various stages of the transformation of the Water and Sewage Authority, that there will be a less need for the utility company to continue to rely on $278 million for contract employment. In a new and a transformed utility company, persons will now occupy permanent positions within the new establishment.
Thank you, Madam. Minister, just to follow up on that last comment you made, can you indicate how many positions that currently exist in the contract employment category will be absorbed in the establishment?
I can't say that, member, because the transformation is taking place. So as we go through the various stages of the transformation, once that information and data is available, I will be more than happy to come and present it to the national community and more so this parliament. But I don't have these exact details at this point in time because the transformation is in effect as we speak.
Minister, while I understand that, you indicated earlier that these are projections and there must have been some sort of criteria recipe to come up with these figures in terms of the projections.
Yeah.
And you alluded earlier that many of these persons will now go onto the establishment. If you're in the transformation process, you must know how many of these positions you expect will now come on to the actual new establishment that you're looking forward to. Is it that it's not that far gone?
I don't have that information.
I suggest at this stage, unless people intend to interrogate another item, that we want another subhead. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Item 009, other member for Oropuch West, under 007, households. Yes.
Honourable Minister, I noticed under 01, contribution to daily paid pensions, there's been a decrease of $4.5 million in the allocation. Can you indicate what would account for this drop in the anticipated spend for daily paid pension contributions?
I don't have that information, member, but I'm sure I'll be able to provide it in writing.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 009, other transfers. 55, Regulated Industries Commission. We are at page 233. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Member for Princess Town.
Thank you, Madam. Minister, line item 66, and I raise this question in the context of what the Minister of Finance said in his budget presentation,
What he said.
that the RIC will propose new rates by the middle of 2023. Now, under line item 66, hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions, there's actually no allocation here. And part of the RIC's process is to hold public consultations before determining the new rates. So the question is, why is there no allocation here that will lend a voice to those who wish to engage in these public consultations through the RIC?
Let me make it abundantly clear that the RIC understands its responsibility under the Act. The RIC understands that in any process for a rate review in Trinidad and Tobago, public consultation is very, very key, because failing which, the court can take issue with the legality of the process that is utilized for the review of rates for water and electricity. The RIC fully understands its rules and its function and its responsibilities where a rate review is concerned. Concerning your particular question, 66, I am of the view that under 62, line item 62, promotions, publicity, and printing, there is an increased allocation from $275,000 to $350,000, and I believe that the allocation here can take care of the need for the RIC to undertake public consultations in the rate review process in Trinidad and Tobago. And if, for whatever reason, it does not have sufficient resources, of course, the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Public Utilities will get the requisite resources to allow the utility company to undertake public consultation in the rate review process.
62, you are suggesting that it could be via to 66 for that purpose.
Yeah.
But 66 is the actual vote,
yeah.
and there's nothing there. So I'm hoping that this is not an attempt by the government through the RIC to muzzle the voice of citizens on this issue of water and electricity rates.
But let me respond and say that the government does not get involved in the work of the RIC. The RIC is the sole body, independent body that is responsible for doing its work where a rate review is concerned. And we believe that if the utility company, or rather if the commission is of the need that it requires additional resources to do its work, the Ministry of Public Utilities will facilitate and will work with the commission so that it can it can discharge its statutory responsibilities to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. This rate review process will not be undertaken in secret or in silence.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Honorable members, we will now go on to the draft estimates of the development program, consolidated fund. Item 003, economic infrastructure. Item 003, economic infrastructure, spans 3 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. Project A, electricity, member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam. Item 589, illumination of public spaces. It's listed as a reactivated project, project number 589, with an allocation of $450,000. Minister, can you give us an idea of this reactivated project? Because I asked in the context, I was looking for an area in which I can raise this. But several constituencies are affected. I know my constituency of Princestown, Chaguanas West, and others have been inundated with correspondence from TNTech to Ramlila groups in particular, who have requested that these public spaces be attended to in terms of the illumination of these public spaces. And many of these Ramlila groups have been met with a letter saying that there is no funds available for this particular issue to be addressed. And then when I see this line item here, 589, illumination of public spaces with a reactivated project, can the minister indicate whether there's a proposed program of work for this illumination of public spaces, and whether or not the minister can give an immediate intervention to assist these Ramlila organizations who wish to use these public spaces but have not been illuminated in terms of these grounds?
I will recommend or suggest to the honourable member, you can write me personally, the Ministry of Public Utilities, and make the requisite request. The Ministry of Public Utilities will work with TNTech, to assess the circumstances, do the necessary budgeting, and based on the proposal that we have here for $450,000, all requests will be facilitated.
Member for Faizaban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, with regard to item 591, Minister, additional transmission infrastructure to move power from TGU to national grid. I note the expenditure in 2022 of $23,630,000, and the estimate in 2023 is $1,500,000. Two questions, Minister. Can you indicate then whether this reflects that this project is fairly well advanced?
That by February of next year, that project will be completed. And based on the allocation that we had in the previous financial year, and sums remaining in hand, together with this particular allocation, we will move this project to completion.
Second question, Minister. There have been some issues in my constituency, as you're aware, with regards to the compensation for lands acquired for this infrastructure. Can you indicate whether this vote is intended to provide that compensation as well?
Well, the budget that was put in place to execute this project would have taken into consideration the cost for land acquisition to be paid by the state and or TNTech. So the allocation would have taken all of these things into consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, I want to draw your attention to line item 581, National Street Lighting Program, where there is a $5 million estimate for 2023. According to the 2023 PSIP, it is the intention of TNTech to increase the LED lights in terms of installing over 1,600 LED lights in 2023. Can the minister advise in terms of the amount of LEDs that were installed during the 2022 fiscal that would have utilized the $2 million as advised in the revised estimate? If you can provide that information, Minister.
Yes. So the jobs, it entailed the installation of 626 LED lights, inclusive of 111 new light poles. This improved the safety and the security of almost 2,504 residents across Trinidad and Tobago. And we anticipate that in 2023, with this increased allocation, we can achieve 1,625 new LED lights across the country.
Minister, would this vote also include the installation of solar-powered lights as well?
No.
No?
No, just
okay.
the LED lights.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Moruga Tableland.
Minister, with regards to line item 586, the lighting of parks and recreation ground. I see there is a $1.2 million that was utilized in 2022. If the minister could indicate which communities recreational park would have benefited. And because I would have written the minister, I'm glad that to see an increased allocation of the $5 million. I would have written for 5 recreation facilities in my constituency, but to date I got no feedback with regards to St. Mary's, Warwell, and also in Kanhai, Barapore.
What I can tell you, member, is that concerning your request, it is under consideration of the Ministry of Public Utilities and TNTEC, and very soon you will get a response to your request. But the areas that benefited, your colleague sitting next to you, Mayaro, he would have benefited from 2 big projects under this particular line item, and we expect for those 2 brand new projects to be rolled out over the next month or so. But in addition to Mayaro, Point 14 would have benefited Port of Spain, Dabadi, Omera, and that's essentially, we did not do much in the last fiscal year, but with this increased allocation, we expect to impact a number of communities, including Moruga Tableland.
So by the time we sit in the next Standing Finance Committee, Moruga would be included in this projection.
Let's stick to this Standing Finance Committee.
Member for Kuwa, no?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to draw the Minister's attention to line item 581, National Street Lighting Program. Minister, there's an increase there of $3 million with an allocation of $5 million for this fiscal term. And I would like to inform the Minister that we have, through Kuvanot and through Councillor Taxi and Councillor Dubraj, we have requested lighting in areas that there isn't any street light, like Rupsing Road Development, Joyce Road North and South, Chananagore Road, St. John's Road, Palm Avenue, and Petersfield. In these communities, we need street lights, and there are significant amount of street lights that are to be repaired. We'd like if you can take consideration of these areas in the utilization of this $5 million in the upcoming fiscal term to have these projects completed.
Okay, so you'll be happy to know that recently we undertook a comprehensive review of all the requests of members of parliament on both sides, taking into consideration what is left in the pool of resources to respond to all these various requests that keep coming on a regular basis. That I have taken a decision to approve all requests on both sides of the House, but of course that will be impacted by TNTEC's ability to execute these projects. But all requests, we have facilitated them, we have approved them, and I expect in the new financial year, based on TNTEC's capacity, you will see a number of projects being rolled out all across the country.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister. And Minister, I'd just also like to bring to your attention the lighting at the Cali Bay facility. This is something that I have been speaking about for more than a year now, which you are fully aware of. I know the Minister of National Security would have made the request to you for the assistance in having that Cali Bay facility illuminated. So can you kindly also take that into consideration in this next fiscal term?
So what I would suggest, member, is that I don't know about this specific request, but you can feel free to write me on it, and it will be included in our program moving for the new fiscal year. I can't recall this particular item that you're raising, this particular matter that you're raising. Perhaps you did. I'm not saying that you did not. But
Minister, I have raised that on several occasions of the recommendations and the meeting with the minister, but I will
What are
oblige.
we
I will write
disputing
you.
here? The recall or let's don't quibble on things. Member for Couva North, you've asked, the minister says he's asked, proposed how you should move forward, and that consideration will be given. Okay? Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 581, National Street Lighting Program. I have sent you a comprehensive list. I've had that delivered to your office. So with this figure of $5 million, I do hope that my constituents can benefit out of this $5 million in this fiscal year.
I anticipate that all constituencies will benefit, including Chaguanas East.
Thanks.
Member for Princestown.
Madam, line item 596, replacement of transmission infrastructure. Minister, as you know, in light of what has occurred over the last year with 596, replacement of aging transmission infrastructure. Minister, do you have a scope of work in terms of what areas of aging transmission infrastructure will be impacted by this allocation of $8 million? I mean, I'm happy to see it, but if you can have an idea of which areas have been identified to replace this aging transmission infrastructure.
So that would include, member, the refurbishment of the St. Mary's Galeota Phase 2 link. That was completed in 2022. 2 transformers were procured, North Oropouche to Toko link. And all of these would have been completed in this 2022 fiscal. For 2023, we intend to continue work at St. Mary's Galeota to the 3 kilovolt circuit, phase 3, the replacement of an underground cable at Port of Spain to the Port Authority at 33 kilovolt circuit, and the infrastructure and electrical works for the replacement of these 2 transformers at Ryson Road. And there are some other areas within the St. Mary's area.
Okay. Minister, can I just ask a follow-up question with respect to the Gandhi Village substation under this line item? Recently, there were some challenges there, as we all know. Can you indicate whether or not there are ongoing works at the Gandhi Village substation, or has those works been completed?
I don't have that information, but I can provide that to you in writing.
And similarly, Minister, if you can give us an idea of whether or not there's a review, particularly of some of those substations that really transmit most of the power that results in these blackouts that we've seen last February and these dips that we're continuously having, whether there's a review process with respect to these aging infrastructure throughout the country.
The TNTEC is always looking at its grid and doing the necessary work to ensure that we minimize the possibility of disruption on its transmission and distribution grid. We also have to understand that TNTEC is mainly a distributor of electricity. We have 3 independent power producers that produce the electricity. It is transmitted over the TNTEC's grid, and TNTEC will distribute the electricity. Say for Cove Power Station in Tobago, where the actual production of electricity is done, and it's under the control of TNTEC. A number of times we have disruption. It is as a result of issues that may have been taking place at the independent power producers, where TNTEC will have to do some load shedding that would result, obviously, in disruption. But I can tell you that essentially the utility company is doing quite well in its maintenance program to ensure that we have a robust electricity grid. And that was also highlighted in the report that I laid in Parliament earlier on this year with respect to the national blackout that occurred on February the 16th. The utility company also utilized its internal resources to undertake some key preventative maintenance. So what you're seeing here does not reflect all of the maintenance that the utility company would be engaged in from time to time.
And Minister, line item 586, the lighting of parks and recreation grounds. The answer that you provided to my colleague from Moruga Table, and I just wanted to have an idea, based on the increase in this particular area, how does the ministry determine, because I'm sure you're getting requests from all MPs, how do you then determine in terms of priority which grounds are the ones that will be addressed in the next financial year, seeing that this allocation will not be able to cover all?
I certainly cannot cover all requests, but I can tell you that now that we have an allocation, the ministry will be working with TNTech to now design a program based on the needs of the respective community, the urgency, whether or not you have high incidence of crime, and all of these things will be taken into consideration. So now that we have an allocation, the Ministry of Public Utilities will now work with TNTech to now design a program based on the allocation that we receive.
Minister, can I make a plug? We are in the middle of Ramlila celebrations right now, and Pier Road Recreation Ground in the constituency of Shogunas West. They are plagued with problems on that ground in terms of simply replacing fixtures and so on. But TNTech has communicated that they don't have the funding.
Do they have lights?
Some are working and some are not. But it's a matter of the fixtures, just simply replacing the fixtures. But TNTech has written to them indicating that they don't have the funding for it.
So we have a serious problem in Trinidad and Tobago, because whilst, yes, there is an allocation for lighting of facilities, playing facilities, and what have you, the regional corporations are responsible for their maintenance. TNTech is not responsible. So this allocation is for new lighting. Once TNTech does the installation, it is now the responsibility of the various regional corporations, and that is the reason why we hope that the opposition support reform of local government, because once you have a reformed local government bodies all across Trinidad and Tobago, they will now have the financial resources to be able to undertake all these repairs, so that you don't have to depend on TNTech to take DP funds to do what should really be done under recurrent expenditure.
Well, Minister, you're speaking for the future.
I'm sure you would like to give, you've had the floor for quite some time, I'm sure you'd like to give an opportunity to your other members. I can take you back. I'm sure you're that courteous.
Yes,
Member for Miari.
Certainly.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 601, Renewable Energy Initiatives. May I just ask if solar lighting will fall under this vote?
So the ministry is involved in working together with TNTech on a wind resource program.
Wind.
Examine the feasibility of utilizing wind as an alternative form of energy in Trinidad and Tobago. So we have 12 sites identified, and we are evaluating the wind studies from some of these sites. The allocation you are seeing here is to allow the Ministry of Public Utilities and TNTech to acquire the requisite wind LiDAR equipment to have installed at some of the various locations, so that the various data can be analyzed, collected, so that, because at the end of the day, we have to look at renewables in a very, very serious way. And as we move towards the end of the contracts with the independent power producers, looking at the next 20 years, we have to now have a balance between the use of our gas resources as well as renewables, as to ensure that we have a correct balance, a correct mix between hydrocarbons and renewables for the next 25 years or so. And this particular item is to allow the requisite feasibility studies to be completed so that we can plan for the next 20 years.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question on page 84, line item 015? Transport and communication.
No, we haven't.
It's on this page right after the first page. It's on the second page.
Yes, you can, because that is, no, that is C.
Yeah.
That's postal services.
No, page 84, C, postal services. Yes, correct.
Yeah. So we'll take you when we get there?
Okay, sure.
Okay. Member for Shogunas East.
Madam Chair, I just want to go back to 586 for a few seconds. In relation to the response given to the Minister, to my colleague. Minister, what your response, that does not happen. Recreation facilities, Madam Chair, through you, once it's illuminated, it's not maintained by regional corporations. Maybe you're speaking of parks, but that does not happen from my experience. Ramlila celebrations, it's a huge event each year in the community of Felicity, And it's simply to give it some priority. Each year, the residents, the committee, they face this very same challenge to have the area illuminated, bulbs, etc., repaired. All we are simply asking is if you can give it some priority as it relates to having the area illuminated. And it's not the responsibility of the regional corporation at this time.
I think I made it clear. I have absolutely no objection to facilitating the request on this particular item. I was referring generally to the fact that where maintenance is concerned, it is a responsibility. But oftentimes, the utility company now have to use DP funds to do maintenance work, and that is as a result of regional corporations not maintaining those facilities. But with respect to your particular request, this particular request, we have absolutely no objection. This is the PNM. We support
so
everyone.
I'm expecting you to shoot a phone call, Minister. I'm expecting you to shoot a phone call.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, under the same line item, lighting of parks and recreational ground, Honourable Minister, we have several recreation ground within the constituency of Couva North, recreation facility within the constituency of Couva North that requires lighting, and this would have been raised at several regional coordinating committee meetings at the regional corporation where representatives from TNTEC and the various utilities sit there. These are at Jerry Junction Recreation Ground, Couva Recreation Ground, Perseverance Recreation Ground, Chananago Recreation Ground, Rupsing Road Recreation Ground, Karapitrima Recreation Ground, and Minister, recently there was a murder by the Courier Recreation Ground just a few weeks ago where we lost a son of the soil, and I'm asking that priority be given to the lighting of the Courier Recreation Ground because crime has now become a major issue in that community, and if it is some level of priority can be given to the Courier Recreation Ground, we will appreciate that.
Noted, Madam Chair.
Postal Services. Member for Miara.
Line item 015, consultancy services for TT Post re-entry into the financial services market, $300,000. Minister, can you just advise what is this area of financial services that TT Post wants to re-enter?
Well, under the TT Post legislation, they can be involved in financial services, some aspects of financial services. We are looking at trying to ensure that TT Post is transformed and go into areas in order to increase and to improve its revenue position and to reduce its reliance on subventions from the state. This particular allocation is to allow the utility company to conduct and enter into consultancy services where it can advise on some areas that can be feasible and that can result in the utility company improving its financial standing. So specifically with respect to any specific project, that information certainly is not available to me at this point in time, but this is to allow the TT Post to engage a consultant so that it can advise on some areas of financial services very much in alignment with its act that can improve its financial standing and reduce its reliance on the subventions from the state in order to survive.
Minister, if, as you go along with that consultancy, if you can just keep in mind issues around safety and money transfers and so on, taking note of the spate of crime that we have going on as well.
Of course.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam. Minister, line item 014, the Delivery Network Management System Upgrade Project, is listed as a new project with an allocation of $800,000. Can you just give us an idea of what is envisaged with respect to this new project?
The network and some of the hardware devices, the UPS, etc., are the Ministry of our TT Post. It's deemed to be very much outdated, and this is to allow the corporation to acquire new devices, new UPS, etc., so that it can improve its response time and design new operations to increase and to improve the delivery time for meals, etc. as it is right now, the Ministry of Public Utilities, working with TT Post, we believe that a lot more needs to be done in the area of ICT infrastructure in order to allow the utility company to improve its services.
Which one? 022, Well Development Program.
022.
There was an allocation of...
What page?
Page 85, yes. Line item 022, Well Development Program.
Yes.
Minister, there's no allocation in this financial year. Can you indicate the reason for not making any allocations in the Well Development Program?
Okay, sorry, member, I was slightly distracted. So can you repeat?
Yeah, I just simply wanted to have an idea of the Well Development Program. In 2022, there was an estimate of 3.5. It seems that 2.6 was spent, and then there's no allocation this year. And I know the member, Minister, you've been speaking about alternative water supplies and water sources and so on, and there's actually no allocation here. So I wanted to have an idea of why there was no allocation with respect to Well Development Program.
Okay, so I don't have the information with me, member, but what I can tell you is that under one of the other items that I guess we will be coming up to in a very, very short while, the National Water Sector Transformation Program, we are working with the Ministry of Finance to design a comprehensive water intervention programs and projects all across Trinidad and Tobago. What we've noticed, a number of these items were not in alignment with the general thrust to improve water supplies, especially in strategic areas in Trinidad and Tobago. We would have heard a number of communities getting water once a week, twice a week, once every 9 days, and what have you. And it lacked a strategic directive, a strategic direction as to how we go about improving water supply. So the absence of an allocation under this particular item does not mean in any way that the ministry and WASA will not improve the water supply in this particular area. What you would see happening is that some of these projects will now be captured under the National Water Sector Transformation Program.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, line item 009. Minister, I must admit that when I saw this line item, I actually had to Google it. The design and implementation of an intelligent virtual guarding system at WASA installations.
We are now at F.
Oh, sorry.
Other water
sorry, Madam.
projects. I, water and sewage, member for Winchester.
Yes, ma'am. Line item 009, the design and implementation of an intelligent virtual guarding system. Quite a mouthful at WASA installations. Minister, is listed as a new project, and if you could give us some context in terms of what this is designed to do.
So, as we embarked upon the transformation process and looking at ways in which we can streamline the operations of WASA, reduce operational costs and what have you, we discovered that we were spending somewhere in the region of $50 million in security for WASA. And what is that? What is really costing that amount of money? Essentially, it is guards being stationed all around with dogs, batons, etc. Lack of ICT, virtual guard, cameras, all of these things were not being utilized as you would expect a modern utility company to operate. Had WASA been utilizing virtual guards, monitoring systems, etc., there will be absolutely no need for you to have a physical presence of a security officer with a baton or a dog at all of its installation. So obviously there's a need for the utility company now to invest in virtual guard system, monitoring systems, etc. You have a central command monitoring what is taking place. And in every particular region, you have a response team to deal with any particular matter. So this investment will result in a need for the utility company to, of course, increase its virtual presence, security systems, etc. But there will be no need to have a physical security officer at all of its installation. And that is all in a thrust to reduce the amount of money that is being spent on security officers, on all of its installation. You're now going to use technology, and it will increase and improve the capacity to monitor all of its installation around the country.
Member for Princess Down.
Minister, on the same line. Minister, you indicated that there will be a response unit, and it was really my next question coming off from the answer that you provided. But Minister, can you indicate whether the response team, whether or not this will be WASA police?
They'll be integrated into this new system. And it is expected that you're going to utilize the WASA security officers to now form part of that central command system to respond to emergencies and what have you. So it is an amalgamation of the technology that you're going to utilize to deploy all across its infrastructure, and you're utilizing WASA security officers to be able to respond to emergencies as they occur.
Now, Minister, while I understand that, and I understand what you said earlier with respect to the technology and the use of technology, etc., there's one component that I may have missed, and I'll give you the opportunity to indicate if I missed it and flesh out those answers. But I'm not seeing the investment with respect to these installation in terms of additional infrastructure work to secure these premises.
Like, when you say infrastructure work.
So we are seeing the technology, the installation, the use of the technology, etc., which would pretty much be cameras, etc., as you indicated. But in terms of actual infrastructure, to upgrade the infrastructure at these installation plants for WASA, I'm not seeing that investment in the
so
development
member, I'm not
program.
going to allow that line of questioning under this item. Okay? So we now go on to item 004, Social Infrastructure C, Welfare Services, member from Muruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Minister, if you'll follow me to 002, Residential Electrification Assistance Program. And if you could give us an indication as to how many households or communities would have benefited from the 2.5? Because from my rural constituency, I would have written for over 10 communities and an estimated 15 families separately with regards to this program. There were several site visits conducted, but to date, nothing was fruitful.
Site visits were conducted by whom?
By officials from your ministry.
So
I was in attendance to one.
It is still in the process of being approved. So the fact that they visited those persons, it means that the applications are all being reviewed by the ministry.
Noted, Minister.
So that's a good sign. With respect to 2022, I'm sorry, with the expenditure or the allocation of $2.5 million, I'm seeing here that a total of 90 house wiring projects were completed with 275 persons benefiting.
Right, Minister, you may not be able to give us the specific areas now, but if we could get that in writing, the areas by constituencies, who would have benefited?
You see, when we process these applications, and I will provide the information as you request, but the thing about it is that when we process these applications, we are not concerned as to whether or not you're from East, you're from West, you're from UNC constituency, you're from PLM
No, which I appreciate, Minister, but it's just me making a case more so for the community in Blackpool Trace, where I have about 25 persons stand to benefit if this project.
And that's what I'm saying. So the mere fact that they visited, it means that the applications are being considered.
I appreciate it. So I'll send a follow-up with regards to Blackpool Trace and Platonet. Thank you, Minister.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. You're under 005? Okay. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. A, administrative services.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Tabaki.
Yes. So, Madam Chair, I'm at line item 061, Community Water Improvement Program. Minister, I know this program is it's a short-term program which is intended to address service delivery shortfalls. In that regard, I have the communities of Macaulay and Forest Park who have a very serious water problem where they have months at a time. I know that you're aware of it. So We also have the communities where they're serviced by water tanks because they have no pipe-borne water, that is in Cotton Hill and Curacao, and we're having a difficulty getting those water tanks filled in a timely fashion. And so I see $43 million would have been spent in fiscal 22, and we haven't seen the benefits from that, but we're hoping to be included in the $25 million for fiscal 2023.
So I just want to assure you, member, obviously with $43 million, we certainly cannot deal with all the emergencies and all the requests that will be coming at the Ministry of Public Utilities under this specific program. It has been a very, very successful program so far, and that's the reason why the Ministry of Finance continue to make the appropriate allocation so that we, as we roll it through, we continue to address situations like Macaulay and Curacao and those areas. I can tell you that we have a number of projects identified for Central Trinidad, especially those areas in Brickfield, Carapichaima, in Freeport, targeting those communities that are getting water once every 9 days, twice a week. Certainly, we cannot continue to have that. There are a number of reasons for that. In Curacao and Macaulay, my understanding is that those communities are on the extremities of the Caroni water treatment plant, and that oftentimes when we have issues on that plant, they would be the first to feel the brunt of it. And what we are trying to do in this fiscal year is to identify some local sources of water so that to remove their dependence and or reliance on the Caroni water treatment plant. And in the identification of the local sources of water, it will be able to remove or to rather increase and improve their water supply, perhaps to 24/3, 24/4. That is the objective. So I just want to give you the assurance and to give the communities in your constituency that under this program, we will design a specific intervention to be able to address the issues as you have identified in a short while.
Thank you. We look forward to improved service delivery. Thank you.
No? Member for Cougar North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 61. Honorable Minister, in fiscal 2021, mid-year review, you requested an additional $16 million for this line item.
Yes.
And you gave an undertaking that out of that $16 million, the Brickfield community would receive an improved water supply because a percentage of that was to be used for the upgrade of the Brickfield community. On the 12th of October in 2021, last year, SFC, I made reference to that mid-year review and your commitment. And last year at the SFC, you gave a commitment that it would be executed within 2 to 3 months thereafter. Nothing happened, Honorable Minister, and I recall on the 13th of May this year at the mid-year review, I raised the questions based on what you said on this program about Brickfield, and you will mention to APU settlement. And your response to that is that Brickfield is due to commence in 2 to 3 weeks and APU settlement within 1 month. That was in May 2022. Honorable Minister, I would really appreciate, and I'm sure all the citizens who are looking at us, especially those who are affected with the poor supply of water, that when you give an undertaking in this honorable House, that you live up to the expectations of those, you live up to that undertaking. And I'd like to inform you that while you continue to promise, and these promises is never materializing, the community of Brickfield, APU settlement, and the folks for the Carapichaima area, can you now give us a new undertaking when it is the improvement of the water supply could be realized in the community of APU settlement and the community of Brickfield, please, under this line item?
So I can tell you, Honorable Member, that when I give you that undertaking, I give the undertaking that that particular project will be an approved project to be implemented under the Community Water Improvement Program. I can tell you it was approved by the Ministry of Public Utilities for implementation and execution by the Water and Sewage Authority. You have to understand that the program is funded by allocation under the Ministry of Public Utilities. WASA is the implementing arm of the WASA is used as the implementing arm for these projects. So we have to rely on WASA to undertake its assessment designing of the projects, going through its procurement process and what have you. The Minister of Public Utilities does not and will not get involved in WASA's internal issues with respect to the award of this particular contract, or all these contracts. The good news is that I've been advised that within a week or so, a contract will be awarded, and hopefully, as soon as that contract is awarded, you will see the project being implemented. So insofar as it relates to my promise, I can tell you that the project was in fact approved. WASA would have gone through its processes and what have you, and a contract is about to be awarded for the execution of this particular project.
And that will be for the Brickfield area or for the Apu settlement?
Both.
For both.
Yes.
Thank you very much once again, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same line item 61. Would the Toure water supply area to common stream, is it included in this?
No, not
line
under,
item?
not under this particular item.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, again, line item 061, in a similar vein to my colleague from Couva North, during the media review, there were 3 projects identified pending funding under this fiscal year in terms of the water improvement projects for Miaro, which I know I bombard you daily with certain requests. Could you give us an update whether these projects are scheduled or they are on stream, or where have we reached with them?
Not under this particular line item.
Not under this line item.
Later on, I'll be able to give you some more details.
No problem, sir. Thank you.
But
Member for Maruga, sorry.
No.
Member for Maruga, Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with regards to the Barpo area, I know we would have discussed it. With regards to the improvement of the water supply, is it included underneath line item 61? And also with regards to the community that does not have the pipe-borne water, I would have written to your office with regards to Khorasan and Platanet. And I would like to hear good news that they will be considered underneath this line item.
Under a different line item.
But they will be considered.
When we move to the other line item.
F, public buildings. Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam. Minister, line item 001, the construction of a new building to house the entire Meteorological Services Division. It's listed as a new project with an allocation, as you had indicated previously, of $10 million. I just really wanted to have an idea, Minister, in light of how important these meteorological services continue to be, whether or not this is a project that has actually gotten off the ground in terms of the identification of lands and so on.
Yes, so a parcel of land was identified in the Piaco area. Cabinet previously had taken a decision to allocate a parcel of land. I think it is owned by the Civil Aviation Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, to have it transferred to the Ministry of Public Utilities for the construction of this particular building. NIBDEC also had done some preliminary designs, and that is also being reviewed at this particular point in time. So we are well advanced in terms of designs of that new building, the allocation of the site, other approvals from Town and Country, Planning, EMA, and all of the other statutory agencies. So we believe that at this point in time, we are well poised to perhaps commence the construction of that building early in the new fiscal year.
Item H, Project H, Meteorological. Project G, Sanitary Services. Honorable members, we now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure, spans 3 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups.
National Water.
B, Local Water Resources. Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, I'm just asking if what I'm asking on the 009?
Yes.
Right, concerning the project.
This particular.
If you can give us an update on those projects.
Right. So the Water Resources Agency would have done a number of hydrological investigation. I think it's in the Ottawa River somewhere. I was told the Silver Bridge, a place famously known as the Silver Bridge. A parcel of land was also identified for the possible construction of a modular water treatment plant. They are conducting the last phase of its investigation to determine whether or not the water closer to the sea, it contains saltwater intrusion, whether it is saline and what have you. So far, the river, I'm told, is very prolific. It can produce maybe 10, 20 imperial million gallons of water. And based on the information that is provided to us, it is one of the areas that we have identified for the construction of a modular water treatment plant to provide the people of Mayaro with its own water supply, because as you know, the water from Mayaro is, a significant portion of the water comes from the Navet Dam. It has to be channeled, quite a long distance into the Mayaro community. The lines are high leakage lines, and because of a number of disruptions that would take place as the water makes its way into Mayaro, the Mayaro community has been suffering from a number of disruptions for many, many, many years. So we believe that this particular project is going to allow the people of Mayaro to have its own water supply. And upon its successful completion, it is highly possible that Mayaro can have a 24/7 water supply.
Minister, would you be willing to risk a timeline in terms of when this might be able to get off the ground and complete?
If it is the Minister of Public Utilities, as I would have indicated to my good friend here in Couva North, that project that I alluded to a short while ago, that would have been completed since last year, but I have to depend on an executing agency that I'm trying to transform at the same time. So, but we are doing everything that we can from a project management perspective to ensure that we deliver upon these projects within fiscal 2023. And I know with your support and the support all around that we will see a number of these projects coming into fruition in 2023 and moving forward. But it's one of the projects that I'm keeping my eye on. I know how critical it is for the people of Mayaro, and I want to continue to give you the assurance that it is one of the priority items in the 2023 fiscal.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Minister, with regards to the question that I would have asked before, areas like Coruscant and Platinate that does not have water lines, if those projects will be included?
That will be included. And you have to remember, we have a number of communities around Trinidad and Tobago. You remember there was a previous Minister of Public Utilities, I think he was a member of the party that you're now part of, would have promised water for all by 2020. All of us would remember that. And it's unbelievable that water for all by 2020. You are telling me as a member of the UNC that this
Minister, as you would know, your constituents protest for water as well. So let us not go back there. Let me look futuristic. Your constituency protests for water as well. So we're looking forward, and what I'm here is pleading on behalf of my constituents in Coruscant and Platinate, and also with regards to the improvement of the water supply in Barrackpore with the Kanhai, Nanan, Trace, and Oropuch. We're looking forward. We're not looking to go backward, man.
Not backwards, forwards.
As long as the PNM is in power, your community will get...
No, Minister, no, Minister. Once PNM is in power, we'll be with Flambeau and...
Action.
Macaroni pie.
Projects. G, sanitary services. I, water and sewage. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. G, sanitary services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,572,761,000 for head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,572,776,000 for head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Deputy PS and other representatives from the Ministry of Public Utilities. Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. And I'd like to thank the Minister for her patience. She's been here quite a while.
Straight up to here.
Book change? Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Welcome, Madam Minister.
Thank you.
Welcome to your permanent secretary and all the senior executives of your ministry. Could I just identify yourself there for us? Yes, lovely. Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. $5,413,633,000. I will now invite the Minister of Social Development and Family Services to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Madam Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services continues to diligently pursue its mandate of maintaining the social safety net, providing the support needed by the poor and vulnerable as we deal with an uncertain economic climate. In fiscal 2022, the ministry prioritized 3 separate but related goals: assisting those in need of our help, modernizing and upgrading our service delivery system to serve them better, and advancing our legislative agenda to accomplish the first 2. Mr. Chair, through the various divisions of our ministry, we kept our unswerving commitment to the nation by making financial, psychosocial, and other resources available to the vulnerable, including the poor and indigent, persons with disabilities, the elderly, the socially displaced, widows, and persons living with HIV/AIDS. We recognize that in order to continue serving our clients and stakeholders, we have to do things differently, and we have to change what we are doing and how we are doing it. So, Mr. Chair, we are in the midst of a transformation process that will involve not only digitalization of our services and redesign of our organizational structures, but also major positive shifts in attitudes and behaviors internally. The ministry will also pursue the required legislative changes to accomplish the goals it has set for accomplishment. So, Mr. Chair, this is a very ambitious and complex undertaking. In fiscal 2023, having been allocated the sum of $5.4 billion, the government has demonstrated a continued commitment to safeguard the nation's vulnerable. And in this regard, the ministry will continue to advance towards the expansion and improvement in service delivery to our clients and their representatives. So I pledge that on behalf of the executive and staff of the ministry, we will remain persistent and motivated, delivering to this nation a more responsive and multifaceted social service system dedicated to building resilience amongst our citizens while implementing strategies to leave no one behind. I thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $5,413,633,000 for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $5,413,633,000 $413,633,000 for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditures, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. I recognize the member for Shogunas East, and we're on page 343.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would have a few questions on the line items in this section, all right? 01, Salaries and Cost of Living. Minister, I note the increase of $1.2 million. In the context of your statement in 2022, where you would have indicated that this line item would have a reduction due to the digitization efforts of the ministry, can you state why in 2023 you have an increase?
Madam Minister.
Okay. Well, actually, we are still in the process of digitalization, so we have not completed that. So hopefully soon this will decrease.
Can you indicate, Minister, the status of digitization within your ministry? How far along are you?
Oh, well, we are about, I would say about 70% along.
70%.
Yes.
All right. Minister, can you provide for us in writing the list of positions that will utilize this particular increase under this line item? Moving on, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed.
Line item 05.
No, 1 second. Hold on. Let me just identify it first. Item 003,
05.
Social Welfare. Item 005, Child Development Center. Go ahead.
No, I'm still under.
Oh, you're still under the, okay,
Yes.
okay.
Item 05.
Proceed.
Yes, government's contribution to NIS. Minister, why the decrease under this line item?
Minister.
The decrease
of $311,000.
Well, this is more in line with what we paid last year.
Arrears?
No, it is in line. The amount we paid last year is in line, so it's not. The decrease wouldn't affect the ministry.
Okay. Line item 14, Minister, can you provide remuneration to members of cabinet appointed committees? Can you provide for us, can you state what constitutes this increase?
We have 3 operational cabinet-appointed committees. Committees to address violence in Trinidad and Tobago using the public health approach. That's new. So that would have accounted for an increase. There's an Interministerial Research Council Committee. And there's a steering committee for the establishment and operationalization of the National Register of Vulnerable Persons. That's new.
Minister, the interministerial, is that the interagency CRPD?
Yes, that is.
Okay, so therefore, Minister, you're advising that the cabinet would have approved the reconstitution of this interagency?
Yes, this was before cabinet.
All right. Can you indicate to us in writing what's the new mandate of this particular committee and the other committees that you would have named that would deal with this particular increase?
Yes.
Sure. 003?
Right, item 003, Social Welfare.
Yes.
I recognize you.
Minister, 00301, Salaries and Cost of Living. Can you indicate why the increase of $1.2 million under this line item?
Hold on, I'm just. Oh, it's here. Okay, good, found it. There is an increase here because of the fact that we have been filling vacancies. There has been a lot of vacant positions in social welfare.
Sure. Minister, can you provide in writing for us a list of positions that would utilize this increase?
Okay, sure.
Moving on, Mr. Chair, item 06, remuneration.
And Bracha Hassan, when you have a question, Liz? Okay. Go ahead.
Yes.
Member.
Remuneration to board members. Minister, can you advise on this increase of $626,000 to board members?
Hold on, where is that?
We are at item 06, remuneration to board members, and we're still on page 343.
Oh, you went back?
No, we're on social welfare. 003, social welfare, and line item 06, remuneration to board members.
It's not here. That's most likely the local boards. Okay, you're asking for why there's an increase?
Sure.
Okay, because we intend to split the boards. We have, we realize that, like, for example, Tunapuna is too large. So we intend to open an office in Arima and also to split the one in Chaguanas also to accommodate persons.
Minister, I know that last year you'd have given the response on Arima.
Yes.
Your intention to split. So, therefore, not all of the local boards are fully constituted at this point in time.
No, all the boards, we are now splitting them because we realize that the volume has increased. Okay. And therefore, the capacity is not big enough in the Tunapuna office and also Chaguanas.
Do you have a timeline for this to take place?
Well, we will actually be doing that Tunapuna first. And that timeline would be during this fiscal year, and we hope to be able to create one in Chaguanas also during this fiscal year.
Sure.
Go ahead, member.
005, I would move to if
Right,
no.
so 005.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
1 second. Bracha Sanmon, your question is
on this line
item?
On 01, sorry. Salaries.
Social welfare, item 03.
01. 003, social welfare. Yeah.
Right, go ahead.
So, Minister, I just wanted to ask, this line item of social welfare and salaries and cost of living here, this would be also taking care of those regional offices that we have, right?
Yes. Yes.
I just want to find out about the office that is in Orang West. Several of my constituents have made some complaints to the office indicating that there's a slow period of time for the processing of applications and forms that were submitted. Is there any vacancies or lack of manpower within these offices?
Yes, we have some vacancies which we are trying to fill at this time.
Okay, I just asking in the context that a lot of persons would need the help, and if there could just be some level of expediting some of the forms and the
yes, I understand, and we're working on it. Actually, we're using short-term employment in the interim.
Okay, I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Hoover South, you have a question still?
Thank you very much, Chair. My colleague raised the issue of the cabinet-appointed committees, and the minister indicated, I think, but I did not hear very clearly, that there were 3 new cabinet-appointed committees.
Remember, you are now going backwards.
No, we're not on the set page.
No, we're on social welfare, which is 003. You are going back up to 01, personal expenditure.
I am on 06, Chairman.
Which is remuneration to board members?
Well, 14.
Right, so you are going backwards. But go ahead. State your question. Ask your question.
Yeah, I just wanted to get the names of the new committees and the projects that these committees are focusing on, Minister, and your expected timelines in relation to the completion of the projects I think you alluded to.
Okay, I can give you that information. Actually, the Committee to Address Violence in Trinidad and Tobago using the public health approach. And this committee is to address violence in the country using public health approach as the overarching strategy. The committee comprises members of various ministries chaired by the Permanent Secretary in Social Development and the Ministry of Health. There is also the Steering Committee for the establishment and operationalization of the National Register of Vulnerable Persons. And this is a 10-member committee which provides oversight, technical advice, and operational support to facilitate the establishment of that register for vulnerable persons. There is also an intersectoral advisory committee, a national social mitigation plan. This is not new. This has been in existence. So it's mainly these two committees and the one with regards to the promotion and monitoring of the implementation of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. That is also under this heading.
Thank you.
Item 005, Child Development Center, page 344, member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 00501, Salaries and Cost of Living, Child Development Center. Minister, can you indicate why this increase of 445,000?
Minister.
Okay, I can't really say exactly what happened. The center is closed, right? So it has been repurposed.
Also, hence the reason.
But we have to pay the staff at that center, basically, and they have been consumed within other departments in the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services.
So that would explain the downward, the revised downward for 2022.
Yeah.
All right. Minister, can you give assurances that this funding allocated for 2023 would be fully utilized based on your responses?
We will try.
Member for Couva South.
That Child Development Center you alluded to, is it located at Degan Street in Couva?
Yes, it is.
And given the history of that development center and the purpose that it served for vulnerable children and so on, are you in a position to tell this meeting if that decision will be revisited?
No, I don't think so, because of the fact that that was a pilot project and it continued way longer than it was supposed to. It was particularly for vulnerable children, and without our, after review, we realized that there was not much children there, and therefore a decision was made to absorb them in the educational system.
So all the children, how many children were there at this center?
We had about 31. We had about 31 children.
31, and all have been absorbed into primary schools?
Yes, they have been placed in primary schools.
And what has become of the staff?
The staff are also in the educational system too.
And what will become of the compound or the land assets that house the center? Because, you know, there have been a lot of land grabbing and so on in the constituency of Couva South. And I will not want anybody close to your party to fall prey or succumb to the temptation to move on to that compound.
I understand what you're saying clearly, and it has already been repurposed to accommodate vulnerable women.
Vulnerable women?
Yes.
So it is what, being refitted and so on?
Members,
Yes.
please, again, we have been giving you all a certain leeway in order to, but I think we need to move on. Member. Item 006, National Family Services. Member for Shigona Cease.
Yes. Minister, 00601, salaries and cost of living under National Family Services. I note your responses before there being 22 permanent positions. Based on this increase, can you indicate how many of these 22 permanent positions are vacant?
Minister.
18 are vacant.
18 are vacant. Would this sum of 263,000 facilitate your intention to fill these vacant posts?
Yes, this will be able to facilitate that. As much as it can, we will.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration, pages 345 and 346. Shigona Cease, I recognize you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. 02000101, Traveling and Subsistence. Minister, I note the increase of 407,000. Can you indicate whether there are any additional traveling positions on the establishment that necessitated this increase?
This has to do with the filling of the vacant positions by Service Commission.
So therefore, hence the increase.
Yes.
Minister, can you provide a listing of all traveling positions in the ministry?
Yes, I will do that. Or do you want to have it now? I can call it out.
Sure, if you want to, in the interest of time, you can provide
Minister,
it in writing.
is it lengthy?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Well, no, I prefer to be provided
I'll send it in
please.
writing.
Yes, sure. I recognize the member for Baratoa Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Line item 23, Minister. I saw that there has been an increase of $2.2 million for this fiscal year. So your overall allocation is $3 million in fees, line item 23. Can you just indicate the reason for this large increase in fees?
Oh, these fees are particularly because of our digitalization efforts.
Sure.
This was IT-based fees, software fees.
Sure.
Software fees.
Yeah. Minister, is any of this related to any legal fees?
No, legal fees. No.
Okay, thank you.
I have a few questions under this particular 001 General Administration. Okay. 04 Electricity. Minister, can you indicate the reason for this increase of decrease of $2.6 million under 04 Electricity?
We paid arrears and we cleared it up. So
Minister.
This is due to the fact that we paid arrears and we cleared up a lot of the outstanding payment to TNTech.
This is in line.
To TNTech. Okay, Minister,
Member.
what safeguards you intend to institute to avoid such a reoccurrence?
We'll be working on it. We'll manage it.
Telephones, 05. Minister, why this particular decrease under this line item?
Again, we paid off a lot of our arrears. So this should be in keeping with what we should be paying on a yearly basis.
Okay, Minister, this has nothing to do with the closure of any call centers.
No.
Okay. 08. Minister, in light of the decrease under 08 rent, lease, office accommodation and storage, can you advise on the status of the reopening of the Sangre Grande office, the relocation of the Aranguez office, and the proposed reopening of the Arima office, as you have indicated before?
Minister.
Okay, well, I spoke about the Arima office. We actually have been working with the Ministry of Public Administration with regards to that. The Aranguez office, they are actively looking for alternate accommodation at Aranguez, and Sandy Grande, we are also looking, actually. I think we found two venues that might be suitable, so it's with the PMCD.
So you're still in the process of setting up those offices. Yeah. All right. Can you guarantee that in this fiscal year this will be done?
Those offices are running, Minister. Remember,
But actually, for example, Sandy Grande office is still running, all right? Arangwes is still operational also. But we're still going to try as hard as we can because we were hoping to do it in the last fiscal. As long as everything is in order, then definitely it will be operational for this fiscal.
All right. Mr. Chair, 09, rent and lease of vehicles and equipment. Minister, can you indicate, in light of this increase of 100,000, with an estimated figure of 600,000, can you indicate how the ministry proposes to utilize this increased sum of money?
Well, this is particularly with regards to photocopying machines, scanners, and so on. So because of our digitalization efforts, there is the need for more of this equipment.
So this would focus on equipment for the regional offices rather than any vehicles?
This is particularly for offices.
Okay, sure. Office stationery and supply, item 10. Mr. Chair, I note a significant increase of $970,000. Minister, why this massive increase given your digitization efforts?
Minister?
Because we are creating more offices.
More offices?
Yes.
So therefore...
there will be the need for this.
Sure. Item 12, materials and supplies. Minister, I note this increase of $850,000. Can you advise of the reasons for this particular increase?
Minister?
Events and stuff.
Okay, but under this vote, when we commemorate events and so on, this is where the money comes from with regards to decorations and so on.
Okay, so I know last stand-in finance you indicated this was specifically being used for sanitization efforts.
Right. Okay. Yes.
That is included
it is
here
also,
as well?
It's included, yes.
Okay. Item 13. Minister, maintenance of vehicles, noting the increase of 500,000. Can you advise on this increase?
Because the ministry has old vehicles.
Old vehicles.
I think the newest vehicle is 7 years old.
Which brings me to my next question, Minister. Can you provide a listing of the vehicles, including make, model, and year of manufacturing and servicing?
Yes.
For this particular
we'll do that.
Item. Item 15, repairs and maintenance of equipment, noting the increase of 400,000. Minister, can you indicate how do you propose to utilize these funds?
Oh, this is IT equipment. This is for IT equipment, yes.
Okay. Item 16. Minister, I note a massive increase of $14.2 million. What are the reasons for this massive increase under contract employment?
Okay, we have some new units created, like our investigations unit, our citizens engagement unit, and this is where and also reconciliation unit, because we recognize that there's a need to reconcile that it has not been happening for a while. So we are now reconciling so that we'll be better able to serve.
Sure. Minister, can you provide a detailed listing of the positions proposed to be filled for fiscal 2023, inclusive of justification, job description, and, if available, proposed salaries? And this also brings me to my next question, Mr. Chair. Whether there's a position under contract employment referred to as head of investigation and compliance.
Okay, yes.
Yes. All right, Minister, as it relates to this line item, has this position of the head investigation and compliance made any significant impact on the findings of the Auditor General's report 2021?
Yes, it has.
It has. Can you provide some details for us?
Yes. At this point, there are about 34 active police cases within the ministry that the police is investigated based on the findings of the investigation and compliance unit.
Minister, under this line item, is there also a position of cybercrime analyst? Sorry.
Yes.
What is the role and function of this particular position?
Well, actually, it is not filled as yet.
It is not filled as yet.
It's not filled as yet.
Because I really wanted to ask, how has this position impacted the ministry? Moving on, Mr. Chair, item 17, an increase under training of $330,000. Minister, in light of this significant increase, can you provide in writing a listing of the training courses and proposed training service providers?
Yes.
Minister, inclusive of, under this particular line item of training, in light of what is happening as it relates to natural disasters, and I note that the Ministry of Social Development play a critical role in response to natural disasters. Does this particular line item, do you have any scheduled training as it relates to the various stakeholders as to how they respond to disasters? I think there's a complete breakdown as it relates to this particular feature of the Ministry of Social Development.
Well, no, we are not actually the first responders to natural disasters.
Responder.
Yeah, we are not the first responders to natural disasters. It would be through the Ministry of Local Government, and then the information is passed on to us, particularly with regards to like flood relief.
Minister, my reason for asking, Mr. Chair, is when disasters occur, for example, flooding, and DMUs from within the municipalities visit, they then, victims then require a letter from DMU units. That sometimes takes some time. Then the process between DMU and the Ministry of Social Development, that's another long process, according to applicants. So hence the reason I'm asking if you have any training programs under this particular line item with the stakeholders so that there can be better collaboration as it relates to response in terms of the grants provided by your ministry.
Okay, well, yes, we are collaborating with the ministry, and actually a digital process was created by the Office of Disaster Preparedness, and in collaboration with the ministry and social development, local government and social development. And that's to capture disaster information and process victims in need of financial and other resources. And this is this will, of course, shorten the waiting time.
Sure. So can we look forward to better service in this fiscal year?
Yes. Actually, it has started.
As it relates to disasters. Mr. Chair, item 19, official entertainment. Minister, why this increase? What constitutes official entertainment?
It's not really an increase, It is the same as before.
Mm-hmm. Actually, your revise was actually $3,000. So,
but you would see this. What the expenditure was
3,000. So, and you are now requesting 50,000 again. Can you indicate what constitutes official entertainment under your ministry?
We don't really spend that amount.
Okay. Yeah. So you more spend $3,000.
$1,008.
Okay. Item 21, Mr. Chair. Noting the increase of 1.6 million, Minister, why the need for this increase as it relates to repairs and maintenance of buildings?
Well, we actually have more buildings. There are some areas that we are fixing up. Particularly, we spoke about the center, Carapo, and we have some plumbing and minor repairs to be done.
Minister, as it relates to leased buildings or lease arrangements, can you state whether the cost of repairs falls to the landlord or the tenanted occupier, meaning yourself, the ministry?
It depends on what is stated in the lease, but some would be the landlord and some would be us.
All right. Minister, can you provide for us copies of all rental lease arrangements?
That will be done.
Right. Minister, Mr. Chair, moving to 22, short-term employment. Minister, noting the decrease of $2.2 million, can you offer an explanation for this decrease?
Because the ministry intends to approach cabinet to obtain the necessary approval for the renewal of a long-term contract instead of short-term.
So
in some
therefore,
instances.
So therefore, persons would be redirected to contractual employment.
Yes.
Minister, can you provide for us under short-term employment the names of the positions to be filled? Can provide that in writing?
Yes, that can be provided.
Mr. Chair, official overseas travel. Minister, can you, I note the sum of $1.3 million in your estimate, in an increase of $1.1 million. Can you provide for us a breakdown of the proposed expenditure for this particular line item?
Well, there are some conferences expected in this fiscal, and one is the Social Network of Latin America and the Caribbean Committee meeting, UN pension reform, social security, meetings and conferences on social policy issues, interregional internship program of Social Network of Latin America and the Caribbean, and there's also supposed to be a meeting or conference on disability issues.
Okay. Item 28, Minister, other contracted services. Minister, can you indicate why the need for this increase, whether you have new services?
This is the setting up the TSTT1 because of our digitalization effort, flow for our website, and a memory bank.
Sure. Item 37, janitorial services. Minister, in light of the number of persons entering offices on a daily basis, can you indicate the reason for this decrease and whether it was a wise action, and how would it impact the ministry?
Well, actually, we have been renegotiating with the janitorial companies. 1, 2. We would be moving some offices, and in some of these offices, we would be some departments would be merging, so there would be a need to reduce the janitorial force.
Sure. Item 43, security services. Minister, can you state the reason for this particular decrease?
Same reason.
Same reason?
Yes.
Right. So, but can you guarantee, Minister, that this decrease would not compromise the safety and well-being of any staff member?
No, it will not.
Sure. Promotions, publicity, and printing. Item 62. Minister, can you provide your proposed expenditure, breakdown of your proposed expenditure for this particular line item?
Okay, I can do that.
West, Shigonas West. Item 002, Division of Aging. Member for Shigonas East.
Thank you, Mr.
We're on page
346, yes.
Region.
Yes.
Proceed.
002, item 16, Mr. Chairman, can the minister provide a list of the positions with the ascribed remunerations for this particular line item?
Okay, will do.
And in addition to that, Minister, can you advise, based on your previous responses, can you advise whether the Inspector 1 and the 6 BOA positions were filled?
No, these positions were not filled as yet, but it will be filled. They were advertised and should be filled soon.
So you're guaranteeing this yes. would happen?
Yes.
Within this fiscal year?
Item 003, Social Welfare. Proceed, Shigonas East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Minister, can you advise whether this significant increase has anything to do with claims of traveling?
Yes.
Yes. Minister, based on your response, how does this increase deal with the slow pace visits to clients who would have applied for social services grants?
Okay, what had happened is some of them were not appointed in traveling posts, but it has been remedied by Service Commission. And yes, we have heard some complaints about the slow pace, but it has been improving, and we are working on it.
It has been improving. Minister, whilst I note your response, there are many clients. I believe there was a backlog from the COVID period due to visits not being done, and there are a lot of complaints from various constituencies, I'm sure on your side as well, where persons are awaiting field visits, and it's really, really keeping them, it's delaying their applications. Particularly, you do not want senior citizens facing these types of problems. So if you are indicating that it's improving, I do hope so, and I do hope that it would be remedied very soon so that you can deal with more newer clients, as I may say.
Yes, thank you.
Right. Item 16, Mr. Chair, contract employment. Minister, I note no allocation 2021-2022, but 2023 you have a 790,000 allocation. Can you advise of what are the proposed positions to be filled?
Okay, this is particularly with social welfare again. So in order to improve the service to clients, the intention is to have some additional staff to meet the demands of the sector.
Particularly liaison officers?
Particularly liaison officers, yes.
Minister, can you indicate how this
Field
would...
officers.
Field officers, okay. Minister, can you indicate how this would add value and improve the delivery of social services benefits, since there are complaints of poor service at social welfare offices throughout Trinidad and
Yes, we have heard some of the complaints, and what we are doing at this time is we're improving our service, our customer service. We're also increasing the numbers of persons. We're increasing the field officers so that they would be able to go out and be able to service clients efficiently. And also, based on our digitalization efforts, that should help us also with regards to the service, because in digitizing now, it will be, in some areas, it will be a one-stop shop. So persons wouldn't have to go from one office to another, but they would be serviced by one person. We also have some delays because of awaiting immigration information with regards to the senior citizens pension. So we're hoping to, very soon we'll be signing an MOU with immigration so that we'll be able to get the information quicker. There's also a delay sometimes when we have to wait on NIS information before the application could be processed. So once we build this relationship and hope to sign MOUs with these key organizations, I believe that our service will be greatly improved.
Minister, do you have an average number of delayed applications as it relates to social grants within the ministry that these positions should remedy?
What is the question?
Do you have an average number of delayed applications within the ministry, particularly the social welfare department, that these positions under contract employment are expected to remedy?
Oh yes, definitely. We have, right now we have about 1,218 persons, and we are waiting on the information from NIS. And 488 persons waiting, and we are waiting on that information from immigration before the applications could be processed. So all in all, at this time, we have 2,217 applications inside, awaiting this information from an external source.
Okay. Minister, item 22, short-term employment. Mr. Chair. Minister, I note the increase of $550,000. Based on your response under this particular line item in 2022, can you indicate what is the progress of the Citizens Engagement Unit?
Okay, it has been set up and established, and therefore they're on short-term employment. We have had some really positive feedback since that unit has been established, and they're working together with the social welfare officers, advisors, customer service persons at the local board offices.
Okay, based on your response, Minister, I note your various presentations, and can you advise of a schedule of when this program would be rolled out to constituencies and to which constituencies in this fiscal year?
Okay, well, at this time, it is already in, I think, about 9 board offices. And therefore, it's like, it's at this pilot phase. So in the next month or 2, will be rolled out to members of parliament.
All members of parliament?
Yes, all.
Sure. Item 28, other contracted services, a decrease of $1.4 million. Minister, can you provide details as to what services would be reduced?
Well, what's happening here is that we are encouraging persons here to get on to direct deposit. So some of this money here is what we would pay the banks, and we pay NIB, and we will have a reduction, and TT Post. But there will be a reduction because persons have been signing on to direct deposit.
Sure. Minister, can you state for us how many clients in the last financial year went on to the direct deposit system?
Okay, I'll send that information to you.
Sure. Item 43, Mr. Chair, security services. Minister, can you explain this significant decrease as it relates to security services?
All right, this decrease would be, how much money did we spend? All right. This was also be to the fact that we are also consolidating some of our offices together.
Okay. Minister, one thing I would like to note under this line item and also ask another question. In 2021, you had an actual of 950,544. In 2022, you had an estimate of 1,086,368. 2022 revised, you had $5.5 million, and 2023 estimates $4.6 million. Minister, this variation in 2022 from 1 million to 5.5 million, can you state whether this had anything to do with the alleged disappearance of food cards in August 2022 from the Director of Social Welfare Office?
No, this had nothing to do with that. If we need more money here, we will via to put it in this area.
So, Minister, can you confirm whether food cards were stolen from the Director's office in August 2022?
Members, again, I know you all are having a very good discourse, a lot of information, but we cannot delve into too much information. Right? So again, sure. I don't know, Madam Minister, if you care to respond, I'll give you the opportunity. Other than that, we need to move on.
Yes, there has been a disappearance of food cards, and it is being investigated.
Minister, under this line item 43, security services, can you state how secure these offices will be with this sum of money, so that reoccurrences in terms of the loss of food cards will not happen again?
Well, we are actually reviewing all our security systems, and hopefully within this fiscal year, there will be a boost in our security.
Sure.
Item 005, Child Development Center. Member for Chaguanas East again, page 348.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 005 Child Development Center. Minister, I note no allocation under this particular item. Do you care to shed some light on this?
Oh, this is the same one we spoke about earlier on. This is the purpose. This is the one we're repurposing.
Sure. Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll await 349 page.
Item 006, National Family Services. Item 007, Disability Affairs Unit. Member for Shigona Cease.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Disability Affairs Units, item 62. Minister, can you explain this particular increase of 96,500?
Well, because of the convention with regard to persons with disabilities, there's a lot more that we have to do. So we have been doing, we have to increase our advertisements and our promotions of publicity with regard to persons with disability.
Okay.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Shigona Cease.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. 00102, Office Equipment. Minister, I note a $1.5 million increase based on the revised estimate. Can you indicate what would consume this expenditure of $2 million?
Oh, this is part of the digitization effort, and this is for computers and equipment for our data center.
Data center. Can you indicate where your data center will be located?
In Couva.
Couva. Okay. 03, Furniture and Furnishings. Can you provide the proposed expenditure for this particular line item?
This is particularly furniture for staff. We need proper ergonomic chairs for the staff.
Is it at the same center you just spoke of?
No. This would be for all divisions.
All divisions?
Yes.
All right.
Moving on. Item 002, Division of Aging. Member for Shigona Cease.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, 350, I'll await you.
Item 003, Social Welfare, page 350. Proceed.
Mr. Chair, 0303, Furniture and Furnishings. Minister, can you provide a listing of what is proposed to be procured under this particular line item?
I will do.
Sure.
This is particularly desks and chairs.
Desks and chairs.
Yes.
So, if you can provide...
And proper seating for staff and clients.
Minister, if you can provide in writing for which regional offices, because it's under social welfare.
It would be for all the offices.
All offices?
Yes.
Sure.
Item 005, Child Development Center. Item 006, National Family Services. Item 007, Disability Affairs Unit. Page 351, Member Shigona Cease.
Apologies. I'll await 04.
Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. You here?
Yes.
351 and 352.
Right.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, line item 28, Senior Citizens' Homes under Non-Profit Institutions. Minister, I note the increase based on your revised expenditure for 2022. I know the increase of 300,000, leaving you with $1.2 million. Minister, can you, in light of the in light of the reduction based on your 2022 revised estimates, can you indicate which areas of expenditure were curtailed during that period?
Well, under the Senior Citizens Home, there was some work to be done, which was done in fiscal 2022, which would not, they would not need to do. Like, for example, the Shagwana's home, some work was done to that home. So the reason the deduction would be okay for us.
Okay. Item 29. Minister, I know the increase here as well, but can you state for us whether the 5 senior citizen centers are available to senior citizens for senior citizens activities?
Well, actually, these activity centers were closed because of COVID.
Right.
And a decision has to be made with regards to the reopening of these centers.
So they have not been reopened as yet?
No.
Mr. Chair, through you, Minister, can you state of a proposed time for or date for these centers to be reopened?
But there's no proposed time or date because COVID is still here, and therefore discussions have to take place with the health sector, just to be sure that when we open, it would be the right time to open.
Okay. Item 30, social programs. Minister, can you state what is expected to be undertaken with this increase of $1 million?
Well, there are many programs with regards to aging, like, for example, our centenarian program. This is where this comes from. Our International Day of Older Persons, Elder Abuse Day. And so we have a few, our International Day of Family. So this is where this is dealt with.
Sure. Thanks. Mr. Chair, can I move to 352?
Yeah, go ahead. No. Non-profit?
Yes. Item 43. Minister, item 43, contributions to non-profit organizations, other social parenting. I know the increase of $1.3 million. Minister, can you indicate whether this monies would be made available to the organizations this year, since it wasn't made available during the last fiscal year?
Well, this money would be available for parenting programs specifically.
Parenting programs.
Yes.
Right. Minister, can you provide for us, maybe at a later date, or if you have it now, which institutions stand to benefit from this particular program? Minister, okay. Item 44, contributions to nonprofits. Again here, would this be the same occurrences as it relates to item 43?
No, this is actually under our family program. It's Family Time, Let's Talk, and this is where this money comes from. So our radio programs and our television program.
Minister, I note in previous responses your money for those programs would have come from promotions and publicity. The contributions for non-profit organizations, the funding for contributions to non-profit organizations are being utilized for a radio program?
This is being utilized for a program with regards to the family, yes.
So no specific non-profit institution, no. It's for a radio program?
No, I'm not saying it is. I am saying that it's also used here. We also use this money here under our television and radio programs with regards to the family.
Sure. Mr. Chair, through you, Minister, so you also have non-profit organizations.
Also non-profit organizations and the family caravans that we have.
Sure. Can you provide for us a breakdown of the proposed expenditure as it relates to the program plus the non-profit institutions to benefit?
Sure.
Item 006, educational institutions. Member for Shigona, see again, page 352.
Mr. Chair, 00601, adult education program, Mr. Chair. The increase of $1.5 million. Minister, can you provide for us a listing of educational institutions who is scheduled to benefit from this allocation and the amounts?
Well, actually, this is concerned our step-up program, as part of our National Social Mitigation Plan, where we are trying to have people step out of poverty and from independence, from dependence to dependence, right? From dependence to independence. So what we are doing here is we are having programs with regards to adults and with regards to persons who form part of our independence, where we're moving from dependence to independence. So this is what this is particularly for. It is called Step Up, Stepping Out. But it is not just about institutions, it's also about internal programs that we will be having with regards to adult education.
Sure. Mr. Chair, through you, based on your response, Minister, can you indicate how many persons whether this education program that you're speaking of has to do specifically with the food card clients, seeing that the Minister of Finance a few days ago would have shed some light on the food price support program and the revival of the food box initiative and those transitioning out of the food card into the food box initiative.
Okay, well, this would be dealing with all vulnerable persons.
So
yes,
not
just food cards, all vulnerable.
Okay.
Item 007, households.
Yes.
Member for Shigonasis, 252, 253.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 00702, Senior Citizens Grant. Minister, can you indicate the reason for this particular decrease under Senior Citizens Grant and advise whether the findings of the Auditor General's report resulted in this particular decrease of $182 million?
Well, it's not just the findings of the Auditor General report, but we have been reviewing all our grants, including Senior Citizens Grant, and based on the review, we have been able to move some persons off. We continue to review, and as I mentioned before, the relationship that we are forging with particularly also the Registrar General Department, where we are able to take persons off the system quicker once they die, this has helped to reduce our expenditure.
Sure. Minister, through you, Mr. Chair, can you indicate whether this $182 million reflects persons who were removed from this particular program?
This would be part of it.
Part of it. Yeah. Minister, can you say how many names were removed from this program as a result of the findings of the Auditor General's report, as well as the Registrar General, as you indicated?
We don't have a specific figure, but I can send that to you.
Sure. Minister, can you also state the total number of senior clients in receipt of senior citizens pension as at September 30th, 2022?
108,613 persons are on the senior citizens pension grant.
Sure. Moving on to line item 03, Minister, can you indicate what are the reasons for this particular increase under this line item of $4 million?
Well, actually, this is public assistance, and more persons have been coming on.
Sure. Minister, I note previously income support grant, etc., would have been paid under this line item based on your responses. But as you indicated, COVID is still in the air, Mr. Chair. So I'm just asking whether this increase caters for the COVID fallout in terms of children who would have lost their parents, etc., as it relates to the public assistance grant.
Yes, it will.
It will. Minister, in light of the escalating food prices as well, would affected persons qualify under this program? The particular public assistance under social assistance?
Yes, once they are eligible.
Right. Minister, under this particular line item as well, can you indicate whether all income support grants have been paid?
Well, phase 2. We recently had a review of the income support grant, phase 2, and it was we have paid out all the phase 2. Phase 1, we still have still under some review because there has been some issues.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, Minister, you still have persons to be paid income support grants from the phase 1 period?
Yes.
Do you have a total number of those persons with you, or you would provide that?
I could provide that.
Sure. Minister, also under this particular line item as it relates to income support, can you indicate, apart from those persons who are under review as it relates to income support, can you indicate whether you still have uncollected checks as it relates to income support and the total number?
Yes, we have plenty uncollected checks, which we intend to publish again.
Minister, some persons have indicated the challenge of coming all the way to Port of Spain. Do you have any plans to disperse these checks among the regional offices?
Well, actually, we tried that once. Some came forward, some didn't.
Mr. Chair, 04, urgent temporary assistance, $15 million. Minister, would this sum be sufficient to cater for the increased number of households and persons affected by flooding or any other natural disaster?
Yes, this should be enough.
This should be enough.
We
Okay.
spent 12. Yes, we spent 12 million last year.
12 million. Minister, your original estimated figure was 40 million.
Yeah, but we spent 12.
Minister, a lot of persons are still awaiting grants as it relates to flooding and disasters from various regions within this country. Can you provide any form of guarantee or hope to these people that based on your training exercises to have better collaboration with the stakeholders, that these persons can still have some form of hope to get assistance under this particular line item of urgent temporary assistance? Because I know you pay some grants under here as well.
Yes, well, we have, at the ministry, we have an outstanding amount of 408 persons. And we are actually cutting checks for them so that these people will be paid.
Mr. Chair, as I indicated to you before, Minister, there's a breakdown between the letters from the municipalities at this point and social development and how quick those persons get responses. Do you intend to clear any backlog as it relates to persons awaiting their assessment letters getting to the ministry and being assessed to receive their necessary grants?
No, we don't have any backlog anymore because we recently, this is the last group of backlog, because we now put an electronic system in place to liaise with the Ministry of Local Government.
Okay. Minister, 06, can you advise, I know the increase of $1 million under this particular line item. Can you advise whether there has been an increase in the number of persons requiring services under rehabilitative programs?
Yes, that has been increasing.
This has been increasing. I think a lot of persons are more aware of it because of our advertisement, and we have had an increase in persons applying for this program, the SEED program.
Mr. Chair, Minister, can you provide some of the reasons for persons seeking such interventions?
Yes, but this is for persons who may not be able to have collateral and may not be able to get a loan in a bank or the financial institution, and this is for vulnerable persons. So once they meet the criteria, then this grant is, they apply, and once they're eligible, that's it.
So this line item specifically deal with grants?
This deals with the SEED grant, yes. It's for micro, small business.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Madam Minister, can you indicate how many of the how many persons benefited from this particular grant in fiscal 2022?
Over 1,000 persons benefited.
And how many outstanding persons to receive SEED grant?
I don't have outstanding
Maybe you can
figures.
provide that.
Yes, I can.
Mr. Chair, 08 disability grant. Minister, with this particular, I know the increase of $5 million. Can you state whether the increase sum here would be sufficient to cater for all persons under this line item?
Yes, this would be sufficient because this is for adults and children.
Sure. Minister, can you provide a total number of adults and minors in receipt of disability grants as at September 30th, 2022?
We have 22,055 adults and 1,721 children on the disability grants.
Sure. Mr. Chair, through you, Minister, are you aware of the serious challenges faced by applicants requiring the sign-off or the certification from medical practitioners on the approved listings in order for persons to access the grants? For example, persons going to the hospitals, the certified doctors are no longer on those listings. Applicants have to keep going back and forth to the hospitals to get their certification, and it's a challenge. It's also very frustrating with persons who are specifically trying to access this particular grant. How do you intend to deal with that problem?
Well, we recently received a reviewed list from the CMO, so that should help that problem.
So that should be rectified very soon. Sure. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I just want to go back to Social Assistance 03 for one question. Minister, can you indicate whether the $1,000 grant for persons receiving social grants would be under this particular line item?
What grant?
Social assistance.
The
$1,000
transport grant?
Yes.
Okay.
The $1,000 transportation grant.
Most likely it would be paid under this.
Most likely?
Yes.
Would this funding be sufficient, or you may have to go back for more at mid-year review?
I believe we would not mid-year because we will be paying it before that. So we should be able to get that funding soon.
Should be able to get this funding soon. Okay, sure.
Thank you.
On behalf of Households, 007.
Sure. On line item 04, urgent temporary assistance.
Sure.
Minister, I note your efforts to the ministry with respect to the push towards digitization. My colleague from Shogunas East would have raised concerns having regard to what is happening around the country with respect to the flooding. Is there any way, or is the ministry moving towards having an electronic application system for persons to access these temporary relief grants? Because, I mean, it's urgent, as the line item suggests.
Yes,
Minister?
we have actually started, so it's on. We're using an electronic system now.
Okay, because what we encounter is that as MPs, you would realize that there may be some persons who don't have the connectivity, so they would come to the MP's office and they would ask us to assist with the filling out of the forms for them to access certain grants. So if there can be some communication between my office or any MP's office and the ministry to really expedite these grants, because, I mean, as I sit here and speak, I hear parts of my constituency might be flooded in imminent time because the waters are rising, and I'm sure that these persons would lose things with respect to what is happening. So I just want to impress upon that if we can have these things done in a more digital fashion so that we can get the grants and the relief for these persons in a fast and efficient manner.
I understand, and the forms are now online, and they can be accessed at our website, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services.
Sure, thank you.
Member for Shogunas East, follow up again.
Are we also dealing with 353, right?
13 under Households, though.
Yes. Item 21, Minister, I note this being a new sub-item, transitional housing. Item 21, what is the background to the creation of this particular sub-item, new sub-item?
Okay, well, actually, the mandate of the ministry is also to provide temporary housing for persons who are vulnerable. For example, persons who would have had a fire, a natural disaster, street dwellers, persons who are victims of trafficking, who may not have someone who may not have somewhere to live, and that we can help them short term. So this is the reason why this is a new item, because this is important. Besides domestic violence, which is handled under Gender and Child Affairs, if somebody doesn't have anywhere to live, somebody gets, a landlord evict you. Sometimes there are people, instead of persons going on the street, we may be able to help them short term.
Sure. Mr. Chair, Minister, based on what you're explaining, I'm very sure that you may have to go back for some more money by the Minister of Finance, because this may be a very small sum based on the issues arising out of the pandemic that persons may be facing within different communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll await you to go to the other. Item
009, other transfers. Go ahead, Shogunas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 00902, the NSDP program. Minister, I note a decrease of $1 million under this program. Can you indicate the reason for this decrease, given the significant amount of persons requiring and requesting this assistance?
Oh, because there was an electrification program, which is now solely under the purview of the Ministry of Public Utilities.
Sure. Minister, based on your figures given, can you indicate when does your ministry propose to effect payment to the 112 outstanding persons for fiscal 2021 plus new approved applicants?
We have none outstanding. Everyone was paid.
Are you sure, Minister? All right,
Everyone
Minister,
was
based
paid.
on the social sector investment program, I feel that you may need to
Maybe they
review.
haven't received their check as yet, but
So they were not paid, but they were processed and approved.
all processed and approved.
So therefore, some are still awaiting payment.
Some may be awaiting to collect their check, but it is there.
Sure. So you can guarantee in this fiscal year this would happen.
What did you say?
You can guarantee in this fiscal year, Mr. Chair, that the payments would occur.
Yes, definitely.
Sure. 03, Community Care Program. Minister, would this particular decrease of $800,000 negatively impact this particular program of the community care?
No. This would not negatively affect it because we spent about 3.6 last year.
Sure.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies, page 353, item 004, statutory boards.
Chair.
Item 004, statutory boards. I recognize you, Shogona, please.
Minister, item 15, Lady Ho-Choi Centers of Trinidad and Tobago. Minister, can you give a reason for this decrease of 3.6 million?
Okay, what we have found is some of these organizations have significant unspent balances in the millions.
Sure. Minister, would this stand for item 41 and 42, the Trinidad and Tobago Association for the Hearing Impaired, as well as the Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association?
Yes, all three.
So they are expected to utilize their unspent balances?
Yes.
Okay.
Honorable members, we will now move on to draft estimates of the revenue expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. Item 15, Lady Ho-Choi Centers of Trinidad and Tobago, subhead 01, personal expenditure, and we're on page 507. Item 001, Lady Ho-Choi Home North. Item 002, Lady Ho-Choi Home South. Item 003, Penal Daycare and Training Center. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, Lady Ho-Choi Home North. Item 002, Lady Ho-Choi Home South, and we're now on page 508. Item 003, Penal Daycare and Training Center. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, Lady Ho-Choi Home North. Item 002, Lady Ho-Choi Home South, and we're now on page 509. Item 003, Penal Daycare and Training Center. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. 41, Trinidad and Tobago Association of Hearing Impaired. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, and we're on page 515. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, 515. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration, 516. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. 42, Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association, page 521, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Shigona CCO with us?
Yes.
Lovely. Item subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 522. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the Development Program, Consolidated Fund, Item 004, Social Infrastructure, and we are on page 147. Are we going on to Welfare Services?
Yes.
Right, C, Welfare Services, page 147, member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, C044, Establishment of Social Displacement Centers. Minister, with your allocation of $4 million, can you advise what these allocations would be used to establish?
Minister.
Okay. The refurbishment and outfitting of the following properties: 6 apartment buildings located in Penal. Also, a perimeter fence at Beaumont Hill, Point 14. Refurbishing 2 houses. Refurbishing of a facility in Port of Spain. Outfitting YWCA hostel located at Cipriani Boulevard, Port of Spain. These are all to be used as transitional homes.
Transitional homes, okay. Mr. Chair, based on the Minister's response and the revised estimate of 2022 of $1.8 million, Minister, can you state whether the completion of the CARICOM building as well as the Mary Jenny pool, which you mentioned before, whether works were completed at those 2 venues?
Minister.
Actually, the CARICOM facility is finished.
Finished?
Yes, it's completed.
And Mary Jenny pool?
Mary Jenny pool, actually this, we still have to do some work with.
So any of this, these funds that are allocated in 2023 would be utilized at Mary Jenny pool?
Yes.
Sure. Minister, can you also indicate whether an assessment center location, as indicated before, has been identified?
Yes, assessment and socially displaced center has been identified in Port of Spain.
Where exactly, and the name of this center?
Foundry Street, Port of Spain.
Foundry?
Foundry.
Okay. Minister?
It's at the old Foundry site at South Key.
Sure. Can you indicate whether this would be, it has been identified, any of these funds would be utilized there as well?
No, this would not be utilized here. It would be utilized under IDEA.
Okay, sure. Mr. Chair, item 096, Minister Development, this item being Development Center for Persons with Challenges. Minister, the last standing Finance Committee, you indicated that this development center would be completed within the year, whether fiscal or calendar, but you said at the end, by the end of the year. Can you indicate why the need for the for a further $2 million as identified in the 2023 estimate?
Well, one is that they discovered some major infrastructural defects, and also this is also for the equipment in the center.
Sure. Minister, based on your response, can you assure this committee that these sums would be sufficient, for the completion of this particular center?
Yeah, we hope so.
You hope so. All right. What's your timeline for the operationalization of this particular center?
Well, I think it would be in this fiscal year.
This fiscal year. All right. Mr. Chair, moving on, item 129, implementation of a social mitigation plan. Minister, can you indicate the status of the Social Services and Empowerment Unit, the VABS campaign, the remodeling of the Tunapuna and Rio Claro social services offices, as well as the implementation of the nationwide public education campaign that you spoke to before?
Well, we actually we completed the work at the center in the hotline and call center at Couva. We completed the consultancy for the assessment of the civil society sector under this program. We continue the rollout of the internal values, attitudes, and behaviors campaign. What we've decided to, of course, roll it out internally first before external. We completed Rio Claro and Tenapuna as the pilot offices with regards to this program. This was also completed.
Sure. So, Minister, your projects were completed as you're indicating. So what would this $3 million be utilized for?
Because we have to roll out a nationwide campaign on strategies to ensure food security. We have to also implement a nationwide public education campaign on financial security. We have to roll out our values, attitudes, and behaviors, perhaps campaign externally now. We also have to continue the remodeling of some other areas because of our digitalization efforts, and these locations are Chaguanas, Princestown, and San Fernando.
Sure. Mr. Chair, based on the Minister's response, Minister, can you indicate, due to the current challenges facing families as well in terms of food security, can you indicate, as well as financial instability, can you indicate how soon you intend to roll out these programs based on the importance and the need for it at this
These
point?
programs have already started. Most of these programs, we have already started implementation.
Can you inform us of how many persons are currently benefiting from these particular programs in terms of food stability and financial security?
I will provide that information.
You'll provide that? Sure. Mr. Chair, item 132.
Sure.
Minister, can you advise whether, in terms of the refurbishment of older persons' homes, can you advise whether all the older persons' homes are at a satisfying place based based on zero allocation in this fiscal year?
Well, actually, these are homes, it's only the homes that receive subvention from us. And we only have 6 homes that receive subvention. So these are the homes that we have been looking at and we have been reviewing. Recently, I think there are some homes that are being audited at this time. And we completed the work that was supposed to be done for 2002, which was the Chaguanas home. So
Sure.
hence the reason why it is a 0 here.
Okay, thanks a lot. Next.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 148. We have A, administrative services. Proceed, Member for Chaguanas.
Minister, A032, establishment of an integrated social enterprise management system, EPAS. Minister, based on your allocation of $3.5 million, can you advise why this project was not completed at the end of fiscal 22, despite your assurances?
No, this project could not have been completed because it was being completed by increments. At this point in time, we have to finish the last increment, which is 1 to 3. We are at completion of increment 4. And this is what we expect to do. The final implementation of increment 4 is supposed to take place within this fiscal year.
Sure. Minister, can you advise whether this would complete this particular project under this line item?
Okay, we should, because I'm saying we are supposed to complete the model office, and we want to have a pilot of 4 other offices by February next year, and we want to roll out to all the other centers by August next year.
Sure. Minister, can you provide for us at a later date the providers as it relates to this particular project, the service providers?
Yes, we can do that. But I also wanted to say too that based on these new offices and our digitalization, we have to conduct our data cleansing also and validation exercise of our existing clients' data. That has to be done also, it is ongoing.
Sure. Minister, 036. Digitization and Migration Social Services Management Information System. Minister, can you advise, I note that there was no revised estimate for this particular line item. Can you state where was those projects funded from as it relates to digitization based on your ministry's digitization efforts? Why no revised estimate for this particular line item?
Well, actually, what is happening, this 036 is just the cleansing of the data, all right? And also we're moving from manual to digital. And this is what is happening under this program.
So, Minister, in 2022, you would not have had any commitments as it related to this?
No.
Okay.
But we recognize in reviewing that the data needed to be cleansed to move forward.
Sure. Minister, 038, Enterprise Business Continuity Solution. Minister, can you indicate whether this amount of $5 million will complete these particular projects and state the projects?
Yes, this should complete it. This should complete this.
Minister, can you shed some light as to what this project entails?
This is a system to the business continuity backups and disaster recovery solution. This would require to protect the integrity of the ministry's data and operations.
Okay. Minister, can you provide some details on 040-042-044 as it relates to these particular line items?
Well, Enterprise Wireless Solution, this will enable the staff and eventually the clients to access the ministry electronically without having to be physically in the office. And this is what 042 is, which is a new project. And our database monitoring tool, which is 044, allows the ministry to manage the access and usage of the ministry's data.
Sure. Minister, you indicated that so staff can access the ministry away from the ministry. So are you engaging in work from home with members of your staff within your ministry?
Not as yet.
Not as yet. Yes. But you intend to, based on your funding requested here?
Yes, after the policy. We are putting the infrastructure in place.
Okay. So, Minister, can you indicate, based on your allocation and your plan for your ministry, how many of your staffing within the various divisions stand to benefit from this access to the ministry away from home?
Members, honorable members, again, right, you have not identified a particular line item, but remember, throughout your discourse, I think the minister would have been able to give you succinctly exactly what you were asking for. Now you're asking a specific generalized question. Again, Minister,
Mr. Chair.
1 minute, that's to respond to what
just
she
say
would have
that this has to be covered by policy.
Sure. Mr. Chair, I was referring to 404244, which the minister responded.
Yeah, but right? Still, you still have a generalized statement. Right.
I'll await you to move to F.
F, public buildings. Proceed.
Mr. Chair, can I ask 003 outfitting of buildings of Ministry of Social Development and Family Services divisions? Minister, I note an $8 million estimate. Can you advise which buildings are earmarked for outfitting under your ministry?
Okay, this has to deal with the establishment of the new buildings that we want to in Arima, Cuva, Marabella. Also, it has to deal with Sandy Grande also. It also has to, it pertains to the redesign of the offices to accommodate the SSCU, service delivery model for our clients. Also the relocation of Point 14, Sandy Grande, and of course, Arangwes offices.
Sure. Okay, thanks.
Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund, item 004, social infrastructure. We are on page 231, C, welfare services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $5,413,633,000 for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $5,413,633,000 for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you, Madam Permanent Secretary, and also to the other senior technocrats. Do travel safely. Thank you. We will now move on to Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. And we'll just wait 2 minutes in order for the Minister and his PS and other officers to come in the chamber, please. Honorable members, welcome, Minister, welcome, Permanent Secretary, and your senior technocrats at your ministry. Welcome to the Parliament. Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, $257,475,000. I will now invite the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, at headquarters and through its 20 missions abroad, is responsible for the country's foreign relations and interactions with international entities, a mandate we implement mainly through diplomatic initiatives and quality representation. We are also the agency primarily charged with the oversight of CARICOM affairs on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Chair, these are mandates which we have continued to discharge with diligence, even as we have found ourselves doing more with less. The period covered by fiscal year 2022 has been challenging for the globe, the region, and our nation, even as we continued to battle the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic during this fiscal. It is therefore a credit to the dedicated staff who have remained steadfast in the execution of the ministry's mandate, using limited resources to ensure continued benefit to this country through sustained strategic engagement with stakeholders and partners, both at home and abroad. Our relations and engagement with regional and international partners is currently on an extremely strong footing, and we seek to continuously to ensure that this can be converted to the benefit of all our people and leveraged to the benefit of all our people. The work of the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs over the past fiscal year has underscored the fulfillment of its essential foreign policy mandate in support of the achievement of our national development goals and objectives. Mr. Chair, for the fiscal 2023, the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs has received a modest allocation, and I commit to this chamber that we shall continue to exert every effort to ensure proper management of all available resources in service to our fellow citizens and our country. And we will continue to fly the nation's flag with the dignity and diligence that befits our beautiful and diverse country. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I remain available for the queries of my most esteemed colleagues and from any members in the chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $257,475,000 for Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $257,475,000 for Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, is comprised of monies proposed for the expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of the recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration, and we are on page 297. I recognize the member for Naparima.
Thank you, and welcome, Minister and your staff. 01, Salaries and Cost of Living, increase of $65.8 million. Could the Minister tell us how many vacant posts with incumbents exist or existed as at September 30th this year?
Thank you very much for the welcome and for the question. With respect to vacant posts, currently we have at the ministry 270 permanent positions on the establishment. Of that number, there are 63 total vacant posts without bodies, and there are 96 vacant posts within which we do have personnel who have not yet been promoted by the DPA. And with respect to contract positions, if you would wish me to go that further, we have a total of 69 contract positions, and of that number, there are currently 33 vacant posts that we are seeking to fill, and 2 additional posts on short-term assignment.
Could the minister indicate what are the ministry's plans for filling the vacant posts?
Well, what I can say is that we did make some progress. This question is a perennial question. We did make some progress in the last fiscal year, and I want to thank all involved, including the permanent secretary and our colleagues at public admin, the DPA, etc., because within the last year, we have filled 56 positions in the establishment, which is really an acceleration, as well as 7 of the contract positions. And we intend to maintain this trajectory and fill additional positions with our qualified citizens during this fiscal year. We've made some progress.
Minister, do we still have, and you have FSOs, Foreign Service Officers, do we still have that? I think it was called international.
Yes, we have FSOs and we have IROs. That development continues even as we seek to fill our establishment positions and ensure that the ministry as well as our overseas missions are well staffed. So we do have IROs within the ministry. Some are posted overseas, some are headquarters. I can give you that figure shortly. Just give me 1 second. At present, we have 12 positions of IRO that are filled within the ministry.
And the strategy is to do away with IROs? And
I wouldn't want to send that signal to them today, but the strategy is to ensure that we fulfill our human resource requirements. Ideally, we are seeking to bring in more FSOs.
Correct.
It's a bit of a slow process, sometimes frustrating, but that's the objective.
I'm familiar because I think foreign missions used to try to stake away our IROs because of the insecurities of our contract position.
But we have some very good IROs as well. So
I know. Some are very good. Minister, with respect to item 28, remuneration of cabinet appointed representatives for Trinidad and Tobago. Who or what are these representatives?
Well, we haven't had any expenditure under this item for the last fiscal. This offers an allocation should the cabinet wish to put in place sport ambassadors or that category of individual. It has been deployed at times in the past, and there's still some possibility or consideration of that type of deployment. We have none in place at this time.
Yeah. Can we recognize the member for Couva South?
Thank you. Minister, with respect to 002, overseas mission, I want to...
No, remember, we haven't reached there yet.
Okay, I thought you were on the page.
Jump in the gun.
So we're going now to item 002, overseas mission. You can now proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Minister, with respect to 002 overseas missions, and if you look at 02 wages and COLA, 03 overtime allowances, and monthly paid officers, and 04 allowances, monthly paid officers. In relation to your expenditure in 2022, and in relation to 2023 projected, are there any outstanding sums of monies owed under these line items when you project in terms of what you spend and what you are projected to spend in 2023? Will that cater for any, to say after this expenditure, will it take care of any, the full expenditure?
Mr. Chair, my colleague has used a lot of words, and I'm not clear what his destination is. I heard the words owing and so on being used. The ministry isn't really owing anything under these categories. Is it that you are asking whether this allocation will be sufficient for the ministry's requirements? Is that the question?
In relation to the line items.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
Right. So Mr. Minister, he identified 020304. Right. So I think along those lines, would you be able to
let me try to fashion a response. We are very comfortable that the Ministry of Finance has done its best to provide sufficient resources in its allocation to the ministry under these items. And if there is requirement for additional allocation, we maintain a very productive relationship with the Minister and the Ministry of Finance, and there will be opportunities for same. I am not unduly worried that there's any shortfall here, or we will encounter any challenge in
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Member for Naprima.
Thank you. Minister, 01, salaries and cost of living. Does this include overseas mission? This includes...
This is overseas missions.
I know.
Yes.
It includes what they call locally recruited staff and staff from capital.
Yes. These are salaries and COLA for our staff at overseas missions. Yeah. All staff.
All staff. So it includes those
working at our overseas missions. Yes.
And those like in Prune who are
home-based staff as well as locally recruited staff.
Minister, I think I've read in the press that there's some concern about termination, some issues, industrial relations issues. In terms of the sums allocated here, there's some. Would it be enough to handle the requests from what we call the U.S.-based staff, U.S. recruited staff at missions abroad?
Mr. Chair, I'm not clear what press articles the honourable member is referencing, but what I can say is that the ministry takes great pains to ensure that we are in alignment with the labor requirements and the legal requirements in the jurisdictions in which we have staff. Yeah. And these allocations are deemed to be appropriate to meet those needs.
Good. So may I rephrase the question a little? Are there any, as far as you're aware, concerns by staff in missions, at least in the United States, about terms and conditions of service? Are you aware?
If I were to answer that question accurately, most staff everywhere in the world, including right here in the Parliament, would always want better terms and conditions. So in a general response, yes, that awareness is in place.
Could you indicate when last were the terms and conditions looked at specifically for staff in the United States?
I'm not able to respond to that with any degree of accuracy. I can check on it if you wish.
Okay, thank you.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration, pages 298, 299, item 00. You wanted, what's in it? Couva South? Yeah. Members, again, we are getting to that time, so let's make sure that when I call, I look up in order to get the glance before I move on. So we are at item 001, General Administration, pages 298, 299. Couva South?
Yeah, Minister, with respect to line item 16, contract employment, the ministry spend $4,940,000 in fiscal 2022. How many contract positions were paid with this allocation? And I see that you intend to increase this spend by $1,560,000 in 2023. How many additional contract positions will be, persons will be recruited for these contract positions?
Mr. Chair, I gave some of that information already in terms of how many contract positions we have filled. We are also looking to bring on some additional contract positions. We would like to bring on 4 more. Well, I can break it down for you.
Yes.
13 contract positions will be filled in this fiscal year. That's the intention of the ministry. We would like to bring on 4 IROs. We've already advertised for 2 of those positions, 2 protocol officers, 1 CSME specialist, 1 CSME research officer, 1 CSME specialist officer, 1 legal officer, 1 senior legal officer, 1 senior IRO, and 1 legal research officer. So in all 13 contract positions, additional contract positions, we intend to fill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair. Item 25, audit of overseas missions.
Proceed.
Minister, these are done annually, and I see that none was done in 2022. Was this because of COVID?
Minister.
The member is accurate. None were accomplished in the last fiscal year. We have intentions to resume, and these are internal audit procedures, to resume as COVID has abated. And the ministry will be conducting audit exercises in this fiscal. That's the intention.
In that case, Minister, would it not have been prudent to, since you must have a backlog, to increase the estimates that you had in 2022? It seems to be 300,000 annually. Since there is a backlog, is there intention to double up to make up for the shortfall?
Yeah, that could be a noble intention. What I would say is, generally speaking, if we have not utilized, and we did not utilize under this line item, it's sometimes a little difficult to persuade budgets to increase the allocation. So we will make best use of this, ensure that we get some audit work done, and again, we are assured that if we need more, the Ministry of Finance is always willing and able to assist where possible.
Minister, item 51, relocation of overseas staff. Could you tell us what that entails?
Member,
no, I have a reason for
experience. Okay. Well, let me answer, and then you may have a supplemental. Yes, that entails movement of staff to post and to headquarters as required by the ministry and the country.
Excellent. Is there a policy with respect to the relocation of staff? I'll tell you why. When I was at the UN and we visited Japan, there's a policy of 2 terms out, 2 tours of duty out and 1 in, and that is followed by India, is followed by South Korea, is followed by the United States. And the purpose of that was to ensure that you had a rotation of staff, so they'll pick up experience globally, and also that they will not lose connection with home. So it's like the Indian chargé d'affaires, he would spend 2 tours of duty outside, 6 years, and then mandated to come back to capital, spend a term, and then go out again. And when I went there were officers who had been outside for 15, 12 years. They had lost connection with Trinidad. So I'm just asking to help, not to be critical.
Not to hurt.
But
so, Mr. Chair, I understand the point the member is raising. And it is a concern that the ministry is aware of and seeking to respond to, all within the human resource limitations and the various exigencies that do arise with respect to posting of staff from time to time. So those long stay postings are being looked at as best as possible, but what the member has described is not really a policy as such, but a practice that we would seek to reinvigorate to ensure that there's rotation.
Item 63, repatriation of nationals. Could the minister explain, could you indicate how many were repatriated in the last fiscal?
In the last fiscal, we had expenditure toward repatriation of 3 nationals of Trinidad and Tobago. I can give some additional details. These all 3 were within the Barbados scenario. There were some challenges with state quarantine there, and the ministry was called upon when requested by these nationals to assist with bringing them home and related expenses. So from time to time, we are called upon to render this type of assistance. Don't confuse this with the assistance that was rendered, significant assistance that was rendered through a direct provision from the Ministry of Finance during the height of the COVID pandemic. As you are aware, this is a separate provision here through the ministry. That COVID-19 assistance was provided from the Ministry of Finance and administered through various overseas missions, specific missions.
Minister, does the policy place limits per case of how much money you would expend per case? Or
which one are you referring to? This one?
I'm referring to this one. Or is it dependent on the circumstances of the case?
It's dependent on each circumstance, and we do not impose a limit because emergencies can arise.
Minister, for the enlightenment of the population, in case we are abroad and we get into difficulty, what is the policy? Do we approach, and what are the conditions under which assistance is given? Because I know friends who would call and say they have lost their passport, they have no money, etc. What do they do?
So,
if it's somewhere else,
I could try to assist you with some information in this regard and the population. So the ministry is very much committed to assist our nationals when they fall into circumstances compatible with the kind of assistance we can render. So you've described a lost passport, and our staff respond to these scenarios all of the time. In those situations, it doesn't always require help with a plane ticket and so on, and we've responded consistently. Sometimes our staff would fly from a city of posting to another city to convey emergency travel documents and render other forms of assistance to a family that may have been robbed in the United States or something along those lines. But there are circumstances in which we would also assist with a flight if necessary, and clearly there would be some demonstration of acute need and inability to convey oneself or one's family safely in the absence of such assistance. So this is done with some stringency, but also with a concern for the welfare of our nationals.
Excellent. Item 62, promotions, publicity, and printing. What is that involved?
That involves promotions. All right. Let me.
So
that really under this line item.
No. I have a reason for us.
I know you will.
Yeah.
Have reasons for everything we do.
But do not sound like the Minister of Finance. You are decent.
Well, I'm very close.
Okay, so just now, what we're asking, are you asking what the vote means, or
Yes.
are you asking what the $200,000?
What have we expended it on?
$200 do?
Okay, that really is what the ministry utilizes for certain branding activities when we have National Day celebrations and other such, when we have to produce a banner for an event or a conference, a gathering. It's really a provision that allows us to assist with branding the ministry and by extension the country.
So if we get, for example, a Tier 4 travel advisory from the U.S. government.
Oh,
Which,
yeah.
but do you use a vote like this to counter those kinds of situations that affect our image, or not?
Promotions, publicity and printing.
And public relations.
Madam Chair, I know what the member is trying to do, but this really is not the best line item to achieve.
Well, thank you.
Let me just indicate, as you've raised it, that this Trinidad and Tobago is not associated, the country is associated with a level 2 travel advisory at this time. Particular areas of Port of Spain are associated with a level 4 travel advisory. This is exactly the same 2 tiers that existed last year. So I don't want the member to in any way perpetrate in this committee or elsewhere any sense that there has been a downgrading of Trinidad and Tobago. So I understand the question, I understand the intent.
Would you do? And that's all. I move on.
This is the wrong line item for that discussion.
Well, okay, so are you finished with this? Because I'm going on to item 002, overseas missions. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general admission. General administration. Item 002, overseas missions. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. Member for Naparima.
Where are we? We're going a little fast.
301.
So where 301?
Yes.
What page?
301.
301. 04. All right.
We are item 001, regional bodies, under subhead 04.
Right.
Current transfers and subsidies.
Good. Are we at 002? Are we at 002?
Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. That's where you are?
I am at
Item 003, United Nations organizations.
Yes.
Member for Naparima.
Item 02, United Nations Program of Assistance and Exchange in the Field of International Relations. Is that a commitment which all nations, member states, have to, fees are proportional to each state?
Member is referring to 00302, United Nations Program of Assistance and Exchange in the Field of International Law. That one?
Yes.
I am not able to answer with specificity whether all member states of the UN are covered under this requirement. What I can tell the member is that we have not received any invoices or assessments from this body requiring any payment at this time from the government of Trinidad.
So therefore we're not, as far as...
We're not owing as far as I'm
Okay.
concerned. And let me go a little further, Madam Chair, because I know the inclination of this goodly member. Trinidad and Tobago has done significant work during this last fiscal to meet its obligations across the board to the United Nations and other international and regional bodies. We've really moved the needle in the right direction. And I have this.
You must be commended if you do.
Thank you. And the team. Thank you.
Item 05, the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea.
Yes.
Which was started by Lennox Bala. So I take it that the fact that there are no payments made in 2022 is because of the fact that no invoices were received.
Well, what I can say, member, is that we are paid up to 2022, and we are waiting assessments and invoices, and we will make the necessary payments.
And the same thing applies for item 12, United Nations Central Emergency Fund.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And I would just thank you for doing that, because you understand that in 2023 we have the President of the General Assembly, and it is important for our country's esteem that all our bills are current with the UN.
Yes, we are doing what is required. We take this responsibility, all our responsibilities, very seriously, and it demands close communication with our permanent team at the United Nations and those at other bodies to ensure that we do not fall behind. I must also commend the Ministry of Finance and the Minister for understanding the obligations and requirements in this regard. They've been they've worked with us.
Occasionally he can rise to the occasion.
He always does.
Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Item... Are you under
Item
009?
05, other transfers.
Yes.
Arms trade treaty. Again, that is a treaty obligation for Trinidad and Tobago. I knew there was a time we were trying...
302,
05, yeah.
009, other transfers, 05, arms trade treaty secretariat.
Okay, I got you. Go on.
Yes. I knew there was a time we were a candidate for the seat of the secretariat. It went to Switzerland. What could the minister enlighten us as to what this expenditure is? Is it a levy on all states parties to the treaty?
This is our contribution to the Arms Trade Treaty Secretariat. This is an annual contribution, just like other member countries, and we did expend in the last fiscal close to $12,000 as our contribution to that secretariat. So that's notwithstanding candidatures and so on. And again, we paid up to 2022.
Yes, okay, thank you. Item 04, National Reparations Committee. Could the minister indicate the status of that committee?
Yes. Again, I indicate to the member and the House and the committee that we did have some challenges. COVID-19 was a factor. This remains an area of commitment, and in this fiscal, additional work is being done and will be done to bring this committee to full operation. We did appoint a chairperson, and there was a development where we've had to seek to engage and bring on board another chairperson, and some of that work is going on right now. But the commitment is there, as you are aware. The Prime Minister and the country has been weighing in on this issue globally as well. And at the micro level here in TNT, we are aware that we have some work to do in terms of the National Reparations Committee.
Can I go on to 010 item?
Call it.
Okay.
Item 010, other transfers abroad, member for Naparima.
Can I ask about 05? That's GULAC, the group of Latin American and Caribbean states. No, sorry, that's a group of 77. No. The group of Latin American and Caribbean states. I'm trying to see, could the minister indicate what is the annual levy?
Could you tell us what item?
Item 06.
06, okay.
Group of Latin America, GULAC.
Right.
What is the annual? I see 917,000.
I recollect every year you ask this question.
Yes.
So,
no, I haven't asked what is the annual levy.
All right, there's a little nuance on it.
No, it's not.
So what I can say, member, because we're working on it.
Yeah.
What I can indicate to the member is that these payments to an entity such as GULAC are made based on assessments that would be done by the group and invoicing provided to the ministry.
Right.
As of this time, we have received no requests or invoices for payment to GULAC. So because you would not have seen any expenditure in the last fiscal, do not interpret that as a lack of readiness or willingness for us to meet any obligations to GRULAC. We await such submissions.
Okay.
And our commitment to GRULAC is as strong as it ever was.
So could you just indicate what is the annual, in the past, what is the annual levy?
Well,
it's one, I see 100,000 plus in 2021 actual. So it had to mean that there was some.
All right, let me double check that. Vision for about $10,000 per annum under this line item, just over $10,000. So let me see why you gave such a high figure.
Was it retroactive?
No, it is 10,200.
It was retroactive.
Right. We probably at that stage, at some years, that's 2 years ago, we would have had some arrears and so on. All of that is cleared, and we are waiting any further submission. And so it's about, to answer your question, it appears to be about 10,000, but we are waiting the invoices.
And the only reason I ask is because, as you are aware, our presidency of the General Assembly is based on the recommendation of GRULAC.
We're in good order in that regard. We're in good order.
As a citizen, I'm happy.
Yes, I appreciate your patriotism, member. It is in good order. We are in good standing with GRULAC, and the candidature is going very well at this stage.
Colleagues appreciate the patriotism.
Honorable members, we'll now move on to the draft estimates of development program, consolidated fund. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. We're at page 124. A, administrative services. Member for Naparima.
Minister, 009. I see the development of a national diaspora policy. Is it because that has been completed or shelved?
At all. We remain very much committed to the development of this policy. There's a draft on hand at this time. There are several meetings scheduled for the immediate future in this regard, and we will be doing some further consultation and engagement with members of the diaspora in this fiscal, and we will continue to work on this policy. It has not occurred as quickly as we would have liked, as referenced in the past, but the commitment is there.
Given the importance of the diaspora, could the minister give us a time frame for the completion of the development of the policy? Since we have close to 300,000 citizens, dual citizens in the tri-state area alone, it could mean that a quarter of our citizens reside outside. So it's critical. Yeah.
I didn't hear all of the preface, but I don't think I may have missed
when will it be finalized?
I got the core of it. I would say within this fiscal year, we will bring this to full fruition, and aiming for by the mid-period within the next 6 months. That's the aim.
Item 021. Digitization of the CSME skill certificate application process. Is that completed, ongoing, or a status, please?
Status, I can share a bit of information with the member in this regard. This is part and parcel of the overall modernization and digitization of the ministry in our contribution to the government's modernization process. Thus far, we've done an ICT upgrade at our headquarters, as well as at several overseas missions in our embassy in Washington, D.C., our High Commission in South Africa. We've set up ICT infrastructure in Georgetown, Guyana as well. We've done the implementation of an e-appointment system for the CSME skill certificate application, the applications for CSME skill certificates, and this is being expanded in the future for all services of the ministry where you can have that e-appointment system engaged. And we've also had the implementation of a TT Gov chat service for engaging the public on issues related to CSME. Again, this will be expanded in the future to all the services of the ministry. In terms of our plans under this area of modernization, the full digitization of our skills certificate process through an online application system. This will soon be launched and will continue to add additional services such as actual online payments. We look forward to that day. We also wish to digitize our consular services, the suite of consular services. That is another objective. There's work to occur on the upgrading of our internal computer and server infrastructure to improve internal services of the ministry and several other steps. So this modernization, we are doing our part in the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs within the government's digital transformation agenda.
A, we'll move on now to F, public buildings. Member for Naprimo.
Renovation, item 056, relocation of the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. Is this relocation from the towers where Parliament was to?
Yeah, that's correct, to the current location.
Is this Knowsley refitted or a new location? Sorry, I don't.
You don't know where we are?
The Ministry of Foreign
we just put up a lovely sign as well, which we are very proud of. So it's where the Ministry of Agriculture used to be, opposite Cape Park Hotel.
Oh yes, oh yeah.
Just at the foot of Brian Lara's Hills.
What the time frame for completion?
No, well, the ministry has moved.
It's finished.
But the project, there are certain elements that have taken a while to finalize. You know, moving a ministry is not like packing a suitcase and arriving somewhere. So this has been an ongoing project. And while the staff have physically located, there is some work still taking place to ensure that the infrastructure at our current location is as of the highest standard. So some of that work is
Item
ongoing.
066, establishment of an embassy in Doha, Qatar. Is this still on?
Yes, this still remains a commitment, and additional work will take place in the current fiscal year in this regard. We've already done the basic research and the other groundwork that is required as an element of establishing a diplomatic mission, and we are forging ahead in this regard. Once again, COVID put a little bit of a damper on some of these new limbs, but now that the situation is under control, we intend to move ahead as far as we can.
Item 070, establishment of a High Commission in Nairobi, Kenya. Is this to replace the Ugandan mission that was closed down some years ago, or this is an entirely new project?
We don't look at it as a replacement for a closed mission, but this is in line with our nation's priorities. The work that we wish to do in that part of the African continent. And this one, with respect to Kenya, is being done in close collaboration with CARICOM and other member states. The idea is that Kenya can be one of the hubs for CARICOM delegations and representatives.
Was consideration ever given to, instead of Nairobi, to Addis Ababa, where the AU exists, and you'll have immediate contact with 53 African states?
Okay, so member, I'm not going to allow that sort of general policy question under this. The item clearly is the establishment of a High Commission in Nairobi, Kenya. Okay? Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, which is at page 220. F, public buildings. Honorable members, the question is that a sum of $257,475,000 For Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $257,475,000 for Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Pierce, and thank you to all the technocrats from your ministry. Head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission. Head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, $126,117,300. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister of Finance.
Just give me 1 second.
The Election and Boundaries Commission is an independent body established under the Constitution and has the responsibility for the conduct of elections in Trinidad and Tobago, the registration of voters, and the responsibility for all matters dealing with both local and general elections and elections of the Tobago House of Assembly.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $126,117,300 for Head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $126,117,300 for Head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration, Member for Naparima.
Thank you. Item 03, Overtime. Given that this allocation pertains to election expenses, on what occasions will employees be required to work overtime during fiscal 2023?
Yes. The EBC will be doing a recon exercise prior to the election.
Prior to the local government election, you're saying?
The election, whatever election takes place in 23.
Okay. Okay. Which employees, which categories of employees are involved in overtime?
I hear.
You confuse everybody, so you confuse me too. Which categories of employees are involved in overtime payments? The field officers.
Mainly registration. The recon exercise is with respect to registration, just to make sure the list is up to date. And
has it begun? Or is it ongoing?
Yes, it has begun.
Okay.
Item. Sorry, member for Oropouche West.
On the same line item, Minister, I see 03 overtime monthly paid officers. I note that we have a separate subhead for with the same notification. It's under 002 election expenses. There's another subhead which is the same thing for the same thing.
002 as yet. So,
ma'am, the question I'm asking
yes.
is that there's monthly paid officers overtime in both sections. I'm not too sure why there's why there's a differentiation, because I'm assuming it's going to be the same monthly paid staff.
The recon exercise is prior to the election, and the staff may be required to work overtime during that exercise. But when an election is called, you also have demands on the staff for overtime, so that you would see overtime twice. Okay?
Member for Naparima. Under 001.
Yes, thank you. Item 23, salaries, direct charges. Could you indicate how many staff this item relates to?
$347 persons work in the EBC at this time.
347 persons, and the salaries, direct charges is only 222,000. It seems a bit small.
He's asking about this. He doesn't. Look above. Look at 01, it's 28 million. Direct charges is a particular thing. So perhaps when I said 347, I was referring to all the staff.
All the staff.
Direct charges would just be a few members of staff.
So direct charges mean what? Direct charges. You have salaries and direct charges.
We'll get it for you, but it may very well be the commissioners, okay? Correct. But we'll get it for you. But it's not the entire staff complement.
Okay, I could wait. Item 25, remuneration to members, direct charges. That relates to the board?
That looks like the board, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Item 002, election expenses. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, General Administration, member for Tobago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I'm at line item 22, short-term employment. The revised estimate for 2022 took us up to 6.1 million for fiscal 2022. Could we account for the short-term employment that would have required that additional, 2.9 million in fiscal 2022?
What exactly are you asking? Because
so I'm at line item.
No, I'm on the line item, assuming it's this one here.
Yes, 22, short-term employment.
Yeah, 3.6 was the
original
estimate.
Correct, and it's
6.1 is a revised estimate,
correct.
And the 23 is 3.2.
Correct.
So what exactly are you asking? What caused the increase from 3.6 to 6.1?
Correct, and yes.
This one, yes. This was specific to 2022. Remember, this is short-term employment. So it was some field exercises they were doing, which may not be necessary in 2023.
No problem. I'm not asking that more be allocated for 2023. I'm just trying to account to how
But that's
many
the reason.
persons.
I'm giving you the reason.
Thank you. And then, so therefore, how many persons would have been employed with this additional 2.9?
We'll get that for you.
Thank you.
They don't have those numbers.
Member for Oropouche
No
West.
problem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm referring to line item 16, contract employment. I note that we have a doubling of the value of contract employment from the revised estimate of 2022 to 900,000 in 2023. Minister, I want to find out if this would include consideration for any election observers that may be required if an election is called.
Look, before I ask the officer, the CEO, if you look, you'll see the original allocation was
1.5.
8. Sorry. It was 1.5. 1.5. They only managed to spend 423. So 900 is a little, significantly less than the original estimate. So let me find out what happened.
Of course.
Right. There are positions that they have to fill. They filled 6 of them. Not as many as they would have wanted to, and there are 34 more that they're going to try and fill in 2023.
So, okay, thank you, Minister. Thank you.
Member for
Thank you. Item 08, rent lease office accommodation storage. This is estimate is 8.8 million, and when I look at the entire page, that is the highest line item expenditure. Could the Minister indicate where the property or properties are located and who are the landlords and how much is paid monthly?
Could you just help me what page you're on?
Page 40, item 08.
Right, rent. Okay. Yeah, what I'm being told is that the EBC is in several rental properties across the country, so they'll provide you with a list.
Item 002, election expenses. Member for Tabaquite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'm on line item 1717, training. I see we anticipate spending about $3 million in training. My question is types of training to be undertaken and number of persons to benefit from this training. You can say.
What they're trying to do is to upgrade the level of training in 23, especially the staff who work in polling stations on polling day, and therefore they intend to engage in more intensive training in 2023.
And so will we get the number of persons we anticipate to benefit from this training? I can get that at a later date, just if we don't have it now.
I'm sure they would have an estimate.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Member for Oropouche South. Cuba South, I'm sorry, because I have the both of you all down. Cuba South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 22, short-term employment, projected expenditure of $22 million, which reflects an increase of $19,500,000. Could you provide this meeting with what type of short-term employment will be engaged and for what duration and for what specific objective or objectives?
It is anticipated by the EBC that it is possible there will be a local government election in fiscal 2023. So this is for that, to hire persons for the election itself.
Thank you.
And now we take Oropouche, member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, ma'am. Same line item. There would have been an expectation, according to the minister's explanation just now, that EBC thought that we were going to have possibly an election in 2023 fiscal. But I note that there was allocation in 2022 of 1.2. Eventually, it was revised to 2.5. So is it that the EBC also expected an election in 2022?
Didn't we?
Well, I don't know. They didn't fund the UNC.
We never local THA election.
Is this for the THA
no,
election?
I'm just asking. I'm trying to remember myself. Did we have a THA election in
I'm trying
fiscal
to figure
22?
out if we spent $2.5 million on the THA
Was it January,
election.
I think? It was January. Yeah. Yes, I do remember there was a THA election in fiscal 22. I'm surprised honorable members opposite can't remember that either. And that was for that.
Just a follow-up, Minister, to my question that was asked previously, but under the wrong head. I think this would be the appropriate head to find out if this provision includes any allowance for election observers that would come in the event that there is an election in 2023.
I don't think the EBC pays for that, you know.
Oh.
I think that's a government expense.
Okay, thank you very much.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program consolidated fund item 004, social infrastructure. J, research and development. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. This is at page 14. A, administrative services. Honorable members.
Item A005. On page 14.
Yes.
Could the minister give us the status, what it is and the status, upgrading of the electronic voter registration and election management system, what it is and where has it reached in preparation for whatever election comes up?
The EBC is in a 5-year contract with a provider for their software, and that's simply the annual payment for the license and the support.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $126,117,300 for Head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $126,117,300 for Head 08, Elections and Boundaries Commission, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Madam Chief Elections Officer, and to your support. Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development. Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, $541,962,000. I will now invite the Minister of Sport and Community Development to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Ministry of Sport and Community Development was established or realigned in 2020. We are responsible for promoting the empowerment of communities and developing. We are dedicated to empowering communities and providing support to community groups. We are also responsible for promoting the development of sporting disciplines and promoting national development through sport. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development has 3 state enterprises under its watch: the National Commission for Self-Help, Sport TT, and Export Centers Companies Limited. We also have the Boxing Board under our watch as we get ready to step into a new fiscal year. We are happy and pleased that Trinidad and Tobago has returned to play, and much of our activities are done in person. We have adapted to doing some of our programs virtually, but we are happy to do most of what we do in person, for instance, Best Village and short course training and actual getting out there and play. So we look forward to 2022, where COVID protocols have been rolled back and we are fully out and ready to participate. So that's my short introduction. Thank you.
The question is that the sum of $541,962,000 for Head 79, the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $541,962,000 for Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Caroni Central.
Item 01, Salaries and Costs of Living Allowance. Honorable Minister, can you indicate what accounted for the amount of $9.8 million spent in financial year 2022? I know you stated in your preamble that with the lifting of protocols and COVID-19 no longer being in the way, that you expect an increased activity, but when this budget was passed in 2022, COVID-19 was much alive then. So if you can just indicate what caused or what accounted for the reduced expenditure in 2022.
Madam Chairman, I wouldn't think that there was a reduced expenditure in 2022.
I mean, from the budgeted amount of 11 million.
From the budgeted amount of 11 million. First things first, this allocation or this specific grouping 001 covers the minister, the permanent secretary, the deputy permanent secretary, general admin, audit, accounts, research, HR, and so on. So that's for the persons on the establishment for the most part, and that's what the allocation for salaries is.
when you say, I mean, you give a group, a class of persons that this line item will cover, this will also cover overseas travel for the minister or no?
No.
That's later
not
down.
01. Not 01.
Are we under 01 salaries and cost of living allowance?
No, so no.
I was just trying to get the
answer to that is
the
no.
different, what salaries and cost of living allowance, but what else?
Right, no, that's not under that.
Member for Cuba, no.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister attention to the same line item, 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. Minister, this was estimated at 11 million, but only 9.8 was utilized. Is it that you were expecting to recruit more persons under this line item and you were unable to do so during the last fiscal year?
As I mentioned when I started, in 2020, this ministry was realigned. So we had Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. So we took sports from Ministry of Sport and Youth, and then you took community development from Ministry of Culture and Community Development. And in that realignment, you had a number of persons acting. There are some persons who have not been paid their acting since 2020, and that's where the allocation of $11 million is supposed to help to cover.
So is it that the ministry is still owing that acting and we're hoping to have that completed in this financial term?
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Carney East.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good day, Minister.
Good day.
What is the number of persons employed as of September 30th, 2022?
As of September 30th, 2022, the ministry has 771 employees.
And
771 positions. Under the establishment, we have 182 filled, 119 acting, and 140 vacant without bodies. For contract positions, we have 322 positions, 94 filled, and 231 vacant.
And Minister, have any vacant posts been earmarked to be filled, and if yes, which posts?
We have a note before Cabinet for a number of positions, and we are awaiting final approval. Of course, the necessary approvals came from, or notes, the response came from Ministry of Public Admin and was sent back to Cabinet, so final consideration would be done, and then some of these positions would be filled in this fiscal year.
And Minister, what changes are expected in fiscal year 2023, given the $1.2 million increase in the allocation to salaries and cost of living allowance?
As I stated earlier, that $1.2 million is not based on new persons. The alignment will, of course, a number of persons to be acting from since 2020, and that those acting allowances have not been paid. So that's to cover what we owe to persons who have been acting from 2020.
Okay.
Member Karen Center.
Yes, Honourable Minister, I want to take you to line item 14, remuneration to members of cabinet appointed committees. Can you indicate with the amount there of 50,000, what committee will be, what this sum will be used for, what committee, and what is the role of that committee?
You're taking the whole block? 01? Okay. Yes. Item number 14, that's for the establishment of cabinet committees. We are looking at establishing the Committee for Dispute Resolution during this fiscal year. So we expect that funding to come from that vote.
Please excuse me, your response came a bit muffled on my end. Can you just repeat what committee this is for?
We are looking at proceeding with the Sport Dispute Resolution mandate, and that may require a committee. Hence, the allocation was made in order to facilitate that, because you would need not only persons from within the ministry, but stakeholders from other sporting entities to provide that necessary support.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 04, allowances, monthly paid officers. Minister, I see this was estimated in 2022 at 750,000, but only 600,000 is showing in the revised estimates. Can you advise if there are outstanding allowances being owed to monthly paid officers?
Yes, as stated.
Number of officers that allowances are outstanding to, and when can they expect to receive those allowances?
Within this fiscal year, and this is basically for permanent secretaries and deputy permanent secretaries. For instance, today we have a deputy permanent secretary who is with us right now, who is acting. So we, of course, intend to give them their acting allowances during this fiscal year.
And can you advise, like, how soon during the fiscal year this is normally paid?
There are a number of processes that you have to go through towards getting your releases and so on. And we can't put a date as to when public admin or the other entities would issue their approvals. So during this fiscal year.
My own clarity, I know in response to member for Caroni Central, line item 14, the Dispute Resolution Committee, is that in any way related to the Olympic Committee? What I know they have some regulations for resolving disputes. I'm only asking whether it is in any way related.
Okay, sure, fair. The Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee only treat with a certain number of sporting disciplines, not all of them. So the Ministry of Sport has 54 sporting disciplines under our watch, so we have to cover everybody. For instance, if jump rope has a dispute or ballroom dancing have a dispute, they are not covered under the Olympic Committee, so they wouldn't go there. So we are establishing that facility within the ministry to treat with all sport rather than only those that are covered by the Olympic Committee.
I'll just give it to my friend here because okay, yes. Given that, Minister, given that I know we have a big allocation this year, I think we're hosting the youths some games this year.
We're not there yet.
Same line item 14, sorry.
14, yes.
Yeah. Is it that you think that, is it that the cabinet-appointed committee will also be responsible, be looking at that games that we're having this financial year?
No, the Commonwealth Youth Games is being managed by the TTCGA, or the Trinidad and Tobago Commonwealth Games Association. They already have they're responsible for establishing the local organizing committee and so on. So that's the work of the TTCGA. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development is simply supporting the TTCGA's request or their proposal or them winning this bid. And so their local organizing committee fees would come from there.
Thank you.
Item 002, Physical Education and Sport Division, member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. Minister, what is the number of persons employed as of September 30th, 2022?
Sure. Later. Can't find it among.
And no problem. And Minister, do you know how many vacant posts exist?
Ministry, we have 148 vacant posts within the ministry.
Okay, and have any vacant posts been earmarked to be filled, and if so, which posts?
Posts for the swimming pools in some of our under some of our community programs. So, for instance, the pool attendants and some of the aquatic sports supervisor, the assistant manager for civic centers, assistant manager. That would be there, but these are all within the ministry.
And that would account for the $250,000 increase in the allocation?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay, thank you.
Item 003, Community Development Division. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Minister. Line item 01 again. What is the number of persons employed as of September 30th, 2022?
I can give you that number later.
And do you know the number of vacant posts that exist?
I can give you that number later too.
Okay.
When I have the total number for the entire ministry, but you seem to be wanting a breakdown by division, so I can provide that later.
And do you know what changes are expected in fiscal year 2023 given the $1.5 million increase in the allocation?
Salaries, increments, arrears, and acting allowances for the positions like the director, deputy director, handicraft officers, training officers, community development officers, administrative officers, clerical officers, drivers, messengers.
Thank you.
That specific division.
No problem. Thank you.
Item 004, Best Village. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Caroni Central.
Yes. Honorable Minister, line item 04, electricity. I've noticed that in 2022, there was an initial estimate of 200,000, and then the actual spent was 1.11 million. Can you indicate what was the reason for this substantial increase?
It's 357 under goods and services electricity.
Yes, Minister.
Okay, and what's your question?
Under electricity 04, the initial amount estimated in 2022 was $200,000. That figure rose, a revised estimate of 1.11 million. Can you indicate what amounted for this substantial increase, given that there was an initial estimate of 200,000?
Well, we had previous bills from since 2020, so we're making outstanding payments.
Outstanding payment. And this year's budget of 130 is what is estimated is going to be the actual cost. Is there any outstanding amounts? Should I ask first, is there any outstanding amounts still to be paid?
I think there would still be, because you're running community centers and facilities day by day, month by month. So I think that there would still be outstanding bills to be paid. But if there is a need to move monies into the vote, just like we did in 2022, we'll do so in 2023.
Sure. I mean, Minister, I hear you, but that, I mean, to an extent, defeats the purpose of a budget exercise, because you want to get a realistic figure of what is the actual spent in this financial year. To say that, you know, monies would just be moved.
The actual spend in this financial year was, you can see it here, under the revised provision, $1.1 million. Yes? But we had outstanding bills from since 2020.
And I'm saying you're budgeting 130,000 for the next financial year.
For this fiscal, yes. For the next fiscal year, and if needs be to move, just like in any other fiscal year. If you need to move money into the vote, you move money into the vote to cover your bills.
Table.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to draw the Minister's attention to 08. There's a significant decrease in the allocation for rent. So if the Minister could explain.
In that year, last year I should say, we moved money into the vote in order to pay off monies that were owing in 2021. So it doesn't represent a decrease per se. We had to increase the allocation in 2022 to cover the old bills. So now that the old bills are gone, we won't put that same amount because that bill is paid.
Could the Minister indicate how many office spaces is rent with this allocation?
We rent Nicholas Towers, levels 8, 18, and 20, Chepstow House, Frederick Street, Port of Spain, and Jobco Building 51 to 55, Frederick Street, Port of Spain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, what is the total number of persons hired or employed on contract at the ministry as at September the 30th, 2022?
The total number of persons hired on contract being 94.
And do you know the ratio of contract staff to officers in established public service posts at the ministry?
We can work the maths out. We have 94 contract workers against what's that? 301 persons within the establishment.
Okay. And what contract positions will be created in fiscal 2023?
We don't have any new ones at the moment.
And based on the contract employment positions at the ministry, are there any divisions that are staffed primarily by contract employees?
Communication staffed by, yes, we have unit staffed primarily by contract employees.
And that would be the communications division?
Communications division is one of those.
All right. And are there any projected increases in the number of contract employees, as there's a $1.15 million increase in the allocation for fiscal year 2023?
You're on page 357, item number 16.
Yes, contract employment.
No, I don't anticipate an increase. I think at the time this book was printed also, we wouldn't have gotten to the end of the month of September. Up to the last week of September, we were still receiving releases, so we have to take that into consideration.
Okay, no problem.
Item, member for Caroni Central.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I'd like to draw your attention to line item 27, official overseas travel. I saw there's an amount of 50,000, which was the budgeted amount, and there was a revised spend of $100,423. Can the Minister indicate what accounted for this increase?
Games 2022 this year. Mm-hmm.
This year, and can the Minister indicate what was the delegation that
traveled on this expense? Yes. This covered only the Minister's travel airplane accommodation, etc.
Only the ministers. And the others would have been covered under...
Who would be the others? There won't any others.
You see, Minister travel alone to the Commonwealth Games?
Yes, I did. I was supported by the TTOC, and their monies came out of their own budget.
Thank you.
Member from Aruga Tableland.
I would like to draw the minister's attention to 37 janitorial services. We saw that what was budgeted was 750. Then we saw a revised estimate at 2.2. Can the minister explain? And now we see in 2023, 1.2 is being asked for.
In similar fashion or in a similar situation, we had outstanding bills from since the year 2020 that we moved monies to pay.
Noted, Minister, but taking a look, if Madam Chair will permit me, at 2021 we had an allocation of 100,000, which leads me to ask if the minister could provide a breakdown of the service providers and what is allocated to each one. Because
I want to provide it to you right now.
Just 1 minute.
It is not stable.
With respect to what period you're talking about, that you want the...
Well, I know you won't permit me to go as far back as 2021. So
well, I won't
2022?
allow you to do that because we had a media review where this increase that you referred to took place. I'm not going to let you go back. So if you could let me know, so I'll know if I'm allowing the question.
So 2022, if the minister could provide a breakdown of the allocation or the payment to each service provider.
I don't.
Or the service providers.
I don't.
I'm just asking in the sense that the.
You want to know who we're going to pay next year? That's what you're asking.
Who paid for 2022 and who are the current service providers?
Okay, I can give you that right now. For Nicholas Tower. For Nicholas Tower, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, Head Office 63 to 65 Independence Square. We pay a monthly rent to Nicholas Tower, that's the landlord. And for security, we pay National Maintenance Training and Services Limited. For janitorial services, we pay First Class Image and Company Limited. And for other contracted services, you have Magical Mist Services, Foliage Design Limited, LSA Health Services Limited. For the Algico building, Jerningham Avenue, Belmont, we pay National Maintenance Training and Services Limited. For Jobco building, ground floor, 51 to 55 Frederick Street, Port of Spain, the landlord is GV Holdings Limited, so we pay rent to that proprietor. For security, we have National Maintenance Training and Services Limited, or as we know to be MTS. For janitorial services, we use MTS also, and for other contracted services, LSA Health Services. For Chepstow House at number 56 Frederick Street, the landlord is Chepstow Development Co. Limited. For security, we use National Maintenance Training and Services. And for janitorial services, National Maintenance Training and Services Limited. Other contracted services is LSA Health Services. For our mediation office at 282 SMR Kunupia, the landlord is Rodas Limited. The security company is Paragon Protection Consultants. The janitorial company is Century 21 Janitorial Services Limited. For our mediation office at Couva Social Services Building in Candem Road, Couva, we don't pay a rent there because it's shared. Security services, we pay Paragon. And for janitorial, Century 21 Janitorial Services. Community Mediation Office at Point 14. Gordon Investment Limited is the proprietor. Security company, we pay Paragon Protection. and Century 21 services for janitorial. Need me to go on? You're welcome.
One more thing, Minister, with regards to line item 09, I saw that we had a requested amount of 300, and then it was revised to 1 million. Could the Minister just give us a breakdown as to...
What's your line item once again, please?
09?
09, wow. 09, that's for photocopiers, printers throughout the division and the ministry, and we had bills in that area from 2021. So we paid 2021 bills and 2022 bills.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, how many persons were employed on line item number 22, short-term employment? How many persons were employed on a short-term contracts at the ministry as of September the 30th, 2022?
Short-term employment. How many you said?
93.
Short-term employees.
And what changes are expected given the $600,000 decrease in the allocation?
Well, firstly, we hope that the note where we just received comments from public admin, that some of those positions can actually be passed, and we can move some of those folks from short-term into filling the necessary positions once they qualify.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Overall.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, taking the Minister's attention back to line item 37 with respect to janitorial services. Minister, in 2022, the revised estimate is 2.2 million, but the estimate for 2023 is 1.2 million. That's a significant difference of approximately $1 million. Can you advise if it is that it's less location the janitorial services is going to be utilized towards, or if it is cheaper rates? Can you explain the reason for this decrease of the $1 million in this line item?
The chairman and I had spoken to paying all bills, so that's why the balance went back down, because we paid all bills.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, line item 09, rent, lease, vehicle and equipment. Minister, this line item was estimated in 2022 at $300,000. However, the ministry expended $1,070,060. Can you explain the increase in this expenditure, please?
We paid bills for 2021, that also.
Can you provide us in writing with a breakdown of those bills, please?
Actually, I can give you the information you need now.
I would appreciate if I can get it
in
writing.
Now. This is what the purpose of this committee is, for me to give you now. Whatever I have now, I'm going to give now.
Okay,
so
proceed.
We are at 09. You're at 09, right?
09.
That's for photocopiers and printers. You want to know who we rented photocopiers and printers from? Who would that be? I'll provide it to you later. That's fine. No, I think we have it. TSL. Yeah, the provider for that, for photocopiers and printers is T.
Can you advise if there was any vehicles that was rented under this line item?
What did you say?
Vehicles rented under this line item?
No, that line item is just for photocopiers and printers.
Before, I think member from Muruga Tableland asked, and the minister indicated it was for photocopiers and things like that.
And printers only.
Thank you, Minister.
You're
Minister,
welcome.
line item, Madam Chair. Yes, Minister, line item 05, telephone. We are now getting the actual figure for 2021. which is 3.8 million. When you look at this compared to the estimate for 2022 and the revised estimate of 2023, there's a significant difference there, more than $2 million in the actual expenditure for 2021, which we are now seeing for the first time. Can you explain what would have accounted for that actual expenditure being so high?
So
last year, I can't.
No, remember, maybe you could rephrase your question, because remember we're looking at the estimates for this year. So maybe you could flip your question around to get an answer that is relevant to this.
Thank you,
Yes.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. And, well, Minister, if you can't account for what the actual expenditure of 2021, what caused that high actual expenditure, this expenditure for 2023 of 1.3 million, which is a little higher than what was estimated for in 2022, 300,000 more from what was estimated in 2022. Can you explain what is the additional expenses from what you would have estimated in 2022 versus what was revised?
I would estimate that based on your previous spend, I think that is what budget also looks at, what your previous spend for the fiscal year would have been. So I think that is what they thought about when they gave us this allocation.
That's why I started with 2021, Madam Minister,
Then
because it's clearly that you did not take into
I wouldn't have the
consideration.
notes for 2021 figure, because that would have covered fiscal 2020, 2021. That information would not be here. And I think that would have already been covered in the previous discussions, as mentioned by the chairman before. When you come back at mid-year and so on. So I wouldn't have those explanations for those previous years. I can speak to you about fiscal 2021, 2022. That's last October to this September.
You see, Madam Chair, what we are told from time to time when we address the issue with the disparity with the estimate versus the revised estimate, from time to time we are told that is an estimate still. Even though it's revised estimate, it's not final. And in the following year, you will get the actual figure. This is the only time that we are seeing the actual figure, and we can basically ask based on what was actually spent in 2020.
But while that is so, the interrogation is not of the actual in 2 years prior. The information, though, is provided to you so that based on that, you can ask about this current year. So that's why I sort of suggested, I can't tell you what to ask, but I suggested that you flip your question around based on the fact that if you see something then that is actual, that may help you interrogate what is being estimated for this year. So if you ask that question, that's allowable, but you really are not permitted to interrogate the actual 2021.
Without interrogating the actual spend for 2021, can we request the breakdown in writing for what was actually spent for 2021?
No,
we can't.
That's the interrogation.
Okay, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so item 002, Physical Education and Sport, Division Member for Muruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to draw the Minister's attention to contract employment, if the Minister could indicate how many individuals is employed underneath this line item. And also, I see a significant decrease. Is that an indication that contracts was not renewed?
358. And you're under physical education. What line are you at?
Contract, that'll be 16.
16. Okay, so page 358, 16. Okay, and what's your question?
Could the Minister state how many contract employees is currently employed, and with regards to the significant increase, is that an indication that contracts was not renewed?
physical education, we have a number of vacant positions under physical education. We also have some short-term persons under physical education also who came over from the old ministry. There are contract positions that were not filled in the last fiscal year that we hope to fill in this fiscal year.
Minister, what drew me to ask that question, we have an actual spend of 2.2, and rightfully so you budgeted for 2.7 in 2022, but we see when it's revised, which we'll treat it as actual spent, is 1.5, which is an indication between that time frame, contracts was not renewed or...
Right, so what we would have done is move money out of that vote to cover other votes which will, other areas which will be in, where we had persons employed. For instance, we have some short-term workers under, in sport, or what you say, PESD, Physical Education and Sport Division. There is need, we're making a case to review some of the positions. Some of the positions operate on a job description of many, many years ago, and now the roles have expanded. So we are now working with public admin towards getting those descriptions revised. So what they actually do can be considered, and the position could be adjusted to suit.
Noted, Minister. But, Mr., just for future reference, if I could get the numbers stated in writing, I know you may not have it now, but I would like it to get it in writing. And if I could draw your attention to 22.
No, I can give you, I don't want to, if I have the information I want to give you, as it relates to contract positions under physical education, we have 57 vacant positions. Of that, it's 36 sport development officers, and that's the area where we have the temporary persons. When this position was developed many, many, many years ago, it wasn't built or created with the idea of having them move around or being ever present at all the community activities within their community. So what is required from them now, it's much more. So we're asking, and the qualifications that's needed now for them to truly provide proper support to the different community groups, it's more. So we're asking for a review of the job description and the salary to go with what they're doing. So back then, as sport development officer, you might have only needed 5 CXEs, and it still has that description. But now they're expected to help community groups to develop their events, to help them to create or to develop activities that promote economic activity and so on, to help them to market their sporting group properly, to know the different rules and regulations and protocols. More is required of the sport development officers, so we asked for a review of that.
Noted, Minister. We'll take into consideration your answer with regards to line item 16. With regards to training, I see that you only budgeted 50,000, and you just said that the officers are in need of retraining.
No, I didn't say the officers are in need of retraining. I said they provide support to these sporting groups. Most of our training that we do now come from the public service, which we don't have to pay, and the TTOC has been very, very helpful in helping us with training and executing a number of these capacity building programs, which we don't have to pay much if we have to pay at all.
Thank you, Minister. And to go on to line item 22 with regards to short-term employment, could you state what positions was created in 2022 to warrant the increase of $1.something million?
Right. So for some of those positions, like I mentioned before, the sport development officer, they are acting short-term. In short term, for instance, you have some communications officers who are now short-term. When we did the realignment, we lost some positions to tourism and some positions which stayed over at Ministry of Sport and Youth. And so we're making that case to try to get the right complement within the ministry. So in the meantime, we're using short-term positions. As I said before, the note that is before Cabinet speaks to about 100 positions where we reached out to Ministry of Public Admin to get their approval to go ahead with filling them. So in the meantime, we have to use short-term where necessary. Hence the reason the number for vacant short-term positions is over 200.
Member for Caroni, please.
Asked and answered, Madam Chair.
Item 003, Community Development Division. Item 004, Best Village. Item 005, Mediation Centers. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item number 16, contract employment. Minister, what is the number of existing vacancies for contract positions across the mediation centers?
Mediation, 1 second. You're
16.
16 doesn't deal with contract employment. Are you asking for contract employment under mediation?
Yeah, 005.
For contract employment under mediation, we have 56 positions under community mediation services, 56 contract positions, 35 are filled, 21 vacant.
And Minister, what changes can be expected in fiscal 2023 given a decrease in allocation of roughly $0.5 million?
I'm trying to make sure that we're dealing with the same vote. You are on page
360.
360.
005.
And you're seeing a decrease of 486. Not a substantial decrease, but I think I would say, as I said earlier, these books were printed before the end of the fiscal year, so up to September 30th, we were receiving releases. So I would expect that to be covered there.
Okay. I'd like to move to line item 43, security services. Minister, which company or companies are contracted for security services?
You're at line 43?
Yeah.
Okay, I can go back to that. Now I'm being asked to go back to the list.
Yes, I said before.
And I said this before.
Yeah, you said on the, yeah, that's true.
You remember that, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, good.
Item 006, Dwight York Stadium. Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, I see that there is no budgeted estimates for 2023 with respect to the Dwight York Stadium. Can you indicate whether, I'm not seeing it in either in the, no estimates, and I'm not seeing any explanation whether this monies have been moved or this is being taken under a different sub-item. Can you explain what is happening here?
There are no estimates. I can't allow a question on it because what we're interrogating are the estimates.
I can still help him. Dwight York Stadium was moved to under the remit of Sport ET.
Thank you. See, there's no explanation as to where the expenditure went.
Well, that wouldn't be in the budget book.
Thank you.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration, member for Caroni East.
Thank you. Line item 01, vehicles. Minister, can you tell us how many vehicles and for what purpose will be purchased under this line item?
We didn't purchase any vehicles. So you saw the figure say 0, right? So 0 means we purchased 0 vehicles.
All right.
You're welcome.
Item 002, physical education and sport division. Item 003, community development division. Item 004, best village. Item 005, mediation centers. Item 006, Dwight York Stadium. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 005, non-profit institutions, member for Maruga Tableland.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just to draw the Minister attention to 05, contribution to community-based organizations. If the Minister could provide us with a breakdown as to what what organizations would have benefited by community constituency.
Chair, through you, every year we go through this. This vote, I think the name of it probably should be changed because it's misleading. This manages the programming on the community development unit, so it's not really a contribution to community-based organizations.
Okay, noted. With regards to line item 15, contribution to non-profit institutions. If the Minister could say where, how the allocation of 9 was spent.
Okay.
9 million.
Number 15. Okay, that covers support to the national governing bodies who are traveling to represent Trinidad and Tobago, their development programming. It provides support to individual athletes. It provides support to elite athletes also. Provide support to sport-serving bodies and community groups. This is where the
noted,
funding.
Minister, but if you could get a breakdown as to the different groups, you could provide it in writing.
I can start to give you some groups now, right now. Yes.
In the essence of time, Minister,
No, this is the place for that.
Understood, but in the essence of time, and we have other line items, and I have other questions on the other heads.
If you've asked a question, and member from Maruga Tableland, you've asked a question, if the Minister is equipped to answer.
Guided, Madam Chair.
Speaker, receiving funding from this allocation this year, you have for grants, you have Marshall C. Daniel, Tyra Gittings, West Penn Center for Sports and Culture, Stacy Shree Butt Hockey School. What do you call it? How do you pronounce it? Subat Hockey School, Capture the Flag, Arima Young Masters Football Academy, GT Fitness, New Arising Sport Company, Louis Cal Dalla Costa. You also have Tiana Guy, who's a boxer receiving funding, Nigel Paul, Aaron Prince, Hillside Community Club, Ulrich Buggy Haynes Coaching School, Trinidad and Tobago Association of Master Athletes. Those are more senior athletes who are participating in international competition. Trinidad and Tobago Equestrian Association, Malabar Young Stars Football Club, Squash Association of Trinidad and Tobago, Tobago Mai Tai Association, Memphis Pioneers Athletics Club, Trinidad and Tobago Triathlon Federation, Keenan Bonaccord Sports Club, Beach Sport Foundation, Trinidad and Tobago Canoeing and Rowing Federation, PCAT Sport Martial Arts Association of Trinidad and Tobago, North Zone Basketball Commission, Trinidad and Tobago Chess Association, Old Naturals Academy, Athletic Club of Port of Spain, Culver Hall Football Championship League in collaboration with Caring for Adolescent Mothers and Disadvantaged Youths of Tobago, Point Fortin New Jets Track and Field Club, San Fernando Sports Academy, Tuna Puna Hindu School, Soul Oasis Cultural Ambassadors, Five Rivers Community Council, Olympia Gymnastics Club, Color Squash Trinidad and Tobago, Chinapoo Village Social Welfare Association, Hatter Steel Orchestra. Who else is receiving funding from? Here you have Feather Nation receiving funding from this vote also. Do you need me to go on? Jerry Richards. Sure, great.
Anything?
That's okay.
I'm a little depressed since I didn't hear any of my organizations.
What could you give me one of your organizations so we can give you the update on what's happening with your organization?
We have Potential Sports Club. We have Americans 6 Company.
We don't have those applications.
I would have forwarded. I will forward it.
We don't have. They don't ring a bell for sure. We don't have those applications, and I have my team right behind me.
No problem.
And they don't have the applications. So please make sure that the applications are submitted. Also, now might be a good time for me to advise you. When groups submit an application, we would respond. Oftentimes, when they cry out and we tell them, check your junk mail, the email where the ministry have responded is in your junk mail. But if you have submitted an application, it would form a part of our database. Every month we receive an update saying these are the folks who would have applied. Everybody receives a response saying provide this document, provide Y document, but we wouldn't receive an application and not respond or not even acknowledge. If you're missing something, we tell you you're missing something. If we want an update, we tell you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, so feel free to follow up and we'll be sure to assist.
Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Just with regards to 01, National Commission for Self-Help, if the minister could provide us with an update. I don't know if this is with regards to the physical grants here or if we'll find it with regards to the development program. Okay, well, I'll wait till we reach the development program then.
Honorable members, we'll now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Consolidated Fund, item 004, social infrastructure. Honorable members, item 004, social infrastructure, spans 3 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. A, culture. C, sports. Member from Maruga Tableland.
With regards to A.
Okay, so let's all be on the same page, all right? Just let me ask something. Member for Caroni Central, you're also under A?
No, please.
All right, member, because it's late in the day, I'm just going to grant you this one-off indulgence. Let's look at A quickly, please. We had page 150, A, culture.
Sorry, Madam Chair, which is with regards to community development. My apologies.
C, sports. Member for Caroni Central.
Honorable Minister, if I can just take you quickly, 001, upgrade of swimming pools. Will the Honorable Minister be so kind to indicate which swimming pools will be upgraded with the estimate of 4 million in this financial year.
4 million. We are doing works at La Hoquita swimming pool, Diego Martin swimming pool, Coquier swimming pool, Siparia swimming pool, and we are working with, we just received advice from, after engaging Sport TT and then Ministry of Works and Transport regarding the Couva swimming pool. There are some structural problems there, so we have to engage a structural engineer, and after we get direction from there, we go to Couva swimming pool. As you know, that swimming pool is over 50 years old, so tremendous work has to be done.
Community development, I think this is where you are, member for Moruga Tableland.
Chair, if the minister could just give me a quick update on with regards to 08, enhancing employability in communities, what the program entails.
That program is very similar to the YES program that Tobago House of Assembly has. I heard you guys discussing YES this morning, but it's preparing young people for the world of work. So it gives them the opportunity to get some work experience in an area of their choice, and we help them in developing skills to prepare them for setting up their own businesses and the world of work.
And if the minister could give me a quick guidance on how I could get my youths to apply for this program, or if I could invite the ministry to come and do a workshop.
You could always invite the ministry to come to your constituency and do a World Cup, to do a training program. We love that type of thing.
Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm at line item 006, Community Strengthening Strategies, Developing Mentors and Leaders, Parenting Skills. I see there was a revised estimate of just about $1 million, and we're planning to spend 15 million in fiscal 23. But I want to ask very specifically, what was the implementation thus far, and if we are measuring a success rate to then determine the additional $14 million for fiscal 23, so that we can understand what metric we're using to judge our program success.
Okay, so this is the community. This is based on the community recovery report. And this includes programs such as the Youth Lead program. It also includes programs like the Empower TT program. As you may be this also includes DCamp. On the day the budget was read, you saw the DCamp interns here in the Parliament. So a major part of this program was implemented late. So we, in this year's 2023 budget, we have to cover all bills. So the processing of the paperwork was not completed in time for the early budget reading this year, so we didn't get to draw down on the vote this year. So we're going to be paying a lot of old bills going into the next year.
So it's not that we're looking at 15 million going forward, we're covering some old bills.
No, it's a program that started late in the fiscal year, so we have some old bills and we continue to execute the program in the new fiscal.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, would the Honourable Minister be kind enough to share with us copies of those expenditure for the 2022 fiscal term and what would have rolled over into this year?
Expenditure for fiscal 2022 came up to $1 million, and that would have covered the talks that we did. We did M zones or men zones, where we go into the communities and and deal with male empowerment, create a platform for older men to share their experiences with young men. We have over 100 men volunteering throughout Trinidad and Tobago to share their life story and to provide guidance and direction for younger men, specifically in the East Port of Spain area and areas also like Enterprise and Bacadere and in Tobago. So that program has been running since August 5th. So we have covered 12 talks already, or 12 M zones with audiences as large as 300 as we go from community to community, and we've used also the government plaza to do these talks. What else we've done under this program? We also did the Tobago launch under this vote also, and we started the skills training in Tobago, skills training in Arima, Barataria, Messir, Belmont, UTT, Digger Martin South. Those areas we did some talks down in, what's that place called? Down in South. And then Bacadere also.
Thank you, Minister, for the information related to the talks. However, beyond the information, what I would like to get from you is a copy of these bills that makes up that 1 million, and what you said is outstanding, that the 15 million for this financial year is going to be used to pay outstanding bills. Those outstanding bills.
No. Last year, as I said, we started the program late. So we haven't spent, as I said before, $1 million in last year. So a program that is supposed to be run throughout the whole year, we only completed about 1 month or 2 months of the work. So you still have a full fiscal year and more areas to cover. So for instance, Tobago alone did skills training in last fiscal year. That would be September. Now we have the other 8 units of roughly 250 youngsters from Trinidad now doing skills training. So whilst you budgeted last year to cover everybody, we started the program late and was only able to cover the 26 participants in Tobago, whilst now you have 250 something, I think, from Trinidad. So what we had planned to do in 2022 fiscal year, we didn't get to do. So now the program is actually rolling out and really happening in Trinidad. So Trinidad started a little later than
So I
Tobago.
appreciate that, Honourable Minister. And from the answer that you gave my colleague from Tabakit, this 15 million, this increase of 14 million from the revised estimate in 2022 to the estimate of 2023, an increase of 14 million, you indicated that there would be some outstanding bills that you did not get to clear by the close of the fiscal year, and those bills will be rolled over to be cleared in this fiscal terms.
Right, and that's only under, that's under $1 million.
But you have here $1 million for the revised estimates of 2022. So is it that you already used $1 million and you have an additional $1 million outstanding?
To be quite frank, that million that you're seeing there used wasn't even from the power program. We took $1 million from that vote employability program. That's actually a environment where we took money from one vote into another.
So what you're saying here, this $1 million here, being environment, means that community strengthening strategies, the $10 million that was allocated for 2022, none was utilized.
It was utilized in the employment and employability program.
And the bills that you said that's outstanding payments
it's going to come out of
come out in 2023?
Yes, sir. Yes, member.
All right. Would you be able to provide us with a breakdown of those outstanding bills that will come out of this 2023 allocation?
I think I can provide that to you right now.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Minister.
I can use what you said. The component 4, the apprenticeship, the apprenticeship part, we are requesting $90,000 for those who are from Tobago, for the rollout, launch, and the psychosocial engagement and interactive sessions, for the sessions held at Belmont, Maloney, Embarcadere, Beetham, Upper Malabar, and the ones held at Government Plaza, the live streaming, the moderators, the videography, photography, the decor, the branding, the T-shirts. For those sessions, all of that came up to 563. Then we did
563,000.
Sorry.
563,000.
Yes, sir. Yes, member. Then you have the social and mass media campaign where we highlight men and we promote those messages. That came up to 344 because we started the social media campaign even before the launch in August. And you can find or empower material on Instagram and on Facebook. We also have the M-Zone information sessions coming up to 65,575 dollars. Then you have lunch provided at the Belmont Community Center, $940. The second set of lunches provided, $820. Preparation and sanitization of Embarcadere for the M-Zone and lunch talk, $300. The use of the government campus auditorium on the 15th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th. We had to pay their fees, of course, $8,750. Life skills training at the different 8 venues, $119,300. Catering for the lunches for them for 3 weeks, $42,000. Yeah, that's all the figures I have.
Okay, Madam Minister, thank you for the information, but you have provided an expenditure of $90,000, $563,000, $344,000, $65,000, $490, $820, $300, $8,750, $119,300.
Are you recapping, or is a question going to come from this?
No, Madam Chair, I'm looking for accountability for $15 million here. And what the minister had called out here is somewhat close to $1 million. So I'm still waiting for a breakdown of these bills that the minister is talking about, or if in going ahead, what this $15 million is being proposed for.
That was my answer, Madam Chairman.
So, Madam Chair, the minister cannot provide us with a breakdown of what we expect this $15 million to be spent for.
You're missing
this is nowhere close to $15 million. This is only $1 million you call out for.
No, 1 minute.
No.
1 minute.
I have the figures you call
Member
out.
for Cuba North, 1 minute. I am seeing $15 million under the 2023 estimate.
Exactly.
Yes. I'm not seeing it, so I can't see if we're now dealing with the 2023 budget that we be able to give a breakdown for what
Madam Chair,
is the future.
All right, let me explain what the minister indicated is that this $15 million, a percentage of it was going to be utilized for bills that would be coming from the last fiscal year into this fiscal year. Plus, there will be additional expenses for this fiscal term that this $15 million is going to be utilized for. So what I'm asking the Honorable Minister...
You're missing $15,000. That's what you said. You're short $15,000?
No, I didn't say short of $15,000. If you pay attention, you will understand what we are talking about
here. I think you're mixing up yourself.
What we are looking at is accountability for this $15 million.
Order.
I think he's confused.
All right? Maybe all of us need to pay a little attention at this hour of the evening. What I understood the minister to say is that this $15 million that is allocated, or we are going to allocate for 2023, is not $15 million available for a full spend in 2023 because there are some expenses coming from 2022. You've asked the minister to provide the statement of the expenses coming forward from 2022. I think that's what the minister sought to provide. which you are telling us is 90,000 or something like that. I think that's up to where I was in the conversation. So I can't see how we're looking for 15 million, because part of whatever is the difference is what is going to be spent in 2023.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
may I continue? Okay, so Honorable Minister, thank you for the information you have provided. Based on that, removed from the 15 million, we have an approximate 13 million plus that is going to be utilized in 2023. Can you give us an idea what this 13 million is going to be utilized towards?
Sure. The Empower project consists of 4 components. Component 1 is education and awareness. It basically consists of covering 12 topics. The role of men in society, in family, how to treat with domestic violence, and matters of that nature, preventing avoiding a lifestyle of culture, of crime and violence, a host of topics. So that the education and awareness. The plan was to go to 12, go to different communities. Of course, we focus on East Port of Spain and the areas mentioned in the report. Right now, as we speak, you have other communities who are reaching out for us to do talks in their communities, even schools reaching out to the ministry asking for us to come to speak with them. There's part 2 of the project which speaks to skills training, where we have facilitators train them in, for instance, you would have seen on social media, dining etiquette training, communication, getting them ready for interviews, dressing for success, how to do resume writing, how to come up with a business idea and do a business proposal, where to go if you need assistance in registering your business and marketing your business. So there's the skills training part of it, conflict management, emotional intelligence. So there are different skills training parts. There are some communities that may say, we don't want all 12 talks. Could you do crime and violence in our community? So we are catering to those requests in the communities of interest and trying to assist communities who reach out for help. Then component 4 of the program speaks to having a life coach sit with each participant and help them to identify what area they want to channel their life, whether they want to go to MIC, to CCC, to MyLat, to HYPE, whatever, help to assign them to a program. And you have an apprenticeship part where they get some training in the areas of their interest to help them to direct their path in going forward. But I think we're going to be doing a lot more of the education and awareness part of it. You have more men coming out wanting to tell their story, wanting to assist from community to community. So yes, we're providing a platform for men to have these conversations. They're available for women, so we might as well make that investment in helping our men in their development and in strengthening their network.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Madam Minister, listening to what you have explained there, I am looking at 2022, $10 million was estimated for this project, and I am certain it would have been for all these different projects that you said you are considering to do next year. And hearing that in 2022, you via the $1 million that we're seeing here in the revised estimates, which means very little was utilized out of that $10 million for the rollout of all those programs that you had indicated last year you were going to do. I'm really hoping that in moving forward in next year, we can actually see some of those programs roll out to assist.
As I mentioned earlier, we started the program late in this year when we had a lot of community consultation with stakeholders. As you know, when you're going to certain communities, it's not just about talking to the average stakeholder. We had to get the TTPS and Defense Force and so on involved. We are taking facilitators to communities to which they are not accustomed and doing programs in community centers and in areas and with people to which they're not accustomed. Yeah, you're bringing boys from one area to another area we have to make sure that there is peace and calm as we execute a program of this nature, and that we have everybody on board. So we spend some time really building it out and making sure that stakeholders are on board and willing to participate in a wholesome way, that it would leave some sort of positive impact on their lives. So that's the purpose.
Multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. F, buildings, public buildings. Infrastructure Development Fund. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Item 004, Social Infrastructure, spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. We are at page 233. C, Sports. A, Community Development. Member for Moruga Tableland.
Madam Chair, my hand was up with regards to C Sports, and if the minister could indicate with regards to the development and upgrade of recreation grounds, if consideration, what grounds was given, and if consideration was given to the St. Mary's Recreation Ground and 6 company that I would have written, and if you could get a breakdown of where this revised allocation was spent.
What we're doing, we had sought in the last fiscal year to try to complete the work that was started at Bookmalatris. Right now, that facility is 98% completed. We go on next year to complete the works at Bookmalatris and to look at other regional facilities that are before us. It's a large number, so we'll have to go through and assess and proceed accordingly. For instance, I know Northeastern Recreation Ground is one where we've made some headway, and we look at the other recreational facilities before us.
No, Madam Chair, my hand was up when we had gotten to community development. So.
Member for Tabakit.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I'm on line item 005, implementation of self-help program. For me, I've faced a lot of instances in my constituency where all approvals have been granted, but the check, they have not received the check, so there's literally nothing the person, or in some instances the community, can do, where they've done everything, all boxes are checked. So we're going into another fiscal year where they've just not been called for their checks. So I'm just wondering if you can just give us some clarification on the space between approvals and the implementation of the project, please.
As it relates to self-help, we've delivered in every single constituency. I can say that for a fact. There are members who may have constituents with a really urgent matter from on your side also that would write, we look into the matter and deliver. I think the language being used in self-help over the years, it's not accurate, because what workers have been saying to persons who apply is, yes, you're approved. Yes, you have checked all the boxes. Doesn't mean that you are approved to receive a check this month. So you have thousands of applicants who were told, yes, your application was approved. What we are doing right now in self-help is reviewing the requirements for receiving grants. In self-help, there are no, right now as we speak, there are no cutoff limit, let's say, for salary. So you could be making $50,000 and you submit your deed, you submit your quotations, and so on, and you would be approved because you've checked all the boxes, yeah? But you would not be given priority to someone who is to an old lady who might be a pensioner who is trying to stop flooding from coming into a house versus somebody else who's making $50,000, $60,000 and want to fix the kitchen counter. You know, so that's the challenge. That's the challenge with self-help, and we really have to review how it's done. Of course, we count on the field officers to go out and give a proper assessment and to tell us what's more urgent than the others, and we rely on their assistance.
Correct, because I was just about to say that I assume that the field visit would assist in the categorization.
Yes, definitely. And but what we want to do is place on the application form that, hey, if you're making above X number, then you wouldn't be given priority, and priority should be given to those who are really, really, really like destitute and in need that type of support.
Absolutely, absolutely, all in agreement. And so the issues that I raised, and those are what I'm talking about, those persons who've already gone through the field checks and whatnot, and so therefore they are in desperate need. They are in fact destitute, and then there's and in this case, I didn't want to give specific examples, but there's a family in Mayo, and they're about to lose their home with a landslip, and they've been calling and they've been going through because the land is slipping and their home, you see it, and they've done the field visit. It's a single mother, and they've not been called for the check, and so that's why I asked the question about the gap. So I'm not in any way referencing the gaps in the program. I'm saying where the program is designed to help these persons, there is still a space where the urgency isn't necessarily met.
Right. I think that all field officers go out, and I think they do a decent job. Of course, they are not perfect. If you feel like we would have missed a couple or missed somebody in your constituency, just like the others, right, to bring it to our attention, feel free and we will look into it. Yeah?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, firstly, I would like to start with self-help. Similar to my colleague in Tabaquite, I have numerous cases, and Minister, apart from that, I have emergency cases where persons would have lost their structure due to fire, still waiting. They would have been approved. I would have called self-help, reach out. They have the approval, but with regards to getting the check, that is the problem. And my constituency, as you would have seen in the news, and when I come here with my smoky outfit, is plagued with a lot of landslips. And that is why I had to advocate so strongly, and I'm glad that you point out my passion. They are affected by a lot of landslips, and hence they have the approval and they cannot get the grant. And I would call the CEO with regards to self-help. I would say that he's very cordial and he's willing to help, but with regards to the allocation and getting that approval. And it's kind of heartbreaking when we see distribution happening on the nation airways with regards to different medias, but my constituency and my office is not being facilitated. Yes, there was distribution in the past, but for this fiscal year that went by, my constituents won't really give them priority.
Okay, Madam Chair, I would say, like I said before, we've presented in every single constituency. I have attended distribution event with the same said member from Maruga. I want to say also, Madam Chairman, the less money we spend on repairing roads from burnt tire and smoky clothes.
Madam Chair, there is no scientific study that say burning a tire. Madam Chair, we are dealing here with the National Commission for Self-Help. We are dealing with.
It's you who bring that
As funny as this is, I have persons that are on the verge of losing their homes, and I am here advocating for them. What I want to get from the minister is that I could submit a listing. I could call some names here, and I would like that.
Madam Chairman,
advise that there's a certain decorum and order that I expect.
Which I always adhere to every rule of this
house.
house.
You and I cannot speak at the same time. Okay? And while you can be passionate, you will observe the rules. And I'm not in a conversation with you. I am ruling here now. Okay? We all have to know when we've crossed the line, fun is fun, banter is banter. But when I speak, I speak.
Chair, I apologize.
I have not asked you to speak. Please continue, Minister.
Madam Chair, as I was saying, the less monies we spend on fixing roads that have been burnt by tires and other smoky clothes activities, we're going to have money to give to self-apply. Just like in your constituency, in my constituency, there are folks who have been approved who have not received checks. In this fiscal year, we distributed checks throughout the 41 constituencies, and as we've received a slight increase for the next fiscal year, so we expect to do more. As Madam Speaker, you'll have seen the inclement weather over the last couple of days. Our field officers are already out doing their work, and I would extend to the member for Moruga in the same way I've extended to Tabakita and all members, because members' right. On their side, on our side, members' right whenever there is an issue. And if you feel like somebody has been overlooked and has a really serious situation that we need to look into immediately, it's not the fixing of a kitchen counter or so that is might be less urgent to flood coming into somebody's home, we'd be more than happy to help. Yes?
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister's attention to line item 001, construction of community centres. Minister, this line item was estimated at 40 million in 2022. However, the revised estimate shows an increase of 11.1 million to 51 million. Can you kindly provide us with the names of the community centres? These construction of community centers, provide us with the names of the community centers, the contractors who worked on those community centers, and the contract value.
I don't know why I don't have that one. Madam Chairman, in this year, we hope we are considering the balance of payments for completed facilities, so we're owing on some facilities. So it's for commitments brought forward from previous years for community centers like Arima, Bagatelle, Bonnet, South, Cantaro, Chickland, Digo Martin, Indian Trail, Pastoral, Las Lomas, Quarry Road, Quarry Village, Siparia, San Fernando North, Taradale, Taruba, Tichie, My Tower, Mover, Bellevue, you name it. Throughout the different constituencies, community centers where we're owing, we hope to pay UDCAT for works done.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. You call out a few areas there, but can you identify the contractors who work on those community centers and the value of those contracts?
I don't have that information with me now.
Would you be kind enough to provide us in writing?
I'll do my utmost best.
Thank you most kindly, Minister.
D, Youth Development. Member for Moruga Tabana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I see the allocation that was spent in 2022, the $3 million. If the minister could give us an account as to where this funding was spent, and also with regards to the 8.8 that is requested in 2023, if the minister could give us a breakdown of this expenditure.
On what it was spent?
What it was spent with regards to 2022, with regards to this fiscal year 2023, the projected, what is the reason for the allocation?
Standing bills.
Minister, with all due respect, I was told that with regards to 2021, when the 10 million, it was said that that was for the contractor payment. So the 3 million in 2022 is also for the contractor and also the 8.8, because the facility is in use right now. As far as I was told, the bills was cleared.
As we go forward, Madam Chairman, we're looking at outstanding monies for this project. The total We still owe $8.8 million relating to project management services and the balance, payment for outstanding balance of works and for the release of retention.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $541,962,000 for Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $541,962,000 for Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, PS. Thank you, other representatives from the Ministry of Sport and Community Development. Head 37, Integrity Commission. Head 37, Integrity Commission, $8,034,560. Registrar. Okay.
Five minutes, not too long. I'm ready to speak.
I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister of Finance.
Thank you. The Integrity Commission is a constitutional body created by Sections 138 and 139 of the Constitution and established by Section 4 of the Integrity in Public Life Act. The Act provides for the membership of a commission.
Order, members. We haven't finished yet. I would like everybody to accord the Minister of Finance the courtesies that you all were afforded earlier today. Minister of Finance.
The Act provides for the membership of the Commission, that is to say a chairman, a deputy chairman, and 3 other members. The Commission shall carry out those functions and exercise the powers specified in the Act, among other things, shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority, may in all cases where it considers it appropriate to do so make use of the services or draw upon the expertise of any law enforcement agency, shall have the power to authorize investigations, and so on.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $8,034,560 for Head 37, Integrity Commission, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $8,034,560 for Head 37, the Integrity Commission, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration, we are at page 220. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program consolidated fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. We are at page 81. A, administrative services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $8,034,560 for Head 37, Integrity Commission, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $8,034,560 for Head 37, Integrity Commission, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Register. Thank you, Minister of Finance. I now wish to extend to all members a safe and restful weekend. The Standing Finance Committee is suspended to Monday, October the 10th, 2022 at 10 a.m.